professor of the Ninja Academy. By teaching, I can become stronger. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 476, Sharingan dyes the transparent world bloody. Is it Sarutobi Misanari, the captain of the Anbu, Miyu, who received the memories of the shadow clone, showed a thoughtful expression. Mr. Miyu, we have rested well, and it's almost time to start. Kakashi stood up and walked to Miyu and said, now that they are getting stronger and stronger, in order to prevent accidents caused by losing control during the battle, they deliberately explained the situation to Miyu and asked Miyu to be the referee. With Miyu by their side, they will feel safe to fight, and even if they are injured, they can get treatment in the first time. Although Nohara-Lin's treatment is also good, with the level of medical ninja, Miyu's treatment ability is stronger, second only to Tsunade. Then let's start drawing lots. Miyu nodded and took out a wooden box from the scroll for drawing lots. Kakashi didn't waste time, and quickly reached into the box and took out a ball of paper at random. As the first person to draw a number, he couldn't know who his opponent would be no matter what number he drew. Number 1. Kakashi opened the ball of paper and read the number written on the paper. I'll be the second one. Obito volunteered to be the second player to draw lots. He thought that since the first Kakashi he drew was number 1, then the second one he drew would most likely be number 2, and he would be able to compete with Kakashi in the Disciples' Civil War. Obito raised his head, slowly put his hand into the opening of the wooden box, and selected the paper balls inside with a solemn expression. It must be Kakashi, not Kai. Obito muttered to himself. Meeting Might Guy in this civil war would really lock in defeat in advance. There is no other possibility. Then Obito suddenly remembered what happened recently, and thought that he seemed to have been infected with the bad luck of Kakashi. It must be Might Guy, not Kakashi. The witty Obito quickly added 2 ironic words in his heart. Feeling that all preparations were done, Obito grabbed one of the paper balls and took it out. How could it be number 3? Obito looked at the big 3 in his hand and his eyes were red with anger. Kakashi is number 1, so his opponents in the first round can only be Might Guy and Shisui. If it was Shisui, Obito could still fight. If he met Might Guy, Obito could only think about how to lose handsomely. After all, Nohara-Rin was still training next to him. Haha, I can't wait to have a big fight with my best friend. Might Guy laughed and walked forward and put his hand into the wooden box without any hesitation. The opponent Might Guy wanted to meet the most was of course Kakashi. After all, this was his lifelong opponent. I believe you feel the same way, my best friend. Might Guy grabbed the paper ball and looked back at Kakashi, showing his shining white teeth and smiling. No, it's not. Kakashi answered mercilessly. Before he practiced the Wuxia Dao, he had no idea at all. Obito stared at the paper ball in Might Guy's hand. If it weren't for the fact that the Sharingan didn't have the function of perspective, he would have wanted to open the Sharingan to see. Don't let it be number 4, Obito prayed in his heart. The reverse prayer just now didn't work. This time he switched back to normal prayer. Shisui also looked at the paper ball in Might Guy's hand. As the last player to be drawn, he was just a formality. The actual ranking would be clear after Might Guy finished drawing. What a pity, it's number 4, Might Guy said regretfully after opening the paper ball. Obito's expression froze. What he feared came true. He really drew Might Guy. My dear friend, it seems that we can only meet in the second round. Might Guy gave Kakashi a thumbs up and encouraged him, fight as hard as you can. After saying that, Kakashi was relieved. Although Shisui was a little more difficult to deal with than Obito, he still had a good chance of winning if he fought hard. Shisui walked to the wooden box and took out the number 2 paper ball that Obito had been thinking about. Lin, you don't need to practice for now. Come and sit for a while. Miyu stopped Nohara-Rin who was practicing. Miyu's move made Obito's already heavy mood even more gloomy. He originally thought that Nohara-Rin's special training was so important that she might not watch the game, but what was coming still came. Nohara-Rin took a few breaths and walked to sit next to Obito. focusing her attention on Shisui and Kakashi, who were ready. The flame-breathing chakra mode, the armament color secret technique, the 3 Magatama Sharingan, and a good fighting mind. The only obvious shortcoming is age. Kakashi couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Kakashi is a genius who has grown up in praise since childhood, but every time he thinks about Shisui's information, he feels that there are differences among geniuses. Although there is a problem of meeting Miyu earlier or later, Shisui himself is indeed a genius enough. As long as the chakra is well controlled and more cautious, the probability of winning is very high. Shisui quickly constructed a battle plan against Kakashi in his mind. Although Kakashi's Thunder Blade technique has a very high burst, Shisui's 3 Magatama Sharingan can see through its movements. As long as the distance is not too close, he can dodge it with the instant body technique. Although Kakashi could also dodge Shisui's attack by using lightning release, Kakashi's total chakra volume was not as good as Shisui's. The change in the nature of lightning chakra to strengthen his body also consumed extra chakra. Under the tug of war, Kakashi would be the first to collapse. The battle begins, Miyu announced after seeing the two ready. Whoosh, whoosh. Kakashi and Shisui both flashed at the same time. Kakashi approached and Shisui retreated. Shisui was not in a hurry to fight Kakashi. They had just come down from the battlefield and knew each other's strength very well, so there was no need to test each other. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Shisui concentrated his breathing, retreated rapidly, and spit out a large number of small fireballs at Kakashi. In normal battles, Shisui would usually use the Great Fireball first, but the Great Fireball was too slow, and Kakashi could easily dodge it without strengthening his body. Earth release, Earth Flow Wall. Kakashi did not choose to dodge, but instead formed a seal to raise an earth wall with a dog head in the middle to block the incoming high-temperature fireballs. Bang, bang, bang. The fireballs hit the earth wall and exploded one after another. The fierce flames enveloped the earth wall, and broken mud and rocks kept splashing around. Kakashi's earth flow wall was very strong. When Shisui spit out the last fireball, the earth wall was only slightly broken, but not broken. Are you trying to sneak underground and use the shadow clone tactics again? Shisui guessed in his heart. Although Kakashi now gives people more impression of lightning swordsmanship, people who are familiar with Kakashi know that Kakashi's earth escape is not much worse than lightning escape, and he is very good at using earth escape to hide his body. Can Kakashi change his tactics? It's always like this. Obito, who was deeply hurt by it, couldn't help but complain. After all, it's a battle. There is no distinction between new and old tactics that can win. Nohara smiled gently. Obito fell into silence and didn't say anything. In his heart, he had already started cheering for Shisui. Come on, Shisui, beat this guy Kakashi up. Obito already wanted to fast forward to Kakashi losing the battle. Fearing that Kakashi would sneak into the underground for a surprise attack, Shisui gathered chakra in his eyes and opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan. Although the Sharingan could not see through things, it had a strong ability to see through things, even if it was underground. As long as Kakashi approached, he could detect Kakashi's movements and dodge Kakashi's attacks. Flash. Just as Shisui was carefully observing the ground, a Kakashi jumped down from the earth flow wall, flashing with lightning and rushing towards Shisui. Shisui's Sharingan immediately noticed the movement of the first Kakashi, and immediately flashed to the left. At this moment, Shisui noticed the slight movement of the ground. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Shisui used the limit burst of the instant body technique, and used the shaving overlap burst technique to instantly open up several body positions again. The next moment, Kakashi, holding the lightning blade, rushed out suddenly. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar published this novel for the first time. This speed is not right. Shisui, who could see Kakashi's movements clearly, immediately found something wrong. If Kakashi burst out all his power to the limit, Shisui's Sharingan would be able to capture it, but it would not be so clear. Thunder Blade, scatter. Kakashi swung the lightning blade in his hand, and a crackling sound of thunder and lightning exploded, and the lightning spread towards Shisui like a spider web. This was the inspiration Kakashi got from Shiden. Concentrating chakra at a point can not only swing a slash but also divide the power to attack in a range. This is a technique he specially studied for the Civil War after returning to Konoha. Kakashi's sudden change of tactics caught Shisui off guard. If Kakashi rushed out with Shiden, Shisui would definitely be on guard, but Shisui didn't expect that Kakashi had also developed a lightning slash change similar to Shiden, which was a skill that Kakashi had never shown on the battlefield. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. After Shisui judged that he could not dodge based on the observation of the Sharingan, he decisively concentrated his breathing to the extreme and entered the flame-breathing chakra mode, then concentrated a large amount of chakra and instantly transformed it into fire attribute chakra, and finally spit out a large piece of high-temperature flames. In fact, Shisui has two choices. One is to use the armament color secret technique, and the other is to use the flame-breathing chakra mode, both of which can defend against this surprise attack. The principle of the armament color secret technique is very simple, that is, to directly resist. The flame-breathing chakra mode can instantly complete the nature change without using the seal of fire escape, which can greatly improve Shisui's efficiency in using ninjutsu, allowing Shisui to use fire escape before the lightning arrives. The difference between these two choices is that the use of the armament color secret technique can continue to block Kakashi's subsequent moves, while the use of the flame-breathing chakra mode is to try to take back the initiative and counterattack Kakashi. Boom! Exclamation mark! The lightning and the flame collided violently, a huge explosion sounded, the thunder and the roar continued, and the flames roared like a dragon. Because the distance was too close, Shisui was affected and became a little embarrassed, but Shisui didn't care. His body would be stronger in the flame-breathing chakra mode, so that he would not be affected by the aftermath and affect his combat effectiveness. Large pieces of flame spewed out of Shisui's mouth, and the roaring fire dragon gradually engulfed the lightning. The terrifying fire began to spread. Are you going to compete in pure extreme strength? I'm not sure I'll lose this one. Kakashi took a few steps forward, holding the white fang short blade tightly, and a large amount of chakra in his body was stimulated, constantly transforming into lightning attribute chakra to activate his body. Although he did not learn the Wuxian sword, the learning process made Kakashi gain a lot and made considerable progress in all aspects. Explosive power is his specialty. If he can't even compare to Shisui, then there is no need to fight. If you can't compare to others in the best point, how can you win? Zizizizi! Exclamation mark! The extremely shining lightning enveloped Kakashi's body. Kakashi breathed to the extreme and entered the transparent world state, mobilizing all the power of his activated body, condensing it in the next sword and moving towards Shisui. Shisui seemed to have decided to fight Kakashi in the state of flame-breathing chakra mode. Facing Kakashi who was walking towards him, he did not move to retreat at all. Kakashi didn't know whether Shisui was stubborn or what, and actually wanted to fight him head-on like this. He instinctively felt that something must be wrong, because the person standing in front of him was the cautious Shisui, not the easily impulsive Obito. But Kakashi didn't retreat, because as long as he moved forward 1 meter, he would reach an absolute killing range. In that range, unless it was Might Guy in the Six Gates superimposed rock-breathing chakra mode, no Muyu disciple could dodge Kakashi's full-strength sword. Kakashi thought Shisui had a plan, but Kakashi also believed in his own ability. As long as he successfully swung that sword, the battle would be over, and he wouldn't have to bear the penalty for failure. For Kakashi in full-strength state, 1 meter was too short. He would reach the distance that was enough to kill Shisui in an instant. The disciples who had not yet entered the battle were all concentrating on the battlefield. Why do you want to compete with Kakashi in explosive power? The advantage of fire style is the range. Obito looked disappointed, and he felt that Shisui would definitely lose if he continued like this. It would be better to take advantage of Kakashi's lack of chakra and fight a war of attrition, which would be much more stable. The next moment, Shisui suddenly cancelled the output of fire style, and most of his chakra was injected into the curved spoon, and his blood-red eyes stared at the attacking Kakashi. The boundless blood color gradually occupied Kakashi's sight, causing Kakashi's sword swinging to pause. How is it possible that I, in the state of the transparent world, was caught in an illusion? Kakashi was shocked. Since he truly mastered the transparent world, Kakashi has never been troubled by illusions again, because the essence of illusions is just to manipulate the opponent's body chakra to interfere with the five senses, and Kakashi in the transparent world has absolute control over his body. He can detect and remove it instantly, which is almost equivalent to not being hit. But in that moment just now, Kakashi's chakra in the transparent world was disturbed, and it was not removed immediately. When Kakashi removed the illusion, Shisui just arrived beside him and aimed the kunai at his heart. Kakashi finally understood why Shisui let him get close, and Shisui was also waiting for a suitable distance. If the distance between Kakashi and Shisui was 0.5 meters more, Kakashi would not have lost the match directly, and could have fought again. Shisui wins. Miyu announced the result of the battle. Diarrhea. A little late. Actually it's already morning. Chapter 477 Transparent World Growth. Shisui, you fought well. I knew you could win. Obito was overjoyed when he saw Kakashi lose the battle. What he feared most was that Kakashi would win and he would lose. Now Kakashi had already lost the battle, and he couldn't possibly beat Might Guy. They were the same, so no one could say anything. No, I can still say Kakashi's thing. Anyway, he can't refute me within 2 weeks. Obito felt even happier when he thought of this. Kakashi glanced at Obito indifferently. He lost, but Obito wouldn't feel good either, because Obito would definitely lose to Might Guy. Obito would have to take the theoretical exams, and he would probably be so confused while doing the questions that it would take 2 weeks to recover. Although I lost the battle, I gained a lot for me, Kakashi thought. His biggest mistake in this battle was that he thought Shisui's illusion would not work on him. Shisui used actual combat to tell Kakashi that the transparent world could not ignore all illusions. Shisui's illusions didn't work on him before, but they were just a little weaker. Perhaps I can take this opportunity to practice the transparent world. Kakashi suddenly had an idea. If Shisui kept using illusions on him in the transparent world state, and then he kept removing them, maybe he could increase the speed of removal, or enhance the transparent world's fine control over the chakra inside the body. Kakashi thought that this special training method was worth a try. If it failed, it would only waste a little time, but if it succeeded, the benefits would be considerable. The next one is Kai. Shisui looked at Might Guy. He had defeated Obito in the previous civil war, and this time he defeated Kakashi. Now there was only one Might Guy standing in front of him. Of course, Shisui did not get arrogant. He did not think he could beat Might Guy in the 8 gates of ninjutsu and the rock-breathing chakra mode. Might Guy was not only very strong, but also restrained Shisui to a certain extent. The illusion that Shisui was good at was difficult to work on Might Guy, who practiced the 8 gates of ninjutsu. Although it was a battle that was almost impossible to win, Shisui would try his best to fight and then record the failure, and then concentrate on training to defeat him. Obito and Kai, you two should prepare for the battle, Miyu said after treating Shisui's injuries. Obito took a deep breath and resolutely walked into the battlefield. What was supposed to come would come. Might Guy laughed and followed him into the battlefield, his big white teeth reflecting the light in the sun. Lin, will Obito bring his camera to the South Forest? Kakashi suddenly thought of something and asked. Sometimes a photo is more convincing than words. I have seen him bring it, but it seems that he doesn't bring it every day. Although it was not clear why Kakashi suddenly asked this, no, Harlan still answered after serious thinking. Kakashi nodded, made a seal and split a shadow clone to let the shadow clone find Obito's camera, while the main body continued to sit and watch the battle. The battle begins. After hearing Miyu's voice, Obito did not dare to hesitate at all, and immediately concentrated his breathing to the extreme and entered the flame-breathing chakra mode. In a normal battle, Obito would have to use a few ordinary fire escape techniques to test the waters, but facing the current Might Guy, Obito was worried that he would be beaten by the 5-gate superimposed rock-breathing chakra mode and would not have a chance to show himself. After all, Might Guy was also a person who would use his ultimate skills at the slightest disagreement, so Obito had to be on guard. 8 gates. Open. Open. Injury gate. Open. Might Guy was also very decisive, and he opened 4 gates in a row. A large amount of chakra poured out, and his momentum soared. Whoosh! Obito quickly activated the chakra in his body, and his hands and feet were all ignited with flames, and he ran towards Might Guy at a high speed. Obito felt that ordinary fire escape ninjutsu would definitely not hit Might Guy, so he decided to use fire escape ninjutsu in this battle. Might Guy, like him, did not master the secret technique of armed color, and Might Guy had not even touched the door. Obito felt that the fire escape ninjutsu with high temperature flames and every punch and kick might have unexpected effects. Fist and kick with fire, then I have to use this. Might Guy, who originally wanted to use the 8 gates, concentrated his breathing to the extreme. Rock breathing chakra mode, on. Might Guy's breathing rhythm changed rapidly, and the huge amount of chakra in his body began to burn rapidly. With the complete activation of the rock breathing chakra mode, Might Guy's momentum surged again. Fire style, flame fist. Obito stepped forward, and the flames on his right fist were blazing. There was already a fierce flame on his fist, and it instantly became more vigorous under Obito's enhanced chakra. Sparks bloomed in the air as soon as he swung it. Facing Obito's fierce fire fist, Might Guy calmly condensed chakra on his fist, and then blasted it out suddenly. Boom! The 2 fists faced each other, and the fierce flame attached to Obito's fist was instantly blown up, and the flames splashed in all directions. Obito felt a terrifying force coming at him. He burst out with all his strength to block this terrifying force, but found that he could not resist it at all. Obito could not hold on for only 3 seconds. Bang! A dull sound rang out, and Obito flew out like a cannonball, breaking several large trees before stopping. Kakashi, who had entered the transparent world, predicted this scene in advance and took out his camera to take pictures of this scene with great accuracy. Ahem, you are really worthy of being Kai. You are so strong. Obito quickly got up and coughed twice. In fact, Obito had expected this scene. It would be strange if he, a fire ninja, could win a physical ninja competition. Obito's main purpose was to cause damage to Might Guy's fist through the high-temperature flame on his fist, so as to exchange injuries for injuries and win a chance of victory. Obito stared at Might Guy's fist, but was surprised to find that Might Guy's fist did not show burn marks as he thought, but turned much redder, as if it was scalded by hot water. Can the rock-breathing chakra mode plus the most brutal chakra protection achieve this level? Obito's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He had heard Muyu say that the rock-breathing chakra mode would enhance defense, but he didn't know the effect would be so good. If this was combined with the armament color secret technique, wouldn't it be like taking a bath in ninjutsu? Konoha handblade. Might Guy didn't care about his palm that was slightly injured by the high-temperature flames. He condensed a large amount of chakra and swung a stream of energy towards Obito. You're overthinking about using this on me. Obito opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan and easily dodged the incoming energy. You have to know that he often has to face Muyu's Konoha handblade. Although Might Guy's is good, it is far worse than Muyu's. But Might Guy was just a feint. The next moment, Might Guy appeared next to Obito in a flash. Orochi Obito's flames, which were ready to go, instantly came out to devour Might Guy. When Obito dodged the energy just now, he secretly condensed chakra, because although Might Guy has mastered long-range attack methods, he is still stronger in close combat, and Might Guy also prefers close combat. The opponent was so strong that even Obito had to think about tactics. Konoha Dragon God. Whoosh whoosh, Might Guy exploded with chakra and spun around. A blue dragon formed quickly, breaking through the flames and biting towards Obito. Great Flame Ring. Obito tried his best to retreat while gathering all the remaining chakra to use the last fire escape. The blessing of the flame-breathing chakra mode allowed Obito to change the nature of all chakras at once. The moment Obito raised his hands, terrifying flames rose, and a huge fireball appeared in Obito's hands. Entai is the most powerful fire escape that Obito has mastered so far, and it is also the fire escape that consumes the most chakra. Obito can basically only use Entai once in a battle. Faced with a terrifying fireball, Might Guy chose to cancel the Konoha Dragon God and retreat at a high speed. Facing Orochi, he could use the Konoha Dragon God plus the rock-breathing chakra mode to defend against it, but it would be a bit too wasteful to use Entei's level of fire escape to resist it. Boom! Exclamation mark. The terrifying heat wave submerged all the areas around Obito and turned them into a sea of fire. The ground became a scorched land, and the trees turned into ashes under this terrifying high-temperature flame. Obito, who was sitting on the ground with his chakra exhausted, looked at this scene and nodded with satisfaction. This was not a bad loss. He injured Might Guy and lost because of exhaustion. Akai wins. Muyu announced the end of the battle. This fire escape is very youthful. It would be better if the speed could be faster. Might Guy pulled Obito up and gave a thumbs up and smiled, although he didn't hit him. Obito's last Entei was indeed very powerful. Haha, Entei is like this. Obito smiled and scratched his head. In fact, in Obito's view, Entei is a super fireball. The same range and power are great, and the same speed is generally difficult to hit people. It is almost the same template. So in real battles, Obito rarely uses Entei, and usually uses Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Because Entei consumes too much chakra, unless Obito faces too many enemies, it is not cost-effective to use it. But there is another problem with too many enemies. In a battlefield with many people, how can you dare to consume so much chakra at once? It is easy to get into danger. Obito thinks that only when you have more chakra in the future and can throw Entei as a huge fireball, can Entei become a practical and useful ninjutsu. Obito walked in front of Kakashi with his chest and head held high. Although he lost more beautifully than Kakashi. Kakashi didn't hurt Shisui, but he hurt Might Guy. Win. Kakashi's decision-making mistakes led to his defeat. He was defeated because of exhaustion. Win. Obito summed up and found that compared with Kakashi, he was simply numb to victory. Kakashi, why are you holding my camera in your hand? Obito found that Kakashi had taken his camera in his hand without knowing when. Help you record your life. Kakashi replied with a faint smile. Obito didn't know why he felt something was wrong. Give me back my camera. Obito reached out to get the camera back. I'll give it back to you when I develop the photos. Kakashi showed the photos he took to Obito, but didn't return the camera to Obito. Obito was dumbfounded when he saw the photo. In the photo, Might Guy was punching, while Obito was flying backwards. There was a broken tree not far away, and there were green leaves on Obito's body. It looked like Obito was being beaten and flying. What made Obito even more unbearable was that because he flew backwards at high speed, his face looked distorted in the photo. Obito tried to take back the camera and delete the photos by force, but how could he, who was exhausted, grab the items in Kakashi's hand? Go and develop the photos? Kakashi handed the camera to the shadow clone. Kakashi's shadow clone ran away from Obito's sight at full speed without saying a word, and Obito, who was exhausted, could only watch Kakashi's shadow clone gradually get smaller and disappear. Obito hated it in his heart. If he hadn't used that Entei at the last moment, he would definitely have been able to snatch the camera back from Kakashi. In today's victory, both Obito and Kakashi were injured. After a break, Shisui and Might Guy had the final civil war of disciples. 8 gates. Duman, open. Might Guy roared, and opened the 8 gates to 5 gates directly. A huge amount of violent chakra poured out from the gates, strengthening Might Guy's body. Might Guy is a person who is good at learning lessons. Since Kakashi lost to Shisui's illusion, Might Guy started by entering the 5th gate of the current normal limit 8 gates. After opening the 5th gate, the chakra in Might Guy's body was already very violent. Not to mention other people trying to control it. Might Guy himself couldn't control it. He could only use the simplest physical enhancement, which was to condense chakra in a certain part. However, Might Guy did not immediately enter the rock-breathing chakra mode after opening the Duman. At present, his physical strength is not enough. Using 2 abilities together will cause his body to be injured due to excessive pressure. Might Guy tries not to use it if he can. Konoha Big Tornado. Might Guy condensed a large amount of chakra on his feet and kicked a whirlwind kick towards Shisui. Shisui gathered chakra in his eyes and opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan. After capturing Might Guy's movements, he dodged and threw a flaming shuriken at Might Guy. Konoha hand knife. Might Guy's attack missed and he chopped out a transparent energy to explode Shisui's flaming shuriken. Shisui looked at Might Guy, and the chakra in his blood-red Sharingan activated, and tried to use illusion on Might Guy. Konoha strong tornado. As Shisui expected, his illusion did not affect Might Guy, and Might Guy rushed towards him with a stronger force. Fire style, great fireball technique. Shisui quickly formed a seal and spit out a huge fireball to force Might Guy back. With this difficulty, even if you use ninja tools to strengthen it, it will not work. Let's try Obito's fighting style. Shisui was ready to give up using illusions. 5-gate Might Guy was not immune to illusions, or Shisui's illusions were not strong enough. It was much more difficult to freeze Might Guy for a moment than Kakashi. Shisui changed his breathing rhythm, and his breath of fire became more concentrated. Although Obito failed, it does not mean that this tactic is not feasible. Because Might Guy is afraid of his illusion, he will push the 8 gates to the limit, and now Might Guy will generally only use the rock-breathing chakra mode at the 4th gate. Although Might Guy will definitely use it directly when he is anxious, before Might Guy is anxious, this part of the interval is Shisui's only chance to win. When Might Guy rushed again, Shisui no longer dodged or used ninjutsu defense, but instead pushed his breathing to the extreme and entered the flame-breathing chakra mode, and the chakra in his body burned rapidly. Fire style, Konoha whirlwind. Shisui condensed chakra in his legs and fiercely kicked the tornado kick with high-temperature flames at the attacking Might Guy. Bang! Exclamation mark. Read the correct version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar. First published this novel. Shisui retreated violently and was instantly knocked back 8 meters by Might Guy's powerful force, while Might Guy only retreated slightly. Shisui's fire ninjutsu seems to be much weaker than Obito's. Might Guy felt his feet getting hot and thought, in the last fight with Obito, he was slightly hurt even though he had the rock-breathing chakra mode to enhance his defense and the chakra protection. This time, because he didn't have the rock-breathing chakra mode, he used a little more chakra, and as a result, Shisui's fire ninjutsu was weaker than he thought. Might Guy thought it was okay, because fire ninjutsu is a skill that can only be used after the flame-breathing chakra mode is mastered. Shisui's mastery time is too short, so it's normal that he is not as good as Obito. Might Guy kept this discovery in mind, but he still didn't underestimate Shisui. Shisui's fire ninjutsu in the flame-breathing chakra mode is not weak, and Shisui still has the armament color secret technique that he didn't use. Fire ninjutsu? Phoenix Claw Red. Shisui spit out flames and threw out shuriken. After the shuriken passed through the flames, the sharp edge was stained with flames, like a small fireball. Shisui seemed to have given up the physical contest with Might Guy and used fire ninjutsu again at a distance. Swoosh! Might Guy continued to release chakra and sprinted on the field to dodge the incoming attacks, while constantly closing the distance with Shisui to look for opportunities. The power of the Phoenix Claw Red is much greater than that of the ordinary Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Even Might Guy, who has entered the rock-breathing chakra mode, will not take it head-on. Rock-breathing, full concentration. Konoha Grunt Cyclone Extreme. Might Guy concentrated his breathing to the critical point before entering the rock-breathing chakra mode, and improved his physical ability as much as possible. He seized the flaw of Shisui's attack and condensed a huge amount of chakra on his legs and kicked toward Shisui. Although the flame breathing releases the fire style very quickly, at this distance, Shisui does not have time to release the powerful fire style such as the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb or the Entei. The opportunity has come, Shisui thought to himself when he saw Might Guy being fooled. Shisui has been acting since he entered the flame-breathing chakra mode. His fire-style ninjutsu is indeed not as good as Obito's, but it is not as bad as he just showed, because the core of the fire-style ninjutsu he mastered is to compress the flame, and Shisui is very proficient in this technique. Shisui took advantage of Might Guy's unfamiliarity with fire-style and fire-style ninjutsu to mislead him. Of course, this alone was not enough for Shisui to say it was an opportunity, because he did not act too exaggeratedly. Even if he used his full power fire-style ninjutsu, he would not be much stronger. After all, if he was too weak, Might Guy would definitely be suspicious. Shisui also had a hidden trick, which was the armament hockey secret technique strengthened by the bent spoon. As the first disciple to master the armament hockey secret technique, It was a consensus among Muyu's disciples that Shisui's armament haki was the strongest, and they would be on guard in battle. Moreover, because he had just left the battlefield not long ago, they were also very clear about Shisui's specific armament haki strength. The hidden power of fire-style ninjutsu plus the unexpected armament haki. This was the opportunity Shisui had been waiting for. This was Shisui's only chance. The consumption of the flame-breathing chakra mode, the consumption of armament haki, and the consumption of the bent spoon meant that if he didn't win this fire-style ninjutsu, he would lose. Fire-style, flame impact. Hot flames burst out from Shisui's body, and most of the flames were concentrated on Shisui's shoulders, and then the dark armament haki covered Shisui's shoulders again. Boom! Exclamation mark bang, bang, bang! Exclamation mark. The collision between Might Guy's extreme force whirlwind and Shisui's full-strength fire ninjutsu instantly caused a violent explosion. The powerful force of the two broke the ground they were standing on, and gravel and mud flew all over the sky, and dust filled the air. The disciples watching the battle looked at the battlefield in surprise. They thought it would be a battle without suspense. Why didn't Kai use the rock-breathing chakra mode? Obito couldn't help but complain. Might Guy only needed to enter the rock-breathing chakra mode to sweep Shisui, but Might Guy just didn't use it. When fighting him, Might Guy entered the rock-breathing chakra mode at the beginning of the battle. Shisui's camouflage ability is too strong, and Kai has completely fallen into his trap. Kakashi sighed. Because he was afraid of Shisui's illusion, Might Guy kept the 8 gates of the ninjutsu at the 5th gate. Then Shisui took the initiative to show weakness, making Might Guy think that he could end the battle without using the rock-breathing chakra mode. Because the 5 gates superimposed on the rock-breathing chakra mode would cause physical injury, Might Guy would naturally not easily enter the rock-breathing chakra mode. What a powerful iron mountain! The dust and smoke dissipated, and Might Guy lamely stood on the ground inside, while Shisui fell to the ground. At the moment he noticed something was wrong, Might Guy broke through the critical point and entered the rock-breathing chakra mode. With his strong defense and strength, he blocked Shisui's attack and counterattacked. It was just that his rock-breathing chakra mode did not have as many functions as other breathing methods. It was just a simple way to strengthen the body. If he changed to other breathing methods and chakra modes, he would probably not have time to use ninjutsu. It's really pure power. Shisui knew what it meant to break all laws with one force. No matter how he planned, whether it was the flame-breathing chakra mode or the armament haki secret technique, Might Guy broke it with one kick. The gap in hard power is too big. Kakashi shook his head. Now Shisui's hard power should be ranked second, slightly higher than him and Obito, but not much more. Might Guy, who is in the first place, has already opened up a long distance from them. Kakashi felt that if Might Guy's body was stronger, and he normalized the 6 gates and the rock-breathing chakra mode, I am afraid that even Mr. Chen, the strongest physical skill in Konoha, would probably lose to Might Guy. Akai wins. Muyu announced the final result and began to treat Shisui and Might Guy. Alas, destroy it. Who invented the test paper? The civil war ended, and Obito felt painful when he thought about the punishment he would face next, thinking that if his strength did not improve in 3 months, he would have to suffer like this. Obito's motivation for training suddenly came up. He must master the armament haki secret technique before the next civil war. Those injured in the battle should take a good rest. Don't rush to practice. No Harlan gently reminded, and then continued her Jonin special training. No Harlan now doesn't think about having the strength to participate in the disciple civil war. Even Obito and Kakashi, who were eliminated in the first round, can easily beat her. No Harlan now just wants to complete the training and pass the Jonin assessment to become a Jonin. Kakashi rested for a while and then asked Muyu about the feasibility of his transparent world training plan. After all, the breathing method was developed by Muyu, and the person who knows the transparent world best must be Muyu. Otherwise, practicing randomly without progress is small, but if something goes wrong, it will be troublesome. You can try it. Muyu thought for a while and replied. In the Demon Slayer world, the transparent world is a realm. As long as you reach it, the ability is the same. there will be no difference. The final combat effectiveness depends on the other abilities and physical fitness of the person. Muyu initially thought that the localized transparent world was similar to the Demon Slayer world, except that there is an additional one that can strengthen chakra control. But after he obtained the second perfect breathing method, the transparent world did undergo some changes. The external perception range increased, the perception became more detailed, and the internal chakra fine operation became stronger. Later, Muyu tried to use the transparent world more to train the transparent world. I don't know whether it was because Muyu's transparent world was already strong enough or there was something wrong with the method, but the effect was almost zero. In any case, Muyu was sure that the transparent world could continue to become stronger. What they had to do next was to make various attempts. Kakashi, who got the affirmation, walked in front of Shisui, whose injury had healed. "Shisui, do you have time now? I want to ask you to help verify an idea," Kakashi asked. After being affirmed by Muyu, Kakashi thought more and more that his idea was feasible. When Shisui used him to practice illusion, Shisui's illusion could be improved, and Kakashi could also improve the transparent world. At the very least, he could also improve his experience in removing illusions, and no one would waste each other's time. Shisui, who was replaying the battle in his mind, stopped to think and nodded. "It's fine as long as it doesn't take too long." After all, Shisui himself also needs to practice, and it's impossible for him to help Kakashi test all the time. It won't waste too much of your time, and you can also practice illusions during this process. Kakashi simply told Shisui his thoughts. In this training, Kakashi not only has to maintain the state of the transparent world throughout the whole process, but also has to be attacked by Shisui's illusions. This more radical training must not last too long, otherwise Kakashi's body will not be able to bear it. Continuously using illusions to attack you in the transparent world. Shisui made a thoughtful expression. "Do you want an illusion of the same strength as during the Civil War, or a stronger one?" Shisui asked. The duration of a single chakra input of the bent spoon is 10 minutes, and the duration of each input is calculated separately. If Shisui recovers and inputs at the same time, he can use an illusion that is much stronger than in actual combat. "Shisui, you didn't use your full strength in the battle just now?" Kakashi was a little surprised and couldn't help but answer Shisui's question with a question. This was something he had not expected. After all, based on Shisui's performance in the Civil War, his illusions had already made great progress. "That's not the case. I have a ninja tool. Inputting chakra can enhance the power of the user's Yin-Tun ninjutsu. If it's not a real battle, you can input as much chakra as possible to get a higher increase." Shisui took out the curved spoon and explained. Shisui would naturally not deliberately conceal information from his companions who were with him day and night. A ninja tool that enhances Yin-Tun ninjutsu. Kakashi instantly understood why Shisui's performance during the Civil War was different from usual. Sometimes it seems that no ninjutsu is used but chakra is gone because chakra is input into the ninja tool. "Let's test it with the intensity during the Civil War first." Kakashi thought for a while and replied. He decided to take it slowly to avoid problems with the high intensity at the beginning. Shisui nodded and condensed chakra in his eyes, while injecting chakra into the curved spoon. Finally, he looked at Kakashi who had entered the transparent world and cast an illusion on him, while Kakashi removed it at the fastest speed. The two repeated the cycle until they were tired, then rested and practiced other things. Obito noticed the unusual behavior of the two and couldn't help muttering, "When did Shisui and Kakashi get along so well?" The two of them did nothing but stared at each other. Obito didn't understand nor object. He still had to be busy practicing the armament color secret technique. After the afternoon, Muyu first went to Tsunade's house to cook a meal for Tsunade, and also cooked for Kushina and Minato, and then sent the shadow clone to Minato. After dinner, Muyu returned home to complete the training plan for the Anbu. The training will officially start in 5 days. He has to organize the projects to be taught and develop the ninjutsu that has not been developed yet. The most core teaching project is the dark calling method and the advanced secret technique of dark calling method. This will be the key skill to be taught. and Miyu will use it to brush the class rewards related to the breathing method. The advanced secret technique of dark calling method is actually a burst skill of dark calling method developed by Miyu with reference to the principle of the stripes. The effect is to consume a certain amount of chakra to enhance one's own ability, and there will be a significant improvement in strength, speed, etc. Miyu named it dark burning technique. Although its strength is not at the same level as its original body, the advantage of dark burning technique is that it is easy to practice. You should know that Miyu has taught Kakashi and others for so long, and currently only 3 disciples are able to open the corresponding chakra mode, so its difficulty can be seen. The second is the nature change. Miyu has developed 5D level 5 nature ninjutsu for teaching before, and later developed an upgraded version of C-level ninjutsu. This time, Miyu is going to develop all the B-level versions and teach them to the Anbu. At present, Miyu has completed the development of the fire-style fireball C technique, the wind-style vacuum slash, and the water-style water torrent. Only the 2 nature changes of the earth mine have not been carried out. The main reason is that Miyu's nature change level of the thunder and earth ninjutsu is a little worse than the other 2, so there are fewer ideas. In the end, Miyu decided to learn from the pseudo-darkness of the thunder style and the earth style from the earth spear, and make progress on the experience of predecessors. 2 days before the training officially started, Miyu completed the development of all ninjutsu and the formulation of specific teaching plans. P.S. Today is a 2-in-1 chapter with 8K words. I have been staying up lately and have been exhausted. Staying up late every day. I will try my best to adjust myself. I should continue to update a lot next month. If I don't adjust my body, I may not be able to hold on. Chapter 478, a mission concerning Konoha's future. The first day of the second phase of the Anbu training. When Miyu arrived at the training ground, all the 40 Anbu ninjas and root ninjas who were to receive training had arrived and were waiting for class. Miyu walked up to the ninjas and used the identification to look at everyone as usual. Some ninjas also looked at Miyu with curiosity. Although Miyu was only appointed as the team leader a few days ago and had never served in the Anbu before, Miyu was already known to everyone in the Anbu before he became famous on the battlefield. On the one hand, the 15 Anbu who were trained praised Miyu very much in their words, and on the other hand, it was because of Miyu's identity as the developer of the dark calling method. Since the dark calling method is very practical and there is no learning threshold, Sarutobi Hiruzen really wants all Anbu ninjas to learn it. However, since there is no ninja in the Anbu who can be said to be proficient in the dark calling method, the promotion work is generally not going well, and only a few ninjas with good talents have learned it. But Sarutobi Hiruzen's action to promote the dark calling method did make all Anbu remember the name Hanyu Miyu. I'm Hanyu Miyu, the person in charge of this training. Miyu introduced herself first. Today's training will be divided into 2 groups. Those who participated in the previous training will stand on the right to form a new team. The rest of you should stay where you are. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were promoting the dark calling technique, the ninjas who received the training basically had some progress in the dark calling technique, but most of them had very low proficiency, which was not much different from not having learned it. For those ninjas who have already mastered the dark calling technique or even reached the proficient level, Miyu certainly couldn't let them learn the previous content together with the new round of trainees. After all, the ninjas present were all Anbu and root ninjas, and they acted quickly. They immediately executed Miyu's instructions and divided into 2 teams and stood in line. Coincidentally, there were exactly 20 people in each team, and the number of people in the 2 teams was equal. Shadow clone technique. Miyu made a seal to separate a shadow clone, and let the shadow clone take the ninjas who had already learned the dark calling technique to a slightly farther place to ensure that they would not interfere with each other. The last time Miyu trained, he almost didn't have any classes on the first day, because at that time, Miyu wasted a lot of time practicing battles with all the training ninjas in order to establish his authority. This time, Miyu didn't have to go through so much trouble, and he could teach normally on the first day. Although his reputation is not as good as that of the 3 ninjas who are candidates for Hokage, He can be said to be a well-known Konoha strongman in the ninja world. It is impossible that no one in the Anbu doesn't know his strength. You should all know the dark calling method, Muyu said. This is something that was mentioned in the information given to him by the Anbu, not something Muyu inferred based on the identification panel. The ninjas all nodded in affirmation. Then I will skip some basic introductions and start teaching the specific content directly, Muyu continued. After seeing that no one had any objections, Muyu began to teach formally from the most basic breathing posture. Maintaining a specific posture for breathing can help you become familiar with the breathing rhythm of the dark calling method more quickly, and the breathing rhythm is one of the core of the dark calling method, Muyu reminded. Both the Anbu ninjas and the root ninjas listened attentively. After 2 hours, they had to admit that the legend of Muyu that was circulated in the Anbu was not exaggerated. Muyu was really good at teaching people, as expected of the developer of the dark calling. No wonder Tabata and the others admired Captain Hanyu so much. And Anbu ninja couldn't help but sigh in his heart. When Sarutobi Hiruzen promoted the dark calling in the Anbu, he found a few Anbu who practiced the dark calling best to teach them. But after being taught by Muyu, he found that there was no way to compare the two. The gap was too big. Muyu's lectures were not only simple and easy to understand, but also often pointed out the core problems when they were practicing and helped them solve them quickly. In just 2 hours, the Anbu ninjas had understood several problems that they had not figured out before. Next, take a 15-minute break, Muyu said, leaving a shadow clone and going to another team. Although the shadow clone's understanding of the dark calling was the same as the original body, the shadow clone did not teach the skill blessing. Muyu prepared to teach in an even-handed manner, teaching any team for 2 hours or half a day, and then teaching another team for the same amount of time, so that all ninjas can enjoy the blessing of teaching skills. After the rest time, Muyu's real body began to instruct the old students team. When the shadow clone instructed the old students team, he did not start teaching the dark burning technique, but took them to practice the dark calling technique to warm up for the next teaching by Muyu's real body. Next, you will learn the advanced move of the dark calling technique, the dark burning technique, Muyu said directly without any nonsense. Unlike the breathing method chakra mode, the dark burning technique does not require a high level of proficiency. Even the dark calling technique below the proficiency level can be successfully practiced, but it is more difficult. The ninjas below were a little surprised. Their initial idea was to improve the dark calling technique in this training, but they did not expect that there would be advanced moves to learn this time. The dark burning technique can consume the chakra in the body to greatly enhance your strength and speed. You can regard it as a temporary amplification of the effect of the dark calling technique, Muyu explained. The Anbu ninjas all showed their anticipation. Although Muyu introduced it plainly, the dark calling technique can improve explosive power. If it is magnified, it will be even stronger. Muyu successfully aroused the desire of all the old students to learn with just 2 sentences. They wanted to learn the dark burning technique immediately to try to enhance the effect. Try to make your breathing as extreme as possible, but don't mess it up. After completing the preparation, Muyu began to teach formally. Although this so-called dark burning technique was only developed not long ago, the essence of the dark burning technique is the deterioration of the breathing method chakra mode, and it is still as smooth as the dark calling technique. The original dark breathing is already powerful enough, and with this dark burning technique, it really developed a secret technique that is enough for the ninja clan to gain a foothold in the ninja world. Sarutobi Shinji sighed in his heart. He felt that if Muyu's dark calling technique and dark burning technique were passed down as family secrets and developed smoothly, after more than 100 years, there might be another powerful Hanyu clan in the ninja world. Fortunately, I was chosen again, otherwise I would have suffered a great loss, Tabata Kenji said in his heart. According to common sense, even if he didn't participate in the training, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who promoted the dark calling technique, would definitely give him the opportunity to learn the dark burning technique. But it's hard to say what the standards and requirements are, and without Muyu's teaching, it would be very difficult to learn. Complete an intermediate class, evaluation, awards, improved understanding of breathing techniques, dark calling technique +48, basic breathing +22, Thunder breathing +11. After the end of the day's class, the class rewards popped up on the panel. Muyu set his sights on the first item, the improvement of understanding of breathing techniques. The reason why he chose to brush up on breathing techniques was for this reward. This is a reward only for S-level evaluations in the intermediate class, which can increase his understanding of the essence of breathing techniques. After sorting out the knowledge in his mind, Muyu walked towards Tsunade's house. Just one class reward is not enough to make his breathing technique level improve. If he wants to develop the yang breathing that he envisions in his mind, he still needs to brush up on more class rewards. Root base. What did Muyu teach today? Is there any difference between root and anbu? How was the teaching? Shimura Danzo asked the root ninja who had just finished the training. Shimura Danzo was very dissatisfied with this training. Of course, it had nothing to do with Muyu. This dissatisfaction was directed at Sarutobi Hiruzen, because Sarutobi Hiruzen actually arranged 25 anbu to enter the training, while the root could only send 15 people to receive training like last time. Such an obvious double mark. Shimura Danzo certainly couldn't stand it. When he received the specific arrangement information, he rushed directly to the Hokage's office. Because he was quite angry, Shimura Danzo ignored some details this time. He was scolded by Sarutobi Hiruzen for not knocking when he entered the door. Later, he continued to target Shimura Danzo for some small problems, which made Shimura Danzo very unhappy. What made Shimura Danzo most unhappy was that he had already asked Sarutobi Hiruzen, but Sarutobi Hiruzen still did not increase the number of root members to be trained. Sarutobi Hiruzen's reason was really something Shimura Danzo could not refute. The root is a subordinate organization of the Anbu. The Anbu only has 25 members. Why should the root agree with the Anbu? Sarutobi Hiruzen said. What else could Shimura Danzo say? He could only say that you will regret it, and then slammed the door and walked out. Teacher Muyu taught the dark calling technique and the corresponding advanced move dark burning technique today. There is no difference in the learning content between the root and the Anbu. Teacher Muyu still teaches very well as usual. The root ninja answered the questions one by one. Shimura Danzo nodded slightly, and asked some more details to make sure there were no problems before letting the Anbu ninja leave. Hiruzen, you have changed. It turned out that I made the right choice not to tell you the news of the wood release ninja. Thinking of the anger he suffered in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo couldn't help but curse inwardly. In the past, Shimura Danzo had also considered whether to tell Sarutobi Hiruzen about the existence of the wood release ninja, so that the wood release ninja could be trained to the maximum extent. Wood escape is a special existence for Konoha. Many Konoha ninjas believe that no matter what bloodline limit is not as good as wood escape. The strongest ninjutsu is wood escape ninjutsu. Because Konoha has only had one wood escape ninjutsu since its establishment until today, that is the first generation Hokage Senju Hashirama, who is known as the god of ninja. This can't help but give people endless reverie. Perhaps as long as it is a wood escape ninjutsu, it can reach the height of the god of ninja. A slightly more rational person will also be misjudged by the terrifying power of Senju Hashirama in the past, thinking that even if it can't reach the height of Senju Hashirama, it should be 2/3 or 1/2. Now Shimura Danzo has completely given up the idea of sharing information with Sarutobi Hiruzen, because Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely use various reasons to snatch the wood escape ninjutsu from the root and not return it. Shimura Danzo will never let this happen. He doesn't simply want to strengthen the power of the root, but for Konoha, because Shimura Danzo thought that only the root could cultivate the strongest wood-style ninja, and if the wood-style ninja went to Sarutobi Hiruzen, he would not be able to tap into his own strength, which would be a pity for the entire Konoha. It's time to check his training. Shimura Danzo took two root confidants to a secret place near Konoha. The wood-style ninja owned by Shimura Danzo was actually the only one who succeeded in Orochimaru's Hashirama cell experiment, but because of an unexpected factor, Orochimaru thought that all the members had failed, and Shimura Danzo found out. Arranging the wood-style ninja outside the village is not only to prevent Sarutobi Hiruzen from discovering it, but also to prevent Orochimaru from discovering it and asking for the wood-style ninja back. Although Shimura Danzo thought that someone like Orochimaru would not remember what his former experimental body looked like, it's better to be safe than sorry. Danzo-sama, Yamato shouted respectfully when he saw Shimura Danzo. Well, show me your strongest wood-style ninjutsu. Shimura Danzo nodded lightly and ordered. Although Shimura Danzo does not know wood release, he has the wood release ninjutsu information left by Senju Hashirama. Shimura Danzo mainly teaches Yamato chakra control techniques and various assassination techniques. Yamato made a seal with a serious look on his face and then condensed chakra to transform it into wood release chakra to launch ninjutsu. Under the effect of Yamato's wood release chakra, a tender bud broke out of the ground and grew rapidly into a tree slightly taller than Shimura Danzo. After releasing the ninjutsu, Yamato looked at Shimura Danzo with expectation. Shimura Danzo frowned slightly. Isn't this the same as before? AKA, have you not been practicing seriously during this period? Shimura Danzo had sent multiple root ninjas to keep an eye on Yamato, and every day they reported Yamato's actions and whether there were any suspicious people nearby. According to the report, Yamato was training according to his plan every day, but based on Yamato's performance, Shimura Danzo felt that Yamato might be pretending and not practicing seriously. Yamato held the corner of his clothes with his hands hanging down, his face a little nervous, and explained, "No, I didn't slack off. Lord Danzo, please look carefully. It's actually 5 centimeters higher than before." He had practiced not long ago, and he was sure that he had improved a little compared to the last time Shimura Danzo came. Until Shimura Danzo spoke, Yamato thought that he was waiting for praise. You are the elite of the root. Your goal is to surpass Hanyu Muzuki, the most perfect work of the root at present. You have only made this little progress in 2 weeks. Are you worthy of my training and expectations of you? Shimura Danzo said sternly. Shimura Danzo, who had seen the first generation Hokage wave his hand and a large forest appeared, of course, would not be satisfied with Yamato's 5 centimeters of progress. In his opinion, this was not progress at all, but only a proof that Yamato did not practice seriously. Yamato opened his mouth to explain, but finally lowered his head when he saw Shimura Danzo's stern face. Danzo, I'm sorry. Although he felt that he had practiced seriously, Danzo, who saved him, said that he did not practice seriously. Maybe he was lazy when he was not paying attention. It's good that you know the mistake. As long as you practice according to my arrangement, you will definitely become the strongest ninja in the root. No, the strongest ninja in Konoha and even the entire ninja world. Shimura Danzo subconsciously triggered the Pioneskai combo. Yamato nodded blankly. In fact, he didn't know what the strongest ninja in the root and the strongest ninja in the ninja world meant, but he felt that what Danzo said should be the right thing to do. But I can understand your hard work. Haven't you eaten yet? I brought you some food. Shimura Danzo touched Yamato's head and asked his men to take out 2 dinners. Yamato's eyes, which were originally a little dim, brightened up again. Well, thank you, Danzo. During the meal, Shimura Danzo became much kinder. He didn't say anything harsh to Yamato, but instead cared about Yamato's life. After dinner, Shimura Danzo patted Yamato on the shoulder and said, no matter what, I hope you will practice seriously. This is not for me, but for yourself, for the root in Konoha. Yamato nodded heavily. I will definitely not let you down, Master Danzo. Shimura Danzo put on a kind smile, touched Yamato's head, and turned back to Konoha with his men. After walking a distance, Shimura Danzo's kind expression disappeared and returned to his usual coldness. As the leader of the root, Shimura Danzo knows how to train his men. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9 plus book bar released this novel, not to mention a child like Yamato who is less than 10 years old. Shimura Danzo has the confidence to train an adult ninja into a die-hard root in 5 years. Even a wood-release ninja needs enough time to accumulate strength. Shimura Danzo showed a thoughtful look. Yamato grew slower than he thought. Although he can be called a genius, he is not as outstanding as he imagined. Or is it because there is no suitable teacher? Shimura Danzo quickly had 2 ideas in his mind. The best plan is of course to directly resurrect Senju Hashirama and then teach Yamato. Senju Hashirama is not only the god of ninja but also the strongest wood-release ninja. He is the most suitable teacher for Yamato. Shimura Danzo quickly eliminated the idea and put all his thinking power into another idea. There is no other reason. This is too outrageous. It is simply something that cannot be thought of too much. Impure world reincarnation, a forbidden technique related to the dead, is a taboo in Konoha. The candidate is Senju Hashirama, the founder of Konoha. If Shimura Danzo really dares to do this, then he will disappear the next day. If it is Muyu, it should also speed up Jia's growth. Shimura Danzo thought, Muyu's teaching ability is very strong, so strong that Sarutobi Hiruzen would worry about Muyu's safety and always refused Shimura Danzo's suggestion to let Muyu go to the battlefield. The performance of Muyu's disciples on the battlefield proved Muyu's ability to teach disciples. The performance of the 5 disciples including Nohara Rin can be called genius. If we let Jia enter Konoha, the danger will increase. Shimura Danzo began to weigh the pros and cons in his mind. Yamato actually has an identity in Konoha. Shimura Danzo helped Yamato get a ninja identity. Yamato is a genuine Konoha ninja, not an illegal ninja. The danger that Shimura Danzo said was not that Yamato would encounter danger, but that Yamato's identity as a wood-release ninja was exposed and was taken away by Sarutobi Hiruzen, which would be dangerous for the route. There should be no problem if we make a corresponding plan. Shimura Danzo decided to bring Yamato into Konoha after careful consideration. After Shimura Danzo repeatedly tested him, he was sure that Muyu was extremely loyal to him. With the loyal Muyu around, plus his root power, Yamato was actually difficult to be discovered. Shimura Danzo was a man with strong action. After confirming his idea, he sent his most trusted subordinate to bring Yamato into Konoha the next day, and then called Muyu to the route base at night. Danzo-sama, Muyu greeted with respect. This time before Muyu arrived at the route, he was a little bit unsure of what Shimura Danzo wanted him to do, because he obviously already had an important task that took up most of his time, and he had no time to do other things. But before arriving at the route base, after scanning the entire route base with his Byakugan, Muyu had a little guess, but he was not very sure. Seeing Muyu's respectful expression that had remained the same for decades, Shimura Danzo was very satisfied. I have a very important task to entrust to you, which concerns the future of Konoha, Shimura Danzo said in a deep voice. As the second wood-release ninja after Hashirama Senju, Shimura Danzo believed that Yamato was as important as the tailed beast. I am willing to give everything for the future of Konoha, Muyu said without hesitation. I will immediately ask the Shadow Clone and the Sandaime to cancel the training mission. After that, Muyu directly formed a seal to create a Shadow Clone, and the Shadow Clone immediately ran towards the door, as if it couldn't wait to rush to the Hokage building. Shimura Danzo's eyelids twitched violently. If Muyu suddenly told Sarutobi Hiruzen that she would not do the mission, given Sarutobi Hiruzen's concern for Muyu, such an abnormal thing would definitely be investigated. If something was really found out at that time, it would be bad, and the route could not withstand the investigation. Muyu, you cancel the Shadow Clone. Listen to me first, don't be too anxious. Shimura Danzo hurriedly stopped him. While he was thinking, the Shadow Clone had already run out of the office. He was worried that if he didn't say anything, the Shadow Clone would run out of the base and sprint towards the Hokage building. Muyu's mobility was too strong, so strong that it was a bit extreme. Danzo, don't you want to give me a mission that concerns the future of Konoha? If I don't finish this training mission, I won't have time to carry out your mission, Muyu asked in confusion while removing the Shadow Clone. Shimura Danzo is in a strange mood now. Although what Muyu did is not good for him, he is very relieved in his heart. He even used the Shadow Clone to find Hiruzen to finish the mission. After listening to my words, Shimura Danzo felt that every move of Muyu now exuded loyalty. Ahem. Shimura Danzo coughed twice and explained, although this mission is very important, it doesn't take up too much of your time at this stage. Just carry out the training mission normally. Muyu made an expression of sudden enlightenment, and then stood there honestly. This time your mission is to teach the wood release ninja of the root. Shimura Danzo stopped being a riddle man and said the specific mission. Muyu looked at Shimura Danzo with a shocked face, as if he had heard something incredible. Shimura Danzo couldn't help but smile smugly. No Konoha ninja would not be surprised to hear this news. You are the best ninja I have trained since the establishment of the root. I think you are capable of taking on the responsibility of teaching wood release ninja, Shimura Danzo said with a look of approval. Shimura Danzo felt that Muyu's loyalty to him should have reached its peak at this moment. After all, he even entrusted Muyu with such an important existence as wood release ninja. Muyu cooperated with a grateful look, thinking that Shimura Danzo was really thick-skinned. From Shimura Danzo's perspective, his current strength should be the credit of Sarutobi Hiruzen, but Shimura Danzo still said such words without blushing or beating his heart. Then Shimura Danzo walked out of the office to the next room and brought Yamato to the office. This is the person you will teach next. His code name is Dot. Shimura Danzo introduced. Yamato has no name in Shimura Danzo's place, only a code name. On the one hand, Shimura Danzo really didn't know Yamato's name, and more importantly, Shimura Danzo wanted to use this method to make Yamato regard the root as everything to him and the root code name as his name. Otherwise, couldn't Danzo Shimura just help pick a name for him? He is the Hanyu Muyu I told you about before, the most perfect ninja in the root. Danzo Shimura looked at Yamato and said, he had told Yamato about some of Muyu's deeds, and asked Yamato to strive to surpass Muyu. Yamato looked up at Muyu blankly, and Muyu also looked at Yamato and smiled. So bright, Yamato felt that Muyu's smile and golden hair like the rising sun seemed to make this somewhat dim office brighter. The bright and warm feeling made Yamato unable to help but like Muyu, even though it was the first day he saw Muyu. But unfortunately, the light soon left Yamato, because Danzo Shimura immediately asked the root ninja to take him to the next room. This teaching will be conducted in secret. I will arrange for him to live in a remote place in the southern suburbs of Konoha. When the time comes, you can teach him in the nearest training ground. You can decide the teaching time and specific teaching projects yourself. Danzo Shimura continued to talk about his arrangements for Yamato. Since Muyu was to teach Yamato, Shimura Danzo would not interfere in teaching related matters. After all, Muyu was really authoritative in this regard. What Shimura Danzo had to do was to keep secrets to ensure that Yamato's identity as a wood release ninja would not be exposed to Sarutobi Hiruzen. I will definitely live up to the trust of Lord Danzo, Muyu said sincerely. After talking about the mission, Shimura Danzo gave Muyu a lot of wood release ninjutsu information and practice experience, and asked Muyu to help Yamato plan the best study plan. The last thing was to give benefits. For the loyal Muyu, Shimura Danzo certainly could not miss his benefits. What if he was poached by Sarutobi Hiruzen or Orochimaru? First of all, Shimura Danzo said that he would transfer his authority in the root ninja to the level of squad leader, and he was not an ordinary squad leader. Ordinary squad leaders could only mobilize the ninjas of their own squad, while Muyu could mobilize all root ninjas below the squad leader. However, since Muyu no longer belonged to the root name, Shimura Danzo could not directly arrange Muyu in the root organization, but gave a verbal order. Shimura Danzo has a good calculation. If Muyu has second thoughts in the future, he can say one word and Muyu's rights will be gone. Apart from the position, the rest are money, secret medicine and ninjutsu. Muyu calculated and found that the most meaningful thing to him was the wood release ninjutsu in the teaching materials. The other root authority was empty. Although Muyu has a skilled wood release, he has not learned any wood release ninjutsu yet. Name: Yamato. Chakra: 12,000. Potential: S. Hashirama cells plus basic talent. Skills: wood release. Entry level: 400-2500. Earth attribute chakra property change. Proficient level: 203,000ths. Water attribute chakra property change. Proficient level. On the way home, Muyu recalled the panel of Yamato in this world. It may be because he has not practiced for a long time, except for the chakra and potential value on Yamato's panel. The skills are simply terrible. If there is another vacancy, it would be a good choice. Muyu thought, Yamato is a useless kid who has not grown up to Shimura Danzo, but to Muyu, he is a rough jade that needs to be carved. Due to the system's reward mechanism, Muyu believes that the younger the disciple, the greater the benefit of accepting a disciple, and Yamato is actually the difference in strength is actually a good thing for Muyu. The only pity is that Muyu does not have a quota for a disciple now. The system has restricted the quota for disciples. It has been nearly 3 years since Muyu crossed over, and he has only obtained a quota for a disciple once. Muyu doesn't even know if he can get a quota for a disciple again in the future. After returning home, Muyu hadn't studied the breathing of the yang for long when Minato knocked on his door. "I can confirm the time of the battle. There is plenty of time tomorrow afternoon," Minato said a little embarrassedly. He said that day that he might be busy for a few days, but he ended up being busy for almost 10 days. "If it's Sunday, there's no problem on my side." Muyu thought for a moment and replied, then brought the poured tea to Minato. "Training is not every day." "Yes, there are only 6 training days a week, no training on Sundays." "Well, then, you will decide on the venue." Muyu. Minato took a sip of tea. Muyu nodded to indicate that it was no problem. "Minato, if you don't mind, I will choose the place where I usually teach my disciples, and my disciples will watch from the side." Watching the strong fight is good for cultivation. On the one hand, you can have a clear understanding of the higher level of strength, and on the other hand, you can learn the fighting methods of the stronger ones from the battle. It's okay, after all, most of them are also my disciples. Namikaze Minato felt even more embarrassed. He has been back for more than 10 days, and he has only visited Obito and the others 5 or 6 times, not even half the number of days. Namikaze Minato himself, "I couldn't hold it in any longer, so I decided to fulfill my teacher's responsibility after I was done with my work, and not let Muyu work alone." "The battle with the yellow flash is really exciting," Muyu teased. "The battle with Liang Muyu is also exciting," Minato said with a smile on his face. He was really looking forward to this battle. In order to make the battle more fair, Minato didn't even talk to Muyu about developing ninjutsu. His ninjutsu inspired by the tailed beast ball has reached the final stage, and it is only a little bit away from being successfully developed. P.S. I checked and found that Yamato was called Jia in the root, and his code name in the Anbu was Tenzo. The setting book said that the 3rd generation gave Yamato the name Yamato, but for the convenience of reading, I just wrote Yamato. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 479 Muyu vs Minato, the strongest battle in the new era of Konoha. Konoha Village, training ground number 22. 2 golden figures stood opposite each other, smiling at each other. Not far from them, several figures were looking at them expectantly. "Who do you think will win?" Obito couldn't help but turn his head and look at Kakashi and the others and asked. Muyu and Namikaze Minato are both his, Kakashi's and Nohara Rin's teachers. In the eyes of many Konoha ninjas, Namikaze Minato and Muyu are both among the strongest ninjas of the new generation of Konoha. Obito is very curious about the other disciples' predictions about the outcome of the battle. As a firm believer in Muyu, Obito is of course on Muyu's side. He believes that the omnipotent Muyu sage will not lose to anyone in a one-on-one battle, even though Obito once saw Namikaze Minato kill the Jonin like cutting grass. In a practice battle, it should be Muyu teacher who wins. Kakashi thought for a while and replied. As a common disciple of both, Kakashi knew their strengths very well. Although Minato Namikaze was very strong, he was only strong in superhuman speed. Apart from the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato Namikaze was not weak, but he was not that yellow flash. Muyu was strong in all aspects. Even if she lost a breathing method, a nature change, or a secret technique, it would not have much impact on Muyu. Muyu had too many methods. Muyu mastered 7 kinds of chakra nature changes, and was proficient in many 5-element ninjutsu. She also developed a series of powerful secret techniques such as breathing methods and armed color domineering. When Kakashi regarded Muyu as an imaginary enemy, he found that he could not find Muyu's weaknesses at all. Even if he knew all the secret information, he could not establish an advantage in the battle. Only absolute hard power can beat Muyu teacher. Kakashi thought in his heart. He believed that only the third-generation Hokage, the third-generation Tsuchikage, and the third-generation Raikage, who were extremely powerful ninjas, could beat Muyu. What if it is not a practice battle? Obito did not think that real combat would be much different from practice battles. If it's not a practice match, there might be no result. If Minato-sensei wants to leave, Muyu-sensei can't stop him. Kakashi replied, unless Minato and Muyu fight to the death. Even Muyu will find it difficult to kill a ninja who is proficient in Flying Thunder God. Obito thought about it carefully and it was true. I think it's Muyu-sensei, Shisui replied after recalling what he knew about Minato. Although the two are almost the same in terms of fame and achievements, Muyu has a low-key personality. Shisui believes that Muyu's strength cannot be measured by fame and achievements. Although they look alike, if I have to choose, it must be Muyu-sensei, Might Guy said with a big smile showing 2 rows of white teeth, and gave Muyu a thumbs up. I feel that Muyu-sensei should win, Nohara Rin said after thinking. Nohara Rin's idea is very simple. She thinks Muyu has the armed color domineering, and it is difficult for Minato Nimikase to hurt Muyu. And Muyu not only mastered Flying Thunder God, but also has a very strong thunder-breathing chakra mode, and her speed may not be worse than Minato Nimikase. In this comparison, Nohara Rin only felt that Muyu was a more comprehensive Nimikase Minato, and she must have felt that Muyu had a greater chance of winning. Everyone's ideas are similar, but Minato is also very good. Let's not cheer for Muyu teacher later, just watch. Obito reminded to prevent Nimikase Minato from being embarrassed. Kakashi looked at Obito speechlessly. Normal people shouldn't cheer for Minato in a practice match. Muyu and Nimikase Minato are still good friends. If someone really does this, it would be too embarrassing. What if someone does it? Obito was a little unconvinced. Kakashi ignored Obito and focused on the upcoming battle. Although it's a practice match, I hope you can go all out, Minato, and don't worry about me getting hurt and holding back, Muyu said. Although Minato is still growing, he is already very proficient in the Flying Thunder God technique and is a speed-specialized ninja. If Muyu can deal with Minato calmly, there will be no speed-type ninjas in the ninja world at this stage that he can't deal with. Even if you don't tell me, I will use my full strength. After all, you killed a Jinchuriki, Minato replied with a smile. Besides, Kushina is still watching. Although Kushina couldn't watch it on the spot, under her strong request, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was also interested in the battle between Muyu and Minato Nimikase, Kushina finally got the right to watch the battle with Sarutobi Hiruzen in the Hokage's office. The Hokage building is also within the barrier, which can prevent Kushina from being affected by the Nine-Tailed Chakra. At this time, Kushina was complaining to Sarutobi Hiruzen with a dissatisfied face. Why can I only see the screen without sound? Kushina looked at Muyu and Minato Nimikase on the screen, opening and closing their mouths to say something, and wanted to know what they were talking about and whether they mentioned her. This ninjutsu can only do this much, Sarutobi Hiruzen explained. It is not easy to monitor at such a long distance, and Kushina thought too well. Forget it, just watch it reluctantly. Seeing that the two stopped talking and seemed to be about to officially start the battle, Kushina stopped worrying about the details. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed slightly and turned his attention to Minato and Mutsuki in the crystal ball. If it weren't for Kushina's special status, Sarutobi Hiruzen really wanted to kick her out of the office. He used his ninjutsu and still had so many words. The battle begins. After Kakashi, who was acting as the referee, shouted, Mutsuki and Nimikase Minato immediately formed seals on the spot. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. As if they had agreed in advance, the two used Fire Dragon Flame Bomb together, and large pieces of flames spewed out from both sides' mouths. Whoosh! The distance between the two was quickly occupied by flames, burning all the debris, but the moment the flames collided, the sea of fire on Mutsuki's side quickly advanced towards Minato's side, and the flames spewed by Nimikase Minato were constantly engulfed by Mutsuki's flames. Even if she didn't use the breath of fire, Mutsuki was a person with a perfect level of fire attribute chakra nature change. Even if she held back, she was not something that Namikaze Minato's fire style could contend with. So Minato's fire style is so bad? Why does it feel like he is no match for Miyu? Kushina complained as she watched Minato being suppressed. Even she knew that the level of ninjutsu can be best seen in a confrontation of the same nature. It's not that Minato's fire style is bad, but Miyu's fire style is too strong, Sarutobi Hiruzen corrected. Sarutobi Hiruzen paid close attention to this gifted disciple. Minato's ninjutsu has always been good, and he learned all kinds of high-level ninjutsu very quickly. However, compared with Minato's Flying Thunder God talent, Minato's achievements in ninjutsu have become ordinary. The main reason why Minato performed so poorly was because his opponent was Miyu. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind, Miyu was a super ninjutsu genius who could inherit his legacy and even surpass him in the end. Minato was just testing intelligence. The key point that really determines the outcome is whether Miyu can deal with Minato's Flying Thunder God technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen analyzed. In his mind, the two were almost evenly matched. Although Miyu had many methods, Minato's highly skilled Flying Thunder God could restrain most ninjas. As Sarutobi Hiruzen expected, the next moment, Minato Namikaze, who reacted very quickly, immediately dodged and evacuated, and took out the Flying Thunder God kunai from his ninja tool bag. And Miyu also decisively chased after him. The two people who were originally fighting with ninjutsu disappeared in an instant. Bang! A crisp metal collision sound was heard, and when they reappeared, they had already collided with kunai in their hands. Feeling the vibration from the palm of his hand, Minato Namikaze narrowed his eyes and quickly dodged backwards along with the force. From the test just now, he could judge that Miyu was very powerful. He didn't know whether he used some kind of chakra technique or his physical strength was like this. It seems that Miyu's physical skills should not be simple. Thinking of this, Minato Namikaze prepared to use his best tactics. Swish! Exclamation mark. When retreating, Minato Namikaze threw out two kunai, one towards Miyu and one towards the back of Minato Namikaze. At this time, Miyu had already entered the state of transparent world. Even though Minato Namikaze's reaction speed was superhuman, his movements were still seen through by Miyu. Swish! Exclamation mark. Miyu quickly took out several shurikens from the ninja tool bag and threw them out. The shurikens with a cold light deflected the incoming Flying Thunder God kunai and continued to shoot at Minato Namikaze at a strange angle. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. After shooting the shurikens, Miyu only made a seal and spit out a large number of fireballs, with the shurikens in front and the fireballs behind, covering Minato in multiple levels and directions. When the shurikens were about to approach Minato within half a meter, whoosh! The next moment, Minato Namikaze disappeared from the spot. Before using the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato quietly released the Flying Thunder God kunai he had just taken out. Boom! Exclamation mark. The shurikens and fireballs fell on the ground where Minato had just stood, and the flames, explosions, and thick smoke covered that small area. At this time, Miyu also moved, because his transparent world saw Minato move to the Flying Thunder God kunai thrown to the back. Wind style, vacuum jade. Miyu quickly formed seals while running, and transparent chi rushed to the landing point of Minato. In an instant, Minato Namikaze, who had just escaped from danger, had to face Miyu's wind style again. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. Whoosh! This time Minato Namikaze did not waste any time. After throwing a Flying Thunder God kunai at Miyu, he immediately used Flying Thunder God to move to the Flying Thunder God kunai that was bounced away. The Flying Thunder God kunai was originally very close to Miyu, but because Miyu ran a distance, it was a safe distance again. But how could Miyu not have thought of this? Whoosh! At the moment when Minato Namikaze threw the Flying Thunder God kunai, Miyu also threw a Flying Thunder God kunai. Minato Namikaze's superhuman reaction and perception also immediately noticed Miyu's actions. He calmly threw the Flying Thunder God kunai in his hand, and then used the Flying Thunder God transfer again. Miyu observed everything, but he still used the Flying Thunder God technique to reach the ground where Minato just stood. Whoosh! Minato Namikaze, holding a blue chakra ball, suddenly appeared above Miyu, raised the blue chakra ball and smashed it towards Miyu's back. Miyu seemed to have eyes behind her, and turned around quickly in a very short time to smash the Rasengan in her hand. Boom! Exclamation mark as the two chakra balls collided, a huge explosion sounded, and the dazzling explosion light enveloped the two people, and the rising dust and smoke obscured their figures. This is too cool. How long do I have to wait before I can learn the Flying Thunder God technique? Looking at Miyu and Minato flashing back and forth, Obito widened his eyes. Minato's movements were too fast just now, and Obito didn't have time to see where Minato was, and Minato went to another position. Obito didn't even dare to think about what expression Nohara Rin would have if he was replaced by one of them. In terms of Flying Thunder God technique, Minato-sensei is still better. Kakashi was also dazzled by Minato's full-strength Flying Thunder God technique. No wonder Minato killed the Jonin so easily. Kakashi felt that if he didn't open the transparent world, he would probably be killed by Minato Namikaze in seconds. But when the light faded and the dust dissipated, only Miyu's figure and the big pit under his feet were left. The people watching the battle realized that Minato Namikaze had used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the place where he was attacked by the vacuum ball before. At this time, Minato Namikaze looked very embarrassed. His right hand, which had just used the Rasengan, couldn't help shaking, and part of his clothes were also damaged by the explosion. When people looked closely at Miyu standing in the same place, they found that Miyu's clothes were only stained with some dust and mud, and there was no sign of injury on his body. Obviously, Miyu won the previous confrontation. It seems that Minato can only be second. Miyu can block this. Seeing this, Kushina had already assumed that Minato had lost. In fact, Kushina didn't care who won or lost. After all, Minato Namikaze was her boyfriend, and Miyu was her good friend. No matter who won, she would be happy for the other party. Kushina was mainly curious about the result of the battle, and who had the stronger overall strength and was the strongest of the new generation of Konoha. In this case, Miyu is the undisputed strongest of the new generation. We have to make a sumptuous dinner to celebrate. Kushina imagined it and couldn't help swallowing her saliva, although she felt a little sorry for Minato. When Kushina thought about it, she found that it was good that Minato lost. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Kushina with a black line. Minato was thinking about Miyu's celebration banquet before he lost. But how sumptuous will this sumptuous dinner be? Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled the delicious food that night. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that he had taught Miyu ninjutsu after all, and he had contributed to Miyu becoming the strongest of the new generation. If there was a celebration banquet, he couldn't miss it. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly suppressed his thoughts and continued to watch the battle. He was actually influenced by Kushina. Minato hadn't lost yet, and the final result was still unknown. A greater chance of losing doesn't mean that he will definitely lose. Fortunately, I didn't go to Miyu to discuss the progress of ninjutsu, otherwise it would be a bit unfair to him. Namikaze Minato took a deep breath and thought. In the collision of chakra balls just now, Miyu's chakra ball was obviously more powerful than his, and Miyu's development progress was higher than his. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. The injured Minato did not call a halt to the battle, but threw out several shurikens to continue performing ninjutsu. He felt that he had not lost yet and there was still a possibility of winning. Under the effect of chakra, the shurikens thrown by Minato turned 3 into 6, and 6 into 12, and instantly turned into a black shuriken stabbing towards Miyu, like 1,000 arrows. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Miyu also threw out shurikens to perform ninjutsu. The shurikens like a rain of arrows collided with each other, and the sparks of large pieces of metal collision made a strange and beautiful scene appear naturally. Namikaze Minato didn't expect this ninjutsu to cause trouble to Miyu. His hope of winning was the Flying Thunder God Kunai that was submerged by the Phoenix Fire. With such intensive attacks, Miyu shouldn't have been able to see that he had left behind the Flying Thunder God Kunai. Namikaze Minato threw out other Flying Thunder God Kunai to distract Miyu's attention and confuse her. While running towards the flying thunder god kunai that was submerged by the phoenix fire, Miyu chased after Namikaze Minato while her eyes moved rapidly, as if she wanted to remember all the landing points of Namikaze Minato's flying thunder god. Perhaps because of the injury, the distance between Namikaze Minato and Miyu kept shortening. Namikaze Minato crossed the scorched land bombed by the phoenix fire, and Miyu chased after Namikaze Minato at a high speed, just passing by the scorched land. Spiral Flash Super Ronda Roaring Style 3. Namikaze Minato suddenly took out a flash bomb and a flying thunder god kunai from his ninja tool bag. He detonated the flash bomb and then threw the flying thunder god kunai to an irrelevant side, making Miyu mistakenly think that he was going to use flying thunder god to move to the side. Bang! The flash bomb exploded, and dazzling yellow lightning burst out. The world in Miyu's eyes turned yellow. When the sound of the kunai breaking through the air sounded, Namikaze Minato used the flying thunder god technique to silently come behind Miyu and raise the Azure Chakra ball again. How did Minato teacher get there? Doesn't the flying thunder god technique require an item with the flying thunder god technique to move? Obito looked puzzled. He remembered that there seemed to be no flying thunder god kunai where Miyu just stood. Seeing this scene, Obito subconsciously wanted to shout to Miyu teacher to be careful, but he held back because he thought it was a practice battle. When Minato teacher left with flying thunder god at the end, he took the opportunity to leave a flying thunder god kunai behind. Kakashi explained. In order to learn the battle between the two, Kakashi had been watching the battle with the transparent world open, noticing all the details of both sides. However, Kakashi didn't know whether Miyu had discovered it or not. In a battle, those involved are confused while those who are watching can see things more clearly. Moreover, he didn't know whether Miyu had opened the transparent world at that time. Sure enough, the flying thunder god kunai left here as a foreshadowing. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed an approving look on his face. Because he was watching the battle from a full perspective, Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed the flying thunder god kunai that was submerged by the attack at the beginning, which is why he always thought that the outcome of the battle was uncertain. The battle between ninjas is not a simple data comparison. Even a ninja with strong ninjutsu skills may not be able to win against a ninja weaker than him. There are too many factors that can affect the outcome of the battle, and combat wisdom is one of the big factors. But just when everyone was surprised by Minato Namikaze's flying thunder god kunai that reversed the situation, the reversal happened again. The moment Minato appeared, Miyu stabbed the hand holding the kunai backwards. Before Minato Namikaze's chakra ball touched Miyu, the sharp blade of Miyu's kunai had already reached Minato Namikaze's chest, at his heart. Chapter 480, Shisui Pokemon Hatching. So Miyu had already discovered this flying thunder god kunai? What a terrifying insight. Sarutobi Hiruzen was caught off guard by the sudden change in the battlefield. He thought Minato's plan was going to succeed, but he didn't expect Miyu to be playing a trick on him. We have to comfort Minato at Miyu's celebration party. Seeing that the battle was completely over, Kushina was already thinking about what dishes to have for the celebration party. Sure enough, Miyu is still stronger. Obito breathed a sigh of relief, and hurriedly recited several sentences in his heart that Miyu Sage was omnipotent to atone for his sins. He almost thought that the invincible Miyu Sage was going to fall over, which was a sin. Miyu Sage is really omnipotent. Minato is still a little bit behind. Kakashi sighed. He felt that sometimes not knowing the information was also a kind of happiness. If Miyu's opponents knew Miyu's information, it would be difficult for them to think of fighting him. Feeling the hard object on his chest, Namikaze Minato, who was holding the chakra ball, looked surprised. This was the first time he encountered such a situation after learning Flying Thunder God. The rhythm of the entire battle was controlled by Miyu, and even the hope that he thought he would win was just a trap set by Miyu. Miyu, you are so strong. Namikaze Minato dispersed his chakra and said sincerely. After being able to skillfully use Flying Thunder God, he rarely felt oppression from ninjas, but today, he felt pressure from Miyu. No matter what moves Namikaze Minato used, he did not cause any harm to Miyu, but Miyu could always see through his thoughts and actions. Before the battle, Namikaze Minato did not think that the Konoha ninjas said that they were the strongest new generation. After the battle, Namikaze Minato just wanted to tell them not to bring him along, because Miyu was stronger than him. Namikaze Minato was really confused by the rumors. Before the fight, he did not expect that he would be suppressed so much, and he was suppressed almost from beginning to end. Minato, your flying thunder god is really fast. In a real fight, I can't beat you so easily. Miyu took back the kunai and said with a smile. After fighting Minato Namikaze once, Miyu found that Minato Namikaze was indeed difficult to deal with. Unless Miyu directly used the thunder-breathing chakra mode at the beginning, then opened the transparent world and used the Byakugan, and then cooperated with the flying thunder god technique, otherwise Miyu might not be able to defeat Minato Namikaze. After all, Minato Namikaze is not stupid. After fighting for a while, he will definitely use Flying Thunder God to escape when he sees that the situation is not good. Minato Namikaze's set is very simple, that is, high proficiency Flying Thunder God plus God level reaction, but it is also really practical. People who are weaker than Minato Namikaze are easily killed by Minato Namikaze, especially when they don't know the intelligence. People who are stronger than Minato Namikaze are also difficult to kill Minato Namikaze, unless they are stronger than a certain limit. Minato's only shortcoming is the lack of effective high attack output means, even if the Rasengan is successfully developed, Minato can basically not beat the third Raikage, a ninja who is harder than a tortoiseshell, unless it is fully developed and the chakra nature change is added. The battle is over. Might Guy scratched his head and felt lonely, except for the beginning when Miyu and Namikaze Minato were fighting each other. He knew it clearly. After that, the two of them would dodge fiercely and then the winner would be decided. There is still a long way to go to become stronger, and we need to keep working hard. After watching the battle, Shisui was ready to return to the South Forest to practice. Even if he was defeated by Miyu, Namikaze Minato still had the strength to kill him in seconds. If he wanted to change the future of Uchiha and Miyu, he had to continue to become stronger, and as fast as possible. No one knew when the war that led to Miyu's death would come. The other disciples did not waste time and soon began their own practice. Miyu asked the shadow clone to instruct the disciples to practice, and then the main body used the palm fairy technique to heal Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato then discovered that Miyu's medical ninjutsu seemed to be very good. If he remembered correctly, Miyu seemed to have learned medical ninjutsu 2 years ago, and it was Jiraiya who introduced Miyu to Tsunade at that time. People really can't relax, they have to seize the time to practice in their spare time outside of the mission. Namikaze Minato thought to himself, Miyu and he are of the same age, but Miyu can develop in many aspects while ensuring that every ability is mastered. Namikaze Minato believes that Miyu must have been studying hard since he became a ninja, so he has the current Miyu. Namikaze Minato decided to spend more time on training in the future. People who are better than him are more diligent than him. What reason does he have not to work hard? I thought I could give you a surprise, Miyu, but I didn't expect that you have almost completed the development of the ninjutsu. Minato led the topic to the chakra ball unprinted ninjutsu. In the battle, they all used the chakra ball unprinted ninjutsu, but it was obvious that Miyu had a higher degree of completion and stronger power. It can be considered roughly completed, but this technique has great potential. At present, it can only be said to be a semi-finished product, and it can also be added with property changes. Miyu thought for a while and replied, if Namikaze Minato can develop the property change of the Rasengan, with Namikaze Minato's fighting style, it can be said that the upper limit has been greatly increased. I have also had this idea, but because it is not yet completed, it is not as much as you think, Miyu. Namikaze Minato nodded. At this stage of development, Minato Namikaze has already thought about the subsequent development path. Minato Namikaze currently has mastered 4 types of chakra property changes, among which the yin property is a special chakra property change. Minato Namikaze does not consider developing the Rasengan towards the yin property for the time being. He mainly considers the 3 properties of wind, fire and thunder. If the chakra ball wants to be stable and powerful, the 2 most important points are compression and the direction of chakra flow. Sufficient chakra compression can improve penetration, and running chakra in different directions can improve the stability of the Rasengan. Miyu and Minato Namikaze talked about the core points of the Rasengan, After speaking, Muyu stretched out his right hand and began to condense chakra in the palm of his right hand. Chakras spun rapidly in different directions in Muyu's hand to form a chakra ball as big as a head, and then compressed into a chakra ball slightly larger than a palm under Muyu's control. After listening to Muyu's explanation, Minato stretched out his hand thoughtfully, and soon a chakra ball as big as a head appeared on his palm, and then it kept shrinking. Finally, Namikaze Minato slapped the ground, and with a loud bang, a big pit appeared under Namikaze Minato. "Thank you, Muyu." Namikaze Minato thanked Muyu with a serious face. The Rasengan, a quick-to-use unprinted ninjutsu, is very important to him. Without Muyu, he doesn't know how long it would take to complete the development. "Muyu, what name did you give this ninjutsu?" Namikaze Minato couldn't help asking. He was the first to propose the idea of this ninjutsu, but in the end it was Muyu who completed it first, so Namikaze Minato thought that Muyu also had the right to name it. "Minato, what do you think is a good name?" Muyu shook her head to indicate that she didn't name it and asked. He was a little curious about what weird name Namikaze Minato could think of. Namikaze Minato put his fist against his chin and showed a thoughtful look. Then his eyes lit up as if he had a wonderful inspiration, and said confidently, "Muyu inspired the ground to test the explosive pill." Muyu's mouth twitched uncontrollably, still as abstract as ever. "Why don't you go back and ask Kushina if she has any good ideas?" Muyu said tactfully. He thought it would be better not to let Minato Namikaze name it, otherwise it would be too tragic for a good ninjutsu to be looked down upon because of its name. "Muyu, do you think this name is not good?" Minato Namikaze asked somewhat unwillingly. He thought his name was quite good, it could explain the origin, and it was also quite handsome. "It's a little not very good, you can refer to everyone's ideas." Seeing Minato Namikaze so confident, Muyu didn't have the heart to say too harshly. Minato Namikaze had to go back to Kushina disappointed in the end, but he still didn't give up. "Kushina, I just developed a ninjutsu, can you help me with my name?" Minato asked tentatively. "Minato, you come up with the name? I feel it will definitely be bad and long," Kushina said bluntly. Minato Namikaze's naming taste is simply inversely proportional to his appearance and personality. Kushina was speechless. How could someone give a ninjutsu such an ambiguous name as Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roaring 3 Styles? But Minato Namikaze still feels good about himself, and he can't be stopped. "This time is different. I feel good, no matter how handsome it is or how deep it means," Minato Namikaze explained hurriedly. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9 plus book_bar released this novel for the first time. "Then tell me about it." Kushina chose to trust Minato Namikaze for the time being. Minato concentrated his chakra on his palm, and a chakra ball quickly formed in Minato Namikaze's palm. "Hey, why does this ninjutsu look a bit like the tailed beast ball?" As the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina instantly felt that the ninjutsu used by Minato Namikaze was a bit unusual. "The original inspiration for me to develop this ninjutsu was the tailed beast ball of the Jinchuriki." Minato Namikaze briefly talked about his battle in the Iwagakure battlefield. Muyu inspired the ground to test the explosive pill. After explaining, Minato Namikaze shouted the name of the ninjutsu with confidence and momentum. Kushina couldn't hold it anymore. What a weird name, even Muyu's name was included. "It's so long, and so earthy," Kushina complained speechlessly. Namikaze Minato looked disappointed, not understanding why such a good name was not recognized by Muyu and Kushina. In the afternoon, in the southern forest, after practicing swordsmanship for 2 hours, Kakashi sat down to rest and called the rock dog running around. "Iran, rock." The rock dog was very excited to hear Kakashi's call, wagging its big tail and constantly circling around Kakashi, looking full of energy. Kakashi couldn't help but smile and touched the rock dog's head, but at this time Kakashi found a problem. The rock dog's feet were actually stained with sand. Strange, where did the sand in the southern forest come from? Did it go to the park to play? Kakashi fell into thought. Then Kakashi shook his head. They were deep in the southern forest, and the nearest park was far away. The rock dog listened to him so much. It must not be a dog that ran so far. Breeze Rock, where did the sand on your feet come from? Kakashi chose to ask the rock dog directly. The rock dog showed a high IQ and could understand what he said, but he just couldn't speak. Yan. After hearing what Kakashi said, Yan dog gathered his chakra to change its nature. He stretched his claws into the ground and pushed. The mud and rocks were transformed into sand under the effect of the earth attribute chakra nature change, and Yan dog threw it forward. Kakashi was shocked. What the hell? Yan dog had only been born for a few days, and he had mastered the earth attribute chakra nature change by himself. Kakashi knew that Yan dog could use chakra, because sometimes when Obito was hit by Yan dog because of his bad mouth, Yan dog would use chakra to protect himself. But Kakashi didn't expect that Yan dog could even comprehend the nature change by himself. This made Kakashi feel that people were not as good as dogs. Some ninjas only started to practice nature change at the age of 12, but Yan dog had comprehended the earth attribute chakra nature change by himself less than a month after being born. After throwing sand, Yan dog looked at Kakashi with a look of praise. It's amazing. I feel like you will be able to help me in battle soon. Kakashi praised generously. Yan dog rubbed Kakashi's leg with a happy expression. TSK, it's just throwing sand. My ninja beast will definitely be stronger by then. Obito, who was also resting, secretly complained in his heart while holding his egg. As for why he didn't say it openly, it was of course because the naturally evil rock dog would definitely throw sand at him after hearing it, and then his clothes would be dirty. Obito wiped the Pokemon egg with his clothes. You must be a tall, mighty and powerful ninja beast, and then I will beat up all the hateful white-haired people together. Just when Obito was imagining whether there was a flying dragon or a tiger in the egg, a dazzling white light appeared. Obito stared at the place where the white light appeared expressionlessly. If it was his Pokemon egg that hatched, it would not be seeing the white light, but being covered by the white light. Obito didn't need to think about it, because there were only two people whose Pokemon eggs had not hatched. One was him and the other was Shisui, and Nohara Rin had not yet become a Jonin and had not received the egg. The dazzling white light of the Pokemon egg hatching attracted everyone's attention, and the disciples who were practicing also stopped practicing and looked in the direction of Shisui. Another one has hatched. What will it be this time? Will it be a dog again? Kakashi touched the rock dog's head and looked curiously at the center of the white light. He was very curious about what could be hatched from the Pokemon egg. As the white light gradually faded, everyone finally saw the Pokemon in Shisui's hand. Fox. A strange look flashed across Kakashi's face. Foxes are also mammals. But Kakashi soon stopped dwelling on these things. After all, it's normal for ninja beasts to be a little unusual. It's not like a sword was hatched. Kakashi's worldview would really collapse. I'm a little late for this post. Sorry, I'm recommending a friend's new fairy tale book. There's a through train below. Also, please give me your monthly vote. Chapter 481, Muyu born at the wrong time. What a cute little fox. Nohara Rin looked at Shisui holding the black and gray little fox, and felt that Shisui's hatched ninja beast was even cuter than Kakashi's rock dog. Most of the body of the little fox hatched by Shisui was gray and black, except for the lower half of the legs, the area around the eyes, and the protruding flame-shaped hair on the head, which was dark red. The gray and black color formed a strong contrast with a small amount of dark red, which made Nohara Rin want to touch the protruding dark red hair on the little fox's head. Obito's expression did not change. As long as it was not a mighty and strong ninja beast, he would no longer envy it. What kind of food is best for foxes? Shisui looked at Zoroark in his arms and fell into thought. Shisui did not have any special requirements for the type of ninja beast. This was the ninja beast egg that Muyu gave him. No matter what ninja beast was hatched from it, Shisui would take good care of it and cultivate it. You can buy the special dog food of the Inuzuka clan. Foxes are also canines, but it's better to check the information. Kakashi gave advice. In order to train the rock dog well, Kakashi really spent a lot of time and effort, looking up information and asking the ninjas of the Inuzuka clan for advice on training ninja dogs. At this time, the newly born Zoroa was curiously observing everything around him. He looked at Shisui and felt very close. Is the fox referring to me? Zoroa asked curiously. It was just born and didn't know anything. Of course it's you. Who else can it be? Obito answered as a matter of course, and didn't think there was any problem. He just felt that Shisui, the ninja beast, didn't look very smart. Shisui and Kakashi looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. There are many ninja beasts that can talk in the ninja world, but it is rare for ninja beasts to talk when they are just born. And Zoroa spoke so fluently, which is even rarer. No, it's not talking. Kakashi suddenly discovered a detail. Zoroa didn't open his mouth at all. Then why can't it be you? Look at the difference between us, Zoroa said and jumped down from Shisui's arms. A dark red light flashed, and the next moment Obito saw another self. Look, aren't we the same? If I'm a fox, you're also a fox, Zoroa said with reason. Obito was a little confused. What was going on? Was this ninja treating him like a fool? Transformation? Shisui looked thoughtful. Zoroa's transformation seemed unusual. Shisui just felt a yin attribute chakra power from it. It's an illusion. Shisui quickly untied the illusion. The other Obito in his sight disappeared and turned back into the original petite little fox. They can use ninjutsu right after birth, and they have unknown communication abilities. Sure enough, the ninja eggs that teacher Miyu gave us are not simple. Kakashi thought to himself, apart from the common point that they all emit white light when hatching, each Pokemon they hatched has its own special features. Kakashi's main rock was born with a stone on his neck, and mastered the changes in the nature of Earth attribute chakra without anyone teaching him. Might Guy's Ryolu has unusual physical strength and endurance. As a newly born creature, Ryolu actually exercises intensively every day like Might Guy, and does not show any discomfort, but is very healthy. No, how can you speak? Obito only realized belatedly that he was actually talking to a newly born ninja beast just now. Even the newly born ninja beast tried to fool him. Then why can you speak? Zoroa asked back. Because I am a human, Obito answered without thinking. I can speak, so I am also a human, Zoroa concluded. Obito's CPU was running fast, and there was a slight overload. Don't play. Remove your ability, Shisui said after feeling that he had observed enough. Hearing that it was Shisui's words, Zoroa obediently cancelled the illusion and jumped into Shisui's arms again. In the evening, at the strong suggestion of Kushina, Miyu and others booked a small restaurant in the barrier, and Miyu cooked a luxurious dinner. Because of the agreement with Tsunade, Miyu also called Tsunade and Shizune over. Finally, before Miyu finished cooking all the dishes, Sarutobi Hiruzen happened to pass by here and joined in. Did you really pass by? Why do I feel that you used that ninjutsu to secretly see where we are? Kushina asked suspiciously. As a Hokage who is busy with all kinds of things, how can I have the leisure to do such a thing? Sarutobi Hiruzen answered seriously. He didn't even need to use the telescope technique to monitor, he could just ask the Anbu directly. But Kushina was monitored by the Anbu around the clock. Kushina didn't believe Sarutobi Hiruzen's nonsense, but Namikaze Minato next to him kept speaking for Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Kushina didn't continue to ask for Namikaze Minato's face. Tsunade, I heard that you have been looking for some information on medical ninjutsu and sealing techniques recently. Are you having any problems? Do you need my help? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Tsunade who was waiting for dinner and asked. Tsunade is the most suitable ninja to become Hokage besides Jiraiya in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. She is the granddaughter of the founder of Konoha, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. This is Tsunade's biggest advantage in competing for Hokage, and it is also an advantage that no one else can have. If Sarutobi Hiruzen is a person who values identity and bloodline, then the first choice of Hokage in his mind can only be Tsunade, because Tsunade's bloodline and identity are too noble. But Sarutobi Hiruzen is a person who values comprehensive ability, so the person he wants to pass the throne to the most is Jiraiya. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to pass it on, but Jiraiya doesn't want it, so Sarutobi Hiruzen can only put his eyes on Tsunade again. Although Tsunade has hemophobia, it is a psychological disease that can be overcome, and it is not a big problem in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. One of Sarutobi Hiruzen's biggest worries is that Tsunade will continue to be in a bad state after becoming Hokage. When he heard that Tsunade showed signs of recovery, Sarutobi Hiruzen took it very seriously. "There's no need to bother you, the busy third Hokage," Tsunade refused in a sarcastic tone. Although they are a master-disciple relationship, Tsunade is now very annoyed with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed slightly and chose not to continue asking. If this was in the Hokage's office, he could still have a thick face and talk to Tsunade to test it out, but this is Miyu's celebration party, and the hot-tempered Tsunade never tolerates it. If she quarrels at that time, it will seem a bit true to Miyu. Tsunade has not let it go yet, and it seems that she has no idea about the position of Hokage. Can she only wait for the new generation of ninjas to continue to grow? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face flashed a lonely look. Konoha is so big. There are so many talented ninjas and so many well-known strong men in the ninja world, but he can't find a candidate for Hokage that satisfies him. Sarutobi Hiruzen subconsciously looked at Miyu and Nimike's Minato. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9 plus book _ bar is the first to publish this novel. Speaking of the new generation of ninjas in Konoha, Mutsuki and Nimike's Minato are definitely unavoidable. They are like the three ninjas during World War II, and are the most brilliant talents of Konoha in this era. Sometimes Sarutobi Hiruzen thinks that if either Mutsuki or Nimike's Minato is of the same generation as Jiraiya and his friends, then he doesn't have to worry now. Mutsuki and Nimike's Minato are both very suitable to be Hokage, but there is no if. Mutsuki and Nimike's Minato, two similar geniuses, were born in the same era. They both have the same problem, that is, insufficient qualifications. If Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to promote one of Mutsuki and Nimike's Minato to Hokage, he must serve as Hokage for at least another 7 to 10 years to help them gain qualifications. Although the Hokage has unlimited power in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen has been the Hokage for decades. He has been in the limelight for a long time and doesn't care about this. He even feels a little tired. If there's a suitable candidate, Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to abdicate directly after the war. After retirement, he can go fishing by the river when he has nothing to do. When he is in the mood, he can go to the ninja school to instruct students and give speeches. There are no piles of official duties, and he does not need to think about the situation in the ninja world late at night. The only lack of fun may be that he cannot tell Shimura Danzo that he is the Hokage. Just thinking about it, Sarutobi Hiruzen feels that retirement life is the real life. "Let's eat first." The silence was broken by Miyu, and he brought the dishes that were delicious and fragrant to the table. At this moment, the atmosphere of the people sitting around the table became extremely harmonious. Kakashi and Obito did not quarrel. Tsunade became happy, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's messy thoughts were suppressed. All his attention was attracted by the tempting dishes in front of him. "I'm starting." After the unnecessary ceremony, everyone began to eat aggressively. No one spoke, for fear that their favorite dishes would become empty plates in the gap between talking. "This roast chicken is really delicious." Sarutobi Hiruzen wiped his mouth with a tissue and was still savoring the dish that had just reached the extreme. "The taste is okay." Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen praising her favorite, Tsunade liked Sarutobi Hiruzen a little better. Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless. He was sarcastically asked if he needed help, but he actually liked the food a little better. "Tsunade-san, Uncle Hokage, you guys think so too?" Obito gave a thumbs up and said, he also liked roast chicken. Nohara Rin and Shizu looked at Obito in surprise. How dare this person? Kakashi and Shisui, who were sitting on the left and right of Obito, silently moved their seats to avoid being affected. "Kid, what did you just call?" Tsunade rubbed her fingers and prepared to punch. Tsunade had forgotten who the last person who dared to call her aunt was, and Obito dared to call her grandma. Obito realized what he said and sweated a lot on his forehead. Obito basically had never met or communicated with Tsunade. He inherited the name of Tsunade-san from Uzumaki Naruto, so he called her directly. Obito looked at the almighty Miyu Immortal with a look of hope. "In such a dangerous situation, I am afraid that only Miyu Immortal can save him. He is still a child." Miyu nodded slightly and said to Tsunade, "Then what?" Tsunade crossed her arms and raised her eyebrows. "But you should at least have some face and take him out," Miyu continued. Obito's face turned green instantly. "This is not right. Shouldn't the child be dismissed as ignorant? Tsunade walked towards Obito with a grin. Obito wanted to escape but was grabbed by the back of fate. Tsunade grabbed him out and threw him in again. For Miyu's sake, I will spare you today. Next time you dared to talk nonsense, I will let you know what an iron fist is. Tsunade waved her pink fist twice to warn with strange power. Tsunade was very happy to eat today, otherwise according to her temper in the past, Obito would have been hit by a punch. Brother Naruto, you have made me suffer. Obito nodded quickly and complained about Uzumaki Naruto in his heart. Everyone sitting around the table couldn't help laughing when they saw this scene, and Kakashi laughed out loud. The dinner ended in a relaxed and happy atmosphere. The next day, in the evening, after finishing dinner at Tsunade's house, Miyu went to the training ground in the South Forest. The time for instruction he and Yamato agreed to was in the evening, and the specific end time would be decided by Miyu according to the progress of the course. P.S. This chapter is 3.4K, and there will be another 5K chapter later, so it's better to be around 3 or 4 o'clock. Chapter 482, World Line Convergence. When Miyu arrived at the training ground, Yamato was already standing there waiting. It was exactly 6:30, and the sky was dyed a light orange-red by the sunset. The sun was slowly sinking into the end of the horizon, leaving a golden afterglow. The breeze hit the trees in the training ground, making the layers of leaves sway gently in the wind, making a rustling sound, as if nature was whispering. Yamato stood alone at the edge of the training ground, his figure stretched obliquely and projected on the soil covered with fallen leaves. "When did you come?" Miyu walked up and asked with a warm smile. 6:10, Yamato answered honestly. "Isn't the agreed time 6:40? Why are you here so early?" "I had nothing to do in that room, and I thought I couldn't let Master Miyu wait for me, so I came here early," Yamato explained. Although he and Miyu only met once, Yamato did have a lot of good feelings for Miyu. On the one hand, Miyu is the perfect ninja in the words of Shimura Danzo, and is the direction he is working towards. On the other hand, Miyu's own temperament makes him feel very comfortable. "Let's meet formally. I am Hanyu Miyu. You don't have to call me Miyu-sama. You can call me Miyu-sensei, or just teacher," Miyu said with a warm smile. "I'm Jia." Yamato looked at Miyu quietly. The warm and dazzling feeling gave Yamato the illusion that the scorching sun that sank into the horizon was rising again. "Jia is just your code name in the route, not your name." Miyu shook his head and said. Yamato's expression became blank. "But I only have this code name given to me by Danzo-sama. He is a person without a past. For him, what Shimura Danzo gave him is everything." "How about Yamato, as your own name, not a code name?" Miyu said with a thoughtful look. Miyu didn't want to take the opportunity to improve his favorability, but simply felt that it would be a bit strange without a name. "If you want to name yourself, or if you think this name is not nice, it's okay, because the name is your own, and the most important thing is your own thoughts." Yamato shook his head quickly. "No, I think this name is very good." Miyu gave him a name out of kindness. How could Yamato mind it? And he really thought the name was good, and there was a feeling that it should be like this. "If Danzo asks you, just say that I gave you a name so that you can move around normally in Konoha." Miyu thought about it and reminded. It's not that Miyu is making a fuss, but Shimura Danzo is so sensitive. At this time, Shimura Danzo was still dreaming that as long as a wood-release ninja grows normally, he can become a super strong man, so he attaches great importance to Yamato and regards Yamato as his secret weapon. The secret weapon suddenly has a name, and God knows what kind of plot the sensitive Shimura Danzo will think up. So Miyu helped Yamato think of a very logical and realistic reason. Yamato nodded and wrote down Miyu's words. "Next, you climb the tree first and then step on the water. I want to test your chakra control level." Miyu began to formally teach Yamato to practice. Miyu's wood style cannot be exposed for the time being, so Miyu's short-term training plan is to improve Yamato's chakra control level first, and then teach Yamato water style and earth style. Yamato followed Miyu's instructions and walked up a big tree step by step as if walking on flat ground, then looked around and finally looked at Miyu. because he found that there seemed to be no water nearby for him to step on. Earth-style middle. Earthquake core. Muyu quickly formed a seal to condense a large amount of chakra to control a piece of ground in front of him to drop 3 meters. Water-style middle. Big waterfall technique. Then Muyu spit out a huge amount of water to fill the sunken ground. In 1 minute, a huge swimming pool appeared on the training ground in an instant. Yamato opened his mouth slightly. It was the first time he saw a ninja use a large-scale ninjutsu to change the terrain. As long as you practice seriously, you can do it soon. Muyu patted Yamato on the shoulder and smiled. Because of Hashirama's cells, Yamato has a unique advantage in chakra. As long as the proficiency of nature-changing ninjutsu is improved, his strength will not be bad. Yamato's performance in treading water is not bad either, and he has no problem running quickly on the water surface. Muyu was not surprised by this. After all, he is the only wood-style ninja after Hashirama. Shimura Danzo must have spent a lot of effort to teach him, and his basics must not be bad. Water-style, water dragon bullet technique. Muyu made a seal to summon a water dragon to wreak havoc on the huge swimming pool. The originally calm water surface suddenly became turbulent, and Yamato was no longer as calm as before. Muyu taught Yamato as she taught Obito and the others before, training Yamato's chakra control ability and movement. After an hour, Muyu began to teach water-style ninjutsu. Yamato himself mastered several water styles, so Muyu directly taught Yamato the Great Waterfall technique. Although the Great Waterfall technique cannot directly increase the power of ninjutsu like the sunny day, it can also create a favorable venue environment for water-style ninjutsu, which is a very good auxiliary water-style ninjutsu. When the total teaching time reached 2.5 hours, Muyu announced the end of the first day of teaching. Yamato was in a trance when he heard Muyu say that he could go home after the training. He looked up at the sky and found that the sky was occupied by a deep dark blue color without his knowledge, and the glimmering stars dotted it, flashing a weak but firm light. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening, which was a bit late from the perspective of time. This training was a little special for Yamato, although he did not reject training in the past, and even looked forward to Shimura Danzo's teaching. It was the first time that he forgot the time during the training. Teacher Muyu, thank you for your teaching. Goodbye. Although he was a little reluctant, Yamato still said goodbye to Muyu with respect. A ninja like Muyu must have a lot of things to do, and it is not easy to take time to teach him. After Muyu and Yamato went back to their respective homes, the root ninja who had been staring at them also returned to the root and reported to Shimura Danzo, reporting the whole process of Muyu's teaching. It's a very solid training program, but it's not special. Is it a problem of ability? Shimura Danzo fell into thought. He was not worried that Muyu would not teach seriously. Shimura Danzo was just curious about how Muyu would teach. He paid attention to how Muyu trained Anbu ninjas, but he didn't pay much attention to how Muyu trained his disciples. According to the report of the root ninja, Shimura Danzo could only say that it was mediocre. Test Jia's strength after a month. If it doesn't work, let Muyu change the training plan. Shimura Danzo thought. He felt that Muyu's training was a bit too gentle. In view of Muyu's previous teaching results, Shimura Danzo chose to believe first and then question. This is the privilege of the strong. If it were a root ninja, Shimura Danzo would question first and then question. After letting the root ninja monitor for 5 days, Shimura Danzo withdrew the root surveillance of Yamato. Many roots are receiving training. The root is already short of manpower. Shimura Danzo has no spare energy to use the root's power on such a meaningless thing. It was another Sunday. Because of the holiday, Muyu changed Yamato's training time to date time. At the same time, Muyu also notified other disciples to go to the training ground where he usually taught Yamato. Today is daytime. I wonder if teacher Muyu will teach for a little longer. Yamato arrived at the training ground early and looked at the scorching sun rising in the sky with some expectations in his heart. The thing that Yamato looks forward to most every day now is training, to be more precise, training under Muyu's guidance. This is the first time he has received Muyu's teaching during the day. The first 6 days started at 6:30 and usually ended at 9:30 at the latest. It would be great if today was a whole morning. This is what Yamato hopes to happen most now. Suddenly, Yamato noticed a figure walking slowly towards the training ground. Yamato's expression did not change, because it was definitely not Miyu. The figure was just a little taller than him, and finally a few years older than him. When the figure got closer, Yamato was more certain because the figure's hair was white. When the white-haired ninja was about to walk to Yamato, he didn't pay attention, thinking that he might be a Konoha ninja passing by. Yamato didn't care about Kakashi, but Kakashi was a little concerned about Yamato. For some reason, he felt that the ninja in front of him with long hair and a face-protecting forehead protector looked familiar. But no matter how Kakashi recalled the familiar ninja's face in his mind, he couldn't find any information about the ninja in front of him. Suddenly, Kakashi had a flash of inspiration, and a figure that didn't belong to this time overlapped with the strange ninja in front of him. Kakashi touched his head, narrowed his eyes, and his eyes became a little dangerous. A hateful guy took the opportunity to hit his head 3 times, each time with great force. In order to prevent blaming a good person, Kakashi first carefully looked at the long-haired ninja and determined that the long-haired ninja in front of him had many similarities with the Yamato he saw in Lulan. "Hello, what is your name?" Kakashi asked politely and kindly. Since Kakashi had a very good attitude and Yamato was kind by nature, he answered Kakashi's question directly. "I am Yamato," Yamato replied with a smile on his face. He always remembered Miyu's words. Jia was just his code name in the route, and Yamato was his name, which was given to him by Miyu. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9 book bar released this novel for the first time. "Finally I found you." The kind smile on Kakashi's face became more and more intense. If Obito saw this scene, he would subconsciously step back a few steps. Kakashi usually doesn't smile, and it's definitely not a good thing if he smiles. Yamato was a little confused. He didn't know Kakashi. Could it be that he was a ninja that Miyu knew? "What is your relationship with Teacher Miyu now?" Kakashi did not retaliate immediately, but first asked about the relationship between Yamato and Miyu. He felt that Yamato's appearance in this training ground was definitely not accidental, and it was very likely that he was called by Miyu. "Teacher Miyu is responsible for guiding me in my training." Yamato first answered Kakashi's question, and then asked, "Are you also a ninja who trains with Teacher Miyu?" He noticed that Kakashi also called Miyu Teacher Miyu. "I am Teacher Miyu's disciple." Kakashi did not hide the relationship between himself and Miyu and told Yamato, "You have only recently trained with Teacher Miyu, right?" "I have been training with Teacher Miyu for more than 2 years, so I am considered your senior." Yamato looked at Kakashi with envy. He didn't know whether his relationship with Miyu was considered a master-disciple relationship, nor did he know how long he could train with Miyu. "Senior Kakashi," Yamato called politely. Kakashi was older than him, and he accepted Miyu's teachings earlier than him, so he was indeed his senior. The smile on Kakashi's face became more intense. "Yamato, you know, Teacher Miyu likes diligent students the most. Let's start training now. Teacher Miyu will definitely be very happy when we see it." "So that's the case." Yamato showed an eager expression. Miyu was so good to him, and Yamato wanted to make Miyu happy. Yamato looked at Kakashi with gratitude. "There are still many good people in the world. As a senior, let me give you some pointers on your training." Kakashi continued. "Will this be very troublesome to you, Senior?" Yamato was a little flattered. "No trouble, no trouble. Disciples living in harmony and helping each other is also a scene that Teacher Miyu is very happy to see." Kakashi waved his hand. "Then what should we do next?" Yamato agreed directly after hearing that it would make Miyu happy. The smile on Kakashi's face gradually changed from kind to kind. "It's very simple. Next, you attack me with all your strength, and leave the rest to me." The practice battle can not only take revenge, but also find out Yamato's current strength. It is a win-win situation. He won twice by himself. Hearing Kakashi's words, Yamato couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's worthy of being Teacher Miyu's disciple. It's great. Although Kakashi told him to go all out, Yamato didn't know Kakashi's strength. He was worried that he would hurt Kakashi, so Yamato still made a tentative attack first. After a few moves, Yamato found that Kakashi was very strong. He couldn't even touch the corner of Kakashi's clothes. Bang! After dodging Yamato's swinging punch, Kakashi smashed Yamato's head with a knife. You swing your fist too slowly. How can you hit the person like this? Kakashi said seriously. Yamato silently remembered Kakashi's words, then feinted with his left fist and swung his right leg at high speed. But how could Yamato's still immature physical skills be hidden from Kakashi's transparent world? All of Yamato's movements were seen through by him. Kakashi dodged with ease and punched Yamato's head with his backhand. Feeling the touch of the fist, Kakashi felt extremely happy, just like taking a sip of cold soda on a hot summer day. His whole body was refreshed and his mind was flying. Kakashi understood the future Yamato a little bit. It turned out that hitting the head of the annoying person was so cool. No wonder the future Yamato wanted to hit him 3 times. The footsteps are loose and the lower body is weak. Kakashi continued to comment. Yamato touched his head with one hand. He felt that Kakashi's concern was a bit heavy and made him uncomfortable. At this time, Obito, who had rarely woken up early, arrived at the training ground with Shisui, looking at Yamato and Kakashi fighting. Oh no, it was Yamato who was being beaten by Kakashi. Obito felt familiar. Isn't this Captain Yamato? How come he has become so small after not seeing him for several months? Obito recognized that this was the captain of the Anbu, Yamato, who traveled through time with Uzumaki Naruto. It should be the Yamato of our time, not the Yamato of the future. Shisui thought for a while and said. Shisui did not go to the Dragon Vein mission and did not see Yamato's appearance. He deduced according to normal logic that the Yamato who was beaten by Kakashi could not be the Anbu captain. It must not be. If traveling through time is that simple, Muyu teacher will definitely take us to the future to play when we are in Lulan. Obito laughed. He just complained casually. Seeing the arrival of the other disciples, Kakashi stopped fighting. Muyu should have arrived at this time at the latest. It would be impolite to beat him again. As Kakashi thought, Muyu suddenly appeared in front of them at the right time. Teacher Muyu. Everyone shouted to Muyu with respect. Good morning. Muyu smiled and nodded in response. Might Guy temporarily returned to Teacher Chen's team. No Harlan was training with Tsunade, and all the disciples who could come came. Then Muyu called Yamato to the side and faced the other 3 disciples. He is Yamato, and he will practice with you today. Muyu briefly introduced himself to Yamato, and then winked at the 3 of them. Kakashi nodded. Things about future ninjas must not be said casually. Even if Muyu did not remind Kakashi, he would remind Obito not to tell Yamato about the future. I am Uchiha Shisui. Please take care of me. Shisui took the initiative to introduce himself. I am Uchiha Obito. Follow me and learn. I promise that Kakashi will not be able to bully you again in the future. Obito patted his chest and said. Yamato looked at Obito in surprise. Was he just bullied by Kakashi Sr.? Kakashi didn't say anything, but silently took out the photo of Obito during the Civil War from his ninja tool bag and waved it at Obito. Obito looked at Kakashi with angry eyes, but he had to shut his mouth and stop talking. Kakashi's meaning was very clear. If he continued, he would copy his photo to fill the main city of Konoha. I am Hote Kakashi. Don't listen to what Obito said. People who know me know that I am the most reliable. Kakashi touched Yamato's head with a friendly look, and then apologized sincerely. Sorry, does it hurt? I may have accidentally used a little force just now. It's okay. It won't hurt anymore. Senior Kakashi, you are just instructing me. Yamato thought he might have wronged Senior Kakashi. After all, Senior Kakashi looked very gentle, although not as good as Teacher Muyu. Kakashi raised a smile and looked at Yamato. There was still a long time to go, and he would slowly take back the 3 punches with interest. Ahem, since we already know each other, let's start practicing. Muyu coughed twice. P.S. I have been thinking about whether to write part of the story of Naruto in another world as a side story in advance. The story of Dragon Vein is not completely over yet, and Naruto will come back later, but by then Naruto's side will be close to the 4th war in the original work, and there will be many popular stories. But that Naruto has been changed by the protagonist after all. I think if I briefly write down the changes that happened to Naruto in Breathing of the Sun, the story will be smoother and less abrupt. In addition, I would like to ask for monthly votes to recommend my friend's Naruto book titled, Konoha, the Goo Master Creates the Naruto, a light-hearted and entertaining article, The Goo Master's Goo plus the Oil Girl's Insect. Chapter 483 The truth is revealed and Danzo is exposed. Land of Rain, Rain Village. Huang Tu led several Iwagakure Jonin into the Rain Village office building and headed for the chief's office. On the way to the chief's office, Huang Tu found many Rain Village ninjas hiding in the dark. The guarding force was completely different from the last time he came. Are you worried that Sosuke will use the decapitation tactic? It seems that the battle completely shattered his pride as a demigod. Huang Tu shook his head secretly. Even in his own ninja village, he was so cautious. No wonder Hanzo never stepped out of the Rain Village after losing to Sosuke. Only you, Lord Huang Tu, can go in. When Huang Tu wanted to lead his subordinates into the Rain Village chief's office, the Rain Village Yanbu guarding the door of the chief's office spoke up to intercept him. Ma Leech, Huo Guang and others who followed Huang Tu frowned. The ninja village that was beaten up by a ninja organization actually had such a bad temper. Wait here for a while. Huang Tu waved his hand to let the Iwagakure wait where they were, and walked into the chief's office alone. Hanzo had no reason to attack him, and Hanzo, who was frightened, would not dare to attack him. Yellow Earth, although I feel sorry for the ninjas from your village who died at the hands of the ninja clan, the current situation in the ninja world does not allow me to use all the forces of the Rain Village to fight the ninja clan to the end. Please let your village solve the matter of revenge on your own. If the Iwagakure troops reach the border of the Rain country, there will definitely be no Rain ninjas to stop them, Hanzo said directly. He thought that Iwagakure still wanted to make a fuss about the Iwagakure ninjas who died at the hands of the ninja clan before. It was impossible for Hanzo to deal with the ninja clan in Sosuke again. If Iwagakure wanted to do it themselves, Hanzo would agree with both hands. Hanzo-sama, after our investigation, it was actually a misunderstanding. Our Iwagakure ninjas were not killed by the ninja clan ninjas, but by the Konoha ninjas. Yellow Earth shook his head and explained. Iwagakure did investigate, but failed to find any useful information. They said it was Konoha just to attract some hatred to Konoha and also to give themselves a way out. For Iwagakure, it is not important which force or ninja village killed the Iwagakure team that died in the Land of Rain. What is important is how to cause trouble to the powerful Konoha. Iwagakure wants to provoke the confrontation between the ninja clan and even the Rain village and Konoha. Then the current situation in the Land of Rain is not in the interests of Iwagakure, because the Rain village and the ninja clan are balancing each other, and the entire Land of Rain is in internal friction. The Rain village has a large number of ninjas, while the ninja clan is elite enough, with strong men such as Sosuke Kikuzo and Nagato. Both sides are afraid of each other and cannot use their fists. So Inoki's idea is to make the ninja clan and the Rain village no longer confront each other, and everyone will go to Konoha together. Misunderstanding? Hanzo's face darkened. In order to deal with the ninja clan, the Rain village lost dozens of elite ninjas, and even his own reputation was greatly affected. As a result, Iwagakure suddenly said that it was a misunderstanding, and Hanzo's blood pressure rose all of a sudden. Although there are many reasons for Hanzo's attack on the ninja clan, Iwagakure definitely has a lot of responsibility. To express our apology, Iwagakure is willing to compensate Rain Ninja for certain losses and help Rain Ninja Village and Ninja Clan repair their relationship. Huang Tu continued with an unchanged expression. As long as he could cause trouble for Konoha, Inoki didn't mind doubling the money he extorted from Rain Ninja last time, just as hiring mercenaries. Hanzo looked calm and thoughtful, but in fact, his heart was moved instantly. If Iwagakure was really not killed by Ninja Clan ninja, there might not be a conflict between him and Ninja Clan. Hanzo attacked Ninja Clan because Ninja Clan wanted to provoke a war and threatened his power in the Rain country. If it was really a misunderstanding, the first contradiction would disappear directly, according to the expressions of Ninja Clan ninjas during the meeting. The second one might not happen either. Ninja Clan ninjas seemed to really want to cooperate with him, but it's too late now. Hanzo sighed slightly in his heart. Now it doesn't matter whether Iwagakure ninjas were killed by Ninja Clan ninjas. Rain Ninja Village and Ninja Clan have a more direct hatred. The contradiction between Rain Village and Ninja Clan cannot be eliminated, and the hatred of Siege will not disappear just because the misunderstanding is resolved. What are you going to do? Hanzo asked calmly. I can consider the overall situation and stop attacking Ninja Clan, but the ninjas of Ninja Clan may not necessarily accept our good intentions. Of course, be honest with each other. I believe that before the big issues, the ninjas of Ninja Clan will understand your difficulties. Hanzo, Huang Tu replied with a simple face. Don't worry about this, Hanzo, as long as you follow the steps of our Iwagakure, the Rain Country will usher in peace again. Wait until you meet Sosuke before saying this. Hanzo did not show a clear attitude. We will bring back good news soon. Huang Tu was not angry because of Hanzo's words, and said with a confident smile, in order to increase the probability of Huang Tu persuading Ninja Clan, Hanzo told Huang Tu that Shimura Danzo took the initiative to cooperate with him to eliminate Ninja Clan, and only concealed some of the details. Hanzo didn't know who was lying to him between Huang Tu and Shimura Danzo. He just wanted to go back to the past and didn't ask for more. Hearing that Shimura Danzo, the second in command of Konoha, was also involved, Huang Tu instantly felt that the success rate of their Iwagakure plan had greatly increased. Next, Huang Tu led the Iwagakure to rush to the Shinobi clan base without stopping. He might have to go to the Grass Country to solve the problem in the Rain Country. Now the Iwagakure is operating on multiple lines to cause trouble for Konoha. In addition to Huang Tu's troubles in the Rain Country, there are also Iwagakure in the Grass Country who are inciting the radical forces of the Grass Village to participate in the war and kill the Konoha ninjas in the Grass Country battlefield. The sudden appearance of the Iwagakure ninjas put the Shinobi clan ninjas on guard and surrounded Huang Tu and others. We are not your enemies. I have something important to discuss with your leader, Lord Sosuke. Huang Tu raised his hand slightly to show that he had no hostility. The Shinobi clan ninjas looked at each other and did not believe Huang Tu's words. After the fake cooperation incident with Hanzo, the Shinobi clan ninjas were very vigilant. At this time, Mu Yuing's clone, who had received the notice, rushed over with Nagato Yahiko and others. Although the main body is in Konoha, Muyu has been replenishing the Yang Fengyan shadow clone that can exist longer, so that he will not disappear directly after accepting a disciple. Iwagakure ninja, is it because of the encounter at the border? Yahiko felt something was wrong after seeing the forehead protector on Huang Tu, because Shimura Danzo handled the traces very well. Until now Yahiko still thought that they killed the Iwagakure ninja that day. Just say it if you have something to say. Muyu's shadow clone thought for a while and said, although it is still unknown why Iwagakure came here, Muyu believes that it must not be a good thing, even if it seems to be fine on the surface. Because Iwagakure was really a troublemaker in the Third Ninja World War, it must be bad that Iwagakure suddenly came to find him at this time. Huang Tu did not care about the scene. Anyway, it was not a confidential matter, so he spoke directly. I am here on behalf of the Rain Village to clarify the misunderstanding with the Ninja Clan. The Ninja Clan and the Rain Village should not be enemies. The surrounding Ninja Clan ninjas all showed angry expressions, and some even took out kunai directly from their ninja tool bags. As long as Huang Tu and others showed the slightest sign of abnormality, they would immediately take action. Although the fake cooperation incident of Hanzo did not cause any actual loss to the Ninja Clan leaders, it was based on the strong strength of Muyu and his team. If Muyu was not strong enough, the founder of the Ninja Clan they respected would have died in the siege, and the other elites would not have been able to escape. Misunderstanding? It didn't look like a misunderstanding when Hanzo took action, Yahiko said with a straight face, no longer smiling as usual. How much Yahiko admired Hanzo, how much Yahiko distrusted Hanzo now. He will never forget that day. They went to find Hanzo with great expectations, thinking that they would usher in a dreamlike alliance, and the two sides would jointly maintain the peace of the Rain Country. In the end, what awaited them were all kinds of traps and sieges. Yahiko still remembers the scene where Hanzo threw a kunai and asked Muyu to commit suicide with a cold face. Is it a misunderstanding until this time? Kai Chang also thought that this was another conspiracy. Although the Rain Village is now powerful, they have more strong ninja clans. If they continue to develop, The ninja clan will definitely defeat the Rain Village. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar 6 equals 9 plus book underscore bar is the first to publish this novel. At the same time, the Shinobi clan ninjas were all excited and expressed their dissatisfaction with the Rain Village. Muyu pressed his palms to signal everyone to keep quiet. The originally noisy environment suddenly became quiet. Muyu looked at Huang Tu and said, "Since you want to clarify, at least tell us where the misunderstanding is." Muyu had to know what Iwagakure wanted to do before thinking about countermeasures. In fact, Hanzo-sama really wanted to cooperate with Shinobi clan to build a peaceful Rain country, but there were traitors from Konoha who interfered, which led to Hanzo-sama taking the wrong action against Shinobi clan. Huang Tu recited the lines prepared by the Iwagakure clan. It was difficult for him to think of these words, but it was not a problem to memorize them roughly. Then Huang Tu briefly talked about the development of the events compiled by the Iwagakure clan. The evil Konoha ninjas, led by Shimura Danzo, the second-in-command of Konoha, killed the Iwagakure ninjas, and then put the blame on the Shinobi clan ninjas, causing Hanzo and Iwagakure to dislike Shinobi clan, which eventually led to the fake cooperation incident. In the incident described by Huang Tu, the Rain Village was not the perpetrator, but was deceived by Shimura Danzo of Konoha, while the Iwagakure and the ninja clan were both victims, injured by Konoha ninjas. In short, it was one thing, and it was all bad things done by Konoha ninjas. It turns out that we didn't kill the Iwagakure ninjas that day. Yahiko connected everything he had experienced according to Huang Tu's description, and found that there was nothing wrong with it, as if what Huang Tu said was the real truth. Yahiko was a little confused for a while, not knowing what attitude he should take to face the Rain Village and Hanzo. If that was really the case, then there seemed to be nothing wrong with Hanzo's attack on them at that time. Konoha ninja. Nagato subconsciously looked at Muyu. He was the only one in the ninja clan who knew Muyu's true identity. Although it is hard to believe, the famous ninja master Sosuke in the ninja world and the famous Konoha strongman Liang Muyu are the same person. Do you have any evidence to prove that what you said is true? Nagato quickly turned his attention to Huang Tu and asked. Even if the whole incident was really participated by Konoha ninjas, Nagato felt that it was impossible to have anything to do with Muyu. After all, Muyu was desperately protecting them that time. Of course there is evidence. If you want, we have a lot of it. We, Iwagakure, will never allow anyone to use the death of our companions to complete the conspiracy. Huang Tu continued to recite. Since Iwagakure dared to start the action, it must have been prepared for everything. After all, the fuse of the incident was the death of their ninja village ninjas, and it was not difficult for them to make false evidence. Huang Tu asked his men to take out the prepared false evidence. Now the situation in the ninja world is chaotic, and the 5 major countries are attacking each other. In this chaotic situation, the Rain Village and the ninja clan are both ninjas of the Rain country, and they should cooperate with the outside world. Huang Tu took the opportunity to continue to persuade. Muyu probably knew what the Iwagakure village was up to. If he guessed correctly, the Iwagakure village wanted to transform the internal contradictions of the Rain village into external contradictions against Konoha, and let the ninja clan in the Rain village cause trouble for Konoha. Muyu could only say that Inoki's calculations were really good. If Inoki really succeeded, Konoha would not be able to solve the problem of Rain Village without mobilizing a ninja force of thousands of people. After all, if the Shinobi sect and Rain Village were to unite, it would be a combination of a ninja master and a demigod, which is really not weak in terms of top combat power. However, no matter how cunning Inoki was, he could not have imagined that the leader of the Shinobi sect would be a Konoha ninja. I need to discuss with my companions before I can give a reply. Muyu neither refused nor agreed. Huang Tu was not in a hurry, and directly stayed in the surrounding area, waiting for Muyu's reply. Next, Muyu convened a meeting of Shinobi sect ninjas. Hundreds of Shinobi sect ninjas expressed their opinions and discussed whether to put aside their hatred and cooperate with Rain Village. Hanzo is despicable, but what the Iwagakure ninja said makes sense. If we continue to fight with the Rain ninja, the Rain country may be the one that gets hurt in the end. The most important thing is Konoha, the culprit. Now the power of the Rain Country is divided, which may be a development that Konoha would like to see. Huang Tu's words did not successfully eliminate the resentment and hatred of the Shinobi clan ninjas towards Hanzo, but they successfully made the Shinobi clan ninjas hate Konoha. Don't think that what the Iwagakure ninja said is all facts. Although there is evidence, it is not necessarily the complete truth. There are also ninjas who are skeptical like Kai Chang. Ninjas will not get up early without profit. Iwagakure will not be idle and care about the peace of the Rain Country. Think carefully about what benefits they can gain from it, Kakazu said with his arms folded. As a complete old senior, Kakazu knew too well what kind of people in the ninja village were. They would never allow anyone to use the death of their companions to complete a conspiracy. As long as there is enough benefit, they will even take the initiative to sacrifice the ninjas of their own ninja village to achieve their goals. Finally, everyone looked at Miyu, who had been silent. P.S. There will be another 4K chapter later, so the time should be about the same. As for the Naruto extra chapter mentioned in the previous chapter, don't worry, if it is written, it will not occupy the normal update word count, and will only appear in the form of burst update. Chapter 484, Attacking Konoha's strongest taijutsu. Before deciding whether to cooperate, I hope everyone can think about a question, Miyu said. That is the most important task of our ninja sect at this stage. The atmosphere on the scene became very quiet, and all the ninjas were thinking about the question raised by Miyu. The most important task is to do better on the basis of the ancient ninja sect and make the ninja world achieve eternal peace. Yahiko thought of the ultimate dream of the ninja sect. The ultimate dream of the ninja sect is the greatest dream Yahiko has ever heard of. Create a world of peace, a harmonious world where everyone lives equally and can understand each other without hatred. Yahiko shook his head. The ultimate dream is great and exciting, but it is a bit unrealistic at the moment. There are too many problems to be solved, and it is not a goal that can be achieved in a short time. As time passed, some people gradually began to communicate in a low voice. The current task cannot be to overthrow the daimyo, so that the Rain Country will become more chaotic. As more and more people communicated, the volume gradually became louder. Nagato, tell me your thoughts. At this time, Miyu spoke again and called on Nagato. Nagato stood up slowly, with a hesitant expression. He felt that Miyu should let Yahiko rise up, as Yahiko was much better than him in this aspect. When Nagato looked at Miyu's encouraging expression, he took a deep breath and the hesitation on his face faded away. He couldn't let Miyu down. I think the most important task of the ninja clan at this stage is to restore peace to the Rain Country. Nagato first stated his conclusion. The Rain Country is now in great chaos due to various reasons. This chaotic environment has become the soil for the growth of large and small ninja organizations. These ninja organizations have made the environment of the Rain Country even more chaotic and mixed. Coupled with the ninja activities of various large ninja villages, the people of the Rain Country live in anxiety every day, which is very sad for a country. Then Nagato began to state his reasons. Handle the domestic ninja organizations in an orderly manner, drive all the ninjas from other villages who are carrying out ninja activities out of the Rain Country, and eliminate the rampant stray ninjas. Only by eliminating these factors that cause chaos in the Rain Country can the Rain Country restore true peace and the ninja sect can continue to move forward. After finishing a long paragraph in one breath, Nagato carefully observed the surroundings, especially the expressions of Miyu and Yahiko. This was really what Nagato said. It was because his parents died in the war that he understood how important and rare peace was to the Rain Country. Yahiko clapped his hands for Nagato with excitement. Nagato, you said it very well. The most urgent thing is to restore peace. Everything else can be put aside for the time being. Yahiko thought so too, but there were some differences in the specific content with Nagato. The other ninjas also followed Yahiko's applause and agreed with Nagato's statement. The Rain Country has been in chaos for too long. Everyone longs for peace. If we can make the Rain Country peaceful, our ninja clan will definitely get a lot of support. Miyu nodded. We have to take it step by step. We can't forget the ultimate goal, but we also have to take into account the actual reality. Restoring peace to the Rain Country is what we should do most at this stage. Miyu didn't know how to achieve that ultimate goal, so he didn't think too much about it now, and just did what he could do first. Hearing that Miyu also agreed, Nagato couldn't help but smile and sat down. After knowing the goal, whether to cooperate with the Rain Village can be transformed into a question: can the cooperation between the ninja clan and the Rain Village bring peace to the Rain Country? Most of the ninjas in the ninja clan are people from the Rain Country who grew up in the Rain Country. Although they sometimes complain about Hanzo's inaction, no one will deny the role of the Rain Village in the Rain Country. Without the Rain Village, the Rain Country would definitely be several times more chaotic than it is now. There are indeed countries in the ninja world that can maintain peace without ninja power, but the Rain Country will never be that kind of country because it borders 3 major countries at the same time and is a rare strategic location. There are many Rain ninjas in the Rain Village, and we have strong people like Sosuke-sensei in our village. If the Shinobi sect can really cooperate with the Rain Village, I am afraid that it will form a force that even major countries will not underestimate. Some Shinobi ninjas found that this is really possible. At that time, the major countries that attack each other will be afraid of the power of the Rain Country and will not easily provoke the Rain Country. They can take the opportunity to solve a series of domestic problems. If the Rain Village really cooperates with us, the strength of the Rain Country will reach an unprecedented peak. Yahiko gradually leaned towards cooperation, although he almost died at the hands of Hanzo. For a greater dream, Yahiko could put aside his past grudges and cooperate with Hanzo. Most Shinobi ninjas gradually leaned towards cooperation. They don't like Hanzo, but they hope that the Rain Country can restore peace. Kakazu's expression still did not change. In fact, he thought that the focus of this matter was not on the Rain Ninja, but on Iwagakure as a lobbyist. However, Kakazu thought that the old fox Sosuke would definitely not ignore this key point, so he did not rush to say it. I personally think that we can cooperate with the Rain Village, but there is a premise and a key point. Miyu began to express his opinion. The premise of cooperation is equal cooperation. We need to have an equal status with the Rain Village, and the Rain Village must recognize the legitimacy of the ninja sect. Miyu saw what Iwagakure was thinking. In order to make the Rain Country a helper against Konoha, Iwagakure would definitely be willing to pay a price. Hanzo, who was in a difficult situation, also needed to ease the relationship with the ninja sect, and he was willing to pay a certain price, as long as the ninja sect was willing to agree to cooperate and as long as the requirements were not outrageous and excessive. Iwagakure and the Rain Ninja would find ways to complete it. This is a rare opportunity for the ninja sect. Even if it is a semi-official organization, it will be more convenient for the ninja sect to act in the future. The key point of cooperation is that this is a phased cooperation, and it can only be a phased cooperation. The truly peaceful Rain Country does not need the Rain Village and the ninja sect to coexist. For the ninja sect, the Rain Ninja is an object that can be won, but the Rain Village must perish. The reason why the ninja clan needs to cooperate with the Rain Village is that the current Rain Village is conducive to peace, but when the power of the ninja clan ninjas develops, the coexistence of the 2 major ninja forces will become a hidden danger to peace. TSK, you really don't have good intentions. Kakazu showed an expression of as expected. He didn't believe that Miyu would simply let go of the Rain Village that almost destroyed the ninja clan. Miyu said that she would cooperate with the Rain Village, but in fact it was a delaying tactic. Before the strength was insufficient, everyone got along well, and when the strength was enough, the Rain Village would be directly destroyed. If this is the case, then there is a lot of room for cooperation. Kai Chang also thought that Miyu's idea was perfect. The current ninja clan is a high-level combat power, and in other aspects it is an ordinary medium-sized ninja organization. Such a ninja clan is not qualified to replace the Rain Village to maintain peace in the Rain Country. After all, no matter how strong Miyu and his team are, they can't use one person as 1,000 ninjas. Enough low-level and middle-level ninjas are very important for national stability. In the end, the vote was basically all ninjas who supported cooperation. After deciding to choose cooperation, Miyu told Huang Tu about the demands of the ninja clan. Cooperation is possible, but the Shinobi clan and the Rain Village are equals, and no one can order anyone. Everything must be discussed. At the same time, The Rain Village must recognize the legitimacy of the Shinobi clan in the Rain country, rather than an ordinary ninja organization. This is a very reasonable demand. I will tell Hanzo-sama the truth. Huang Tu was delighted. He was not afraid of Muyu's request, but he was afraid that the Shinobi clan had no intention of cooperating at all, and then there was really no way to start. When the Shinobi clan and the Rain Village reached peace, Iwagakure would use a little trick to create the illusion that the Konoha ninjas were targeting the Rain country. By then, the new and old hatreds would be added together, and there would be no worries that the Rain ninjas would not fight with Konoha. Huang Tu hurried back to the office of the leader of the Rain Village and told Hanzo the good news. Lord Sosuke understood your difficulties, Hanzo-sama, and expressed his willingness to cooperate, but only made some small requests. Huang Tu told Hanzo about Muyu's request. After hearing this, Hanzo's face darkened. This was just a small request. A ninja organization with more than 100 people must not only be on an equal footing with the Rain Village, but also have a status similar to that of an official ninja village in the Land of Rain. In fact, the former is nothing to Hanzo, and he can decide it himself. After all, even if equality is not written in the cooperation treaty, the ninjas of the ninja clan will not listen to him, and the Rain ninjas will not obey Sosuke. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar first published this novel, but the latter is different. This Hanzo has to go to the daimyo of the Land of Rain to discuss, and there will be hidden dangers. This matter is serious. I need to discuss it with the daimyo. Hanzo finally decided to agree to the proposal of the ninja clan, because whether they recognize the ninja clan or not, the ninja clan is there. If the relationship with the ninja clan can be improved through cooperation, the result may be different. Konoha, on the training ground, Might Guy was excitedly doing warm-up exercises, and opposite him was Teacher Chen, who was reading a book. Since there was no opponent in the internal war of the disciples, Might Guy said his instructor Teacher Chen is the next target to defeat. Although Mr. Chen's taijutsu is not the strongest in Konoha in the true sense, he can be regarded as one of the strongest taijutsu in Konoha. If he can defeat Mr. Chen, Might Guy thinks he has taken a big step on the road to becoming the strongest. Shao, do you think it is possible for Akai to win? Shire Anui Genma couldn't help asking Ebisu next to him. The scene of Might Guy opening 6 gates and fighting 4 ninja swordsmen in the rock-breathing chakra mode on the East Coast battlefield is still vivid in his mind, so even if the opponent is Mr. Chen, who is known as the strongest taijutsu in Konoha, Shire Anui Genma believes that Might Guy is not without a chance of winning. Ebisu pushed the sunglasses on his nose. It's hard to say. Mr. Chen has rich experience in taijutsu. If they really fight, Akai may not be able to get the advantage. Although Might Guy is really strong, Ebisu still thinks that the experienced Mr. Chen will win. If he really wins, it will be amazing. Wouldn't it be possible to take the title of the strongest taijutsu from Mr. Chen? Shire Anui Genma once again felt the disparity in the world. Of the 7 members of the East Coast battlefield, only they were still Chunin. Snap! Seeing that Might Guy had finished warming up, Teacher Chen closed the book in his hand and put it away, and took a fighting stance. Okay, you are already a Jonin. I will not hold back when we fight later, Teacher Chen reminded. Teacher Chen was actually quite emotional. From the bell-snatching test, Teacher Chen could see Might Guy's physical talent and knew that Might Guy would surpass him and go further on the road of physical skills. But Teacher Chen did not expect Might Guy to go so fast. He was only 11 years old, and Might Guy had the strength to challenge him. Of course, you have to go all out in the battle of youth. Might Guy showed his shining white teeth and gave Teacher Chen a thumbs up. Teacher Chen also smiled. He was really proud of having such a disciple. The battle begins, Ebisu shouted after seeing the 2 of them ready. 8 gates of Dunjia. The 5th gate, Duman, open, facing Teacher Chen. Might Guy did not dare to be careless and directly entered the 5th gate of the 8 gates of Dunjia. Might Guy is very clear about the strength of Teacher Chen. With a strong physique and superb physical skills, he is not qualified to fight with Teacher Chen without using the 8 gates. Whoosh, whoosh. The 2 men burst out with chakra at the same time, and their speed is extremely fast. The 2 figures quickly staggered, and the hooks and knives collided with each other, and then the two retreated together and kicked out a whirlwind kick. Bang bang! Exclamation mark. The fists and feet of the two kept colliding, as fierce as a storm, and the airflow generated by the collision made the leaves on the treetops rustle. Shire Anui Genma and Ebisu couldn't see the movements of the two at all. They thought they had captured the movements. But when they looked carefully, they saw that it was an afterimage. "It's worthy of being Teacher Chen," Might Guy laughed when he felt the burning pain from several parts of his body. On the surface, they seemed to be evenly matched, but in fact Might Guy was at a disadvantage because he couldn't touch Teacher Chen, and Teacher Chen hit his body several times. Fighting with Teacher Chen reminded Might Guy of his first battle with Kakashi of the Transparent World. All of his attacks were seen through, and he could only take a beating. The only difference between the two was the way they fought. Kakashi saw through Kakashi with his Transparent World ability, while Teacher Chen relied on decades of physical training. Might Guy knew that he couldn't go on like this, and he had to use his trump card. Might Guy silently closed the fifth gate, then concentrated his breathing to the extreme and entered the rock breathing chakra mode. As soon as the rock breathing chakra mode was turned on, Might Guy's momentum immediately rose rapidly, and his body's strength and speed also increased rapidly. Teacher Chen narrowed his eyes and began to gather more chakra. Whoosh! Might Guy's speed was so fast that it seemed like a green light shot towards Teacher Chen. Bang! Teacher Chen caught Might Guy's fist with his palm. This level was still within his ability to deal with. Whoosh! The impact of the fist-palm collision pressed the hair of the two people backwards, and Teacher Chen pinched Might Guy's fist and threw it out. Konoha Dragon God! Might Guy flew out, grabbed the branch and landed safely, then gathered a large amount of chakra and kicked out the special physical technique that made Teacher Chen famous in Konoha. Chapter 485 Training Gains. As the powerful force of Might Guy burst out, a huge whirlwind appeared out of thin air, gradually forming a thick green dragon. Whoosh whoosh! For a moment, the wind howled, as if even the air was torn apart by this force. The powerful cutting force of the storm dragon instantly tore and cut off all the trees around Might Guy, and sawdust and yellow sand flew all over the sky. "You are still a little naive to use my moves against me, Konoha Dragon God." Seeing this, Teacher Chen immediately condensed a large amount of chakra and used Konoha Dragon God. His not-so-tall body burst out with extremely terrifying power, and the wind blades generated by the high-speed rotation destroyed the surroundings. As the trees collapsed and the hurricane roared, a larger green dragon appeared. Looking at the two dragons raging in the forest, Ebisu and Shire Anui Genma subconsciously stepped back a few steps. Even though they had witnessed Might Guy's step-by-step strengthening to the present, seeing such an exaggerated battle scene, it was still difficult for them to imagine that one of the ninjas fighting was their peers. As time passed, the gap between them did not narrow but widened. When they were in the ninja school, they could only beat Might Guy. Now, even the aftermath of the battle could hurt them. Boom! Exclamation mark. The two green dragons collided with each other. The strong and sharp edges of the two collided fiercely. The ground could not withstand the terrifying force. Explosions sounded one after another, and the ground was full of cutting marks. Might Guy tried his best to burst out all his strength and wanted to overwhelm Teacher Chen with absolute strength. But as a ninja with the title of the strongest physical skill in Konoha, Teacher Chen's strength is not based on bragging. Even if Might Guy tried his best, he could not break through with force. And Teacher Chen is the founder of Konoha Dragon God after all. His understanding of Konoha Dragon God is far better than Might Guy. It is obviously a huge blue dragon, but Teacher Chen uses it very flexibly, which makes Might Guy gain enough knowledge. Bang! Exclamation mark. Teacher Chen seized the perfect opportunity to hit Might Guy's Konoha Dragon God core. Under the powerful impact, Might Guy could not maintain Konoha Dragon God and flew backwards. Even though Might Guy was in the rock-breathing chakra mode and used chakra to resist attacks, he was still left with many scars under the swift attack of Teacher Chen. Since the Konoha Dragon God is not good, I have to use Teacher Muyu's physical skills. Might Guy decided to use the Golden Skyline. If possible, he would rather use the physical skills taught by Teacher Chen to defeat Teacher Chen. which can be regarded as an answer to Teacher Chen's 2 years of teaching. But Might Guy is not obsessed with fighting Teacher Chen with only the physical skills taught by Teacher Chen. He prefers to go all out in the battle. Golden Skyline. Might Guy exerted his breathing to the extreme, increased his strength as much as possible, and then poured all the strength into his index and middle fingers, and finally turned into a green light and sprinted forward. This is indeed a physical skill that surpasses the Konoha Dragon God. Teacher Chen, who noticed Might Guy's movements, immediately became alert. As Might Guy's instructor, he is very clear about some of the physical skills that Might Guy has mastered. The Golden Skyline is Might Guy's strongest physical skill, and it is also what Teacher Chen believes to be Konoha's strongest physical skill. With his understanding of Konoha's taijutsu, there would be no taijutsu stronger than the Golden Skyline in the entire Konoha. The Golden Skyline was extremely powerful, and the one who performed this move was the young and strong Might Guy. Teacher Chen's first thought was not how to block it, but how to dodge it. Decades of experience allowed Teacher Chen to quickly think of a way to deal with it. Under Teacher Chen's control, the dragon that was constantly emitting strong winds moved towards Might Guy, as if it wanted to compete with Might Guy head-on. Might Guy's eyes flashed with excitement, and the smile on his face became thicker. In the sprint, the excited Might Guy used the action of drawing the sword with his left hand to drive his right hand to smoothly slash forward, until it stretched forward, showing a thin line parallel to the ground, and finally swung his fingers at the blue dragon in front of him at a high speed. But at this critical moment, Teacher Chen suddenly changed his moves. The blue dragon disappeared, and the strong winds surrounding Teacher Chen all rushed towards the surroundings, causing Might Guy's movements to deviate slightly. Then Teacher Chen bent down and rolled to the left without hesitation. Teacher Chen has studied the Golden Skyline. Although this physical technique is powerful, it does not have a large attack range like the Konoha Dragon God. So Teacher Chen first pretended to be head-on to paralyze Might Guy, and then used the power of the Konoha Dragon God to hinder Might Guy's attack to a certain extent, and finally completed the dodge by surprise. Might Guy's face flashed a trace of surprise when his attack failed. He did not expect that Teacher Chen did not collide with him head-on but dodged. Teacher Chen did not give Might Guy time to reflect, and immediately greeted him with a whirlwind kick, kicking Might Guy back several meters. Then Teacher Chen took advantage of the victory and quickly hit Might Guy with a fist. The attack was as fierce as a storm, and even Might Guy could not resist it. After that, Might Guy was forced to switch from offense to defense, and he had no power to counterattack. He opened the 4 gates and entered the rock-breathing chakra mode, and used super advanced physical techniques such as the Konoha Dragon God and the Golden Skyline. Might Guy's physical strength and chakra were seriously consumed. Teacher Chen wins. In the end, Ebisu announced that Might Guy had lost. Although Akai is very strong, it is still difficult to defeat Teacher Chen. Shire Anui Genma sighed. In fact, Shire Anui Genma could no longer understand the battle between Might Guy and Teacher Chen, and could only judge their strength based on the final win or loss. You have a solid foundation, but you still need to accumulate more combat experience and practice more various physical skills. Teacher Chen helped Might Guy up and said, based on the standard of an ordinary 11-year-old ninja, Might Guy's combat experience and various physical skills are now top-notch rather than weak. But compared to Might Guy's physique and chakra, Might Guy's combat experience and physical skills are much worse. Run 500 more laps around Konoha today. Might Guy nodded and accepted and chose to train himself more. Might Guy is not a person who likes to find excuses for himself. If he loses, he loses. What he has to do is to continue to become stronger and then win. Name, Might Guy. Live mission, towards the strongest physical skill. Main goal, to become a top ninja who is good at physical skills, whether in terms of strength or fame, to let all ninjas know that even those who are not good at ninjutsu can become strong. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. Mission progress, 29.9%. When checking the progress of the disciples' life missions regularly, Miyu found that Might Guy's life mission was about to reach the settlement node, and only the last 0.1% was left to unlock the progress reward. Muyu closed the panel and went to the training ground to start a new day of teaching the Anbu. The 0.1% left meant that Might Guy did not need to go out to do mission training, and he would be able to reach that level after practicing for a while. In the new week, Muyu slightly changed the course content, changing Monday and Thursday to practice nature change and ninjutsu, and the rest of the time was still practicing the dark calling method. Muyu took out the 5 nature ninjutsu he developed to teach. However, he did not directly take out the B-level ninjutsu, but taught them the 5 C-level ninjutsu first. B-level ninjutsu is considered advanced ninjutsu in the Konoha ninjutsu level, and it is not easy to learn. In order to take care of most people, Muyu first teaches C-level ninjutsu, so that it will be quick to learn the upgraded B-level ninjutsu later. Complete an intermediate class, evaluation, S, awards, improved understanding of chakra nature change, lightning chakra nature change plus 25, earth chakra nature change plus 24, water chakra nature change plus 15, fire chakra nature change plus 9, fireball plus 35. After completing a day of teaching, the panel will give rewards on time. Muyu opened her attribute panel and took a look. The proficiency of wood release and ice release increased by more than 20 points each. Skills: ice release, proficiency, 1,743 thousandths. Wood release, proficiency, 1,042 3,000ths. Since he often used ice release ninjutsu in the battlefield of Kirigakure, his proficiency in ice release increased a lot. But as for wood release, he rarely did, except when he used the nature change experience scroll. His proficiency level suddenly increased to 1,000 points, and then only increased by 42 points. Muyu made a simple estimate. With the class rewards plus the promotion rewards at the end of the training, it should not be a problem to raise both ice release and wood release to the mastery level, but the proficiency will not be very high. After the training, Muyu went to Tsunade's house to cook. Teacher Muyu, Lady Tsunade, I successfully promoted to Jonin. No Harlan walked into Tsunade's house with a smile on her face and told them the good news. No Harlan was very grateful to Muyu and Tsunade. If it weren't for them helping her with special training, it would be difficult for her to successfully promote in a short period of time. That's good, Shizu. You should learn from me too. Aren't you and Zealand from the same class? I won't ask too much of you. Just become a Jonin before the end of this year. Tsunade nodded in response and turned to Shizu. Shizu was a little surprised that Tsunade would care about her ninja level. It turned out that Tsunade cared about her so much. Shizu's heart suddenly warmed up, thinking that although she was not strong enough, she must work hard to become a Jonin as soon as possible. The commission money that a Jonin can earn is not comparable to that of a Chunin. I haven't had a good time gambling for a long time. Hearing Tsunade's words, Shizu's originally warm heart froze directly, and she looked at Tsunade speechlessly. Zealand, this is your Jonin gift. Muyu found a chance to slip out and took out the egg and handed it to No Harlan. This last Pokemon egg was the egg that Obito's Jonin reward was drawn from. No Harlan carefully took the big egg and thanked Muyu sincerely. The reason why she worked so hard was that on the one hand, she wanted to become stronger and play a greater role in the battle, and on the other hand, she was looking forward to her Jonin gift. After all, who can resist a cute ninja beast? Although the slug is useful, it is a bit far-fetched to say that it is cute. P.S. This chapter is a bit short, it is 3K, and the next one is 5K. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 486. Obito and No Harlan Pokemon hatching. What will the Rain Country look like in the future? Hanzo, who had successfully persuaded the daimyo of the Rain Country, looked up at the gloomy sky after walking out of the palace. He couldn't help but feel a little confused. This was something that was hard for Hanzo to imagine. He, a demigod, would actually feel confused about his decision. He always believed that he was a ninja with firm beliefs, so whenever he met a ninja with beliefs, Even if the other party was an enemy, he would let the other party live because he appreciated the other party's beliefs and persistence. But at this moment, Hanzo didn't know whether what he did could be called right, and whether he had implemented his beliefs in order to no longer be hostile to the Shinobi clan and no longer have to worry about Sosuke's attacks all day long. He used his prestige in the Rain country and the daimyo's trust to successfully get the daimyo to agree to the Shinobi clan's conditions. When persuading the daimyo, Hanzo was actually persuading himself. He told himself that the Shinobi clan did not kill the Iwagakure ninjas, and that the Shinobi clan was as peace-loving as the rumors said. He told himself that with the power of the ninja clan, the Rain country would be stronger, and the country would be more peaceful and safer, instead of becoming more chaotic. Is this really the case? In fact, Hanzo didn't know that all this was just him paralyzing himself by going for the best development. After the cooperation officially took effect, the ninja clan was really equivalent to another Rain village, and had the right to represent the Rain country in wars with other countries. This means that the actions of the ninja clan will greatly affect the future of the Rain country. For Hanzo, the Rain country is his home, and today, he has handed over the future of his home to others. I really didn't follow through on my beliefs. Hanzo really couldn't continue to deceive himself. When the words "I don't know" appeared in his mind, he actually knew what his actions meant, but he was unwilling to admit it. After all, he is the demigod Hanzo who is admired by thousands of people, and he shouldn't make such a big mistake. He can't remember when he started to like to find excuses for himself. The reason for the failure of the siege and killing of Sosuke was for the Rain village, and his reasons for everything that happened with the ninja clan were the mistakes of Iwagakure and Shimura Danzo. He seems to be very good at finding various excuses now. It's come to this, and we can only move on. Hanzo sighed. Although he is reflecting now, he can't go back and explain all the interests to the daimyo and change the order, because he is no longer the demigod with firm beliefs. Now he is just a leader of the Rain village who wants to live until he dies naturally. After returning to the Rain village, Hanzo sent ninjas to follow the Iwagakure to reply to the Shinobi clan. Hanzo is willing to meet the requirements of the Shinobi clan, but he also has a requirement that the cooperation must be negotiated near the Rain village. The Shinobi clan's credibility in Hanzo's eyes is not even as good as that of the Iwagakure, and the two sides are truly mortal enemies. Hanzo is very worried that the Shinobi clan will make a fake cooperation and really kill him, just like he did last time to kill Sosuke. Hanzo doesn't have this worry near the Rain village. No matter how strong Sosuke is, it is impossible for him to destroy the entire Rain village by himself. He doesn't have that much physical strength and chakra. Many ninjas of the Shinobi clan raised objections to Hanzo's request, because Hanzo's request sounded too similar to the last siege. Why choose the location near the Rain village? It should be somewhere between the Shinobi clan and the Rain village. Hanzo definitely has no good intentions in choosing this location. The Shinobi clan ninjas showed extreme distrust of Hanzo. Yahiko opened his mouth but didn't say anything in the end. He was responsible for the trap last time. If he fell into the trap again because of his words this time, Yahiko would be too ashamed to see his fellow Shinobi clan members. Kakazu looked indifferent. This time, he felt that Hanzo had no other ideas, but was just scared by the Shinobi clan. Because it was too easy for the Shinobi clan to break the siege, Miyu only brought Kakazo and Nagato with him. What could the Rain village use to siege them? If they really fought, they could even kill a group of Rain ninjas and leave calmly. It can be closer to the Rain village, but the specific location and time must be decided by our ninja clan. When discussing, you Rain ninjas can bring as many ninjas as you want. Miyu did not agree to Hanzo's request, but proposed a compromise plan. He was not worried that Hanzo would play the same siege as last time. As long as the main body was there, it would not be difficult to break through with the ninja clan ninjas. Miyu wanted to tell Hanzo one thing by refusing. The ninja clan would not agree to any unreasonable request from the Rain village. Don't think that adding a must for the ninja clan really means you have to do it. Hanzo could feel Miyu's confidence and ridicule from his answer. The Rain ninjas could bring any number of ninjas over, which was almost like saying to him face to face that I have no idea about you. If you are afraid of death, bring more people. Although a little annoyed, Hanzo felt much more relieved in his heart, because this meant that this cooperation and discussion was very likely not a conspiracy against him. Of course, it was very unlikely to be 100%, so Hanzo still brought 80% of the ninjas from the Rain Village to participate in the cooperation and discussion. At noon on Sunday, Hanzo brought a large number of Rain ninjas, Muyu brought 8 Ninja Clan ninjas, and Huang Tu brought some elite Iwagakure. The three parties held cooperation and discussions near a flat village. This time was carefully selected by Muyu. First, he had a day off on Sunday and did not need to train the Anbu. Second, if he did it at noon, he could still make dinner at Tsunade's house if he rushed all the way. Hanzo looked at the somewhat familiar Ninja Clan ninjas with mixed feelings. If he had really cooperated with the Ninja Clan that time instead of besieging and killing them, what would the situation be like now? Let's exchange opinions first. Muyu sat opposite Hanzo and said lightly. Hanzo originally thought that Sosuke would mock him with disdain because of hatred after meeting again, but Muyu did not target him and started to talk about business directly. After the cooperation, Ninja Clan ninjas shall not harm each other with Rain Ninja Village ninjas. Both sides must jointly protect the peace of the Rain country. If there is an invasion by foreign enemies, they need to fight together. Hanzo asked his men to take out the information and handed the prepared information to Muyu. Muyu also asked Nagato to take out the information they had prepared and hand it over to the Rain Ninja. Perhaps he really didn't want to be enemies with the Ninja Clan anymore. Muyu found that Hanzo was surprisingly honest this time, and he didn't even play word games, and basically agreed with the general wishes of the Ninja Clan. This cooperation will only last for 5 years. After 5 years, the Ninja Clan will decide whether to continue the cooperation based on the performance of the Rain Ninja Village. Muyu set a time limit for the cooperation. Hanzo was a little surprised, but agreed to Muyu's plan. He felt that this was better than no time limit and cooperation. If the Ninja Clan really made the Rain country worse and worse, he would have a chance to save it. The spring of the Rain country is finally coming. Yahiko was very excited. He didn't expect that the cooperation discussion would go so smoothly. The two sides clearly regarded each other as mortal enemies a few days ago, but now they have reached a cooperation so smoothly. Yahiko can't wait to eliminate all the major factors that have caused chaos in the Rain country and restore peace to the country. Nagato also showed a sincere smile on his face. Although he couldn't revive his dead parents, his actions would prevent more people from losing their parents again. Teacher Sosuke is really making the Rain country better. Zionin gave the paper flower she folded to Muyu. Although they have been working for peace since they founded the Akatsuki organization, they actually only protected a few villages with their own strength. But Muyu is different. With her personal charm, Muyu quickly led the Ninja Clan to travel around the Rain country and helped people in many places solve various difficulties. Because of Muyu's strong strength, even the Rain Ninja Village did not dare to provoke the Ninja Clan after the siege failed. They regarded it as an equal force and finally reached a cooperation with the Ninja Clan, giving the Rain country hope of restoring peace. We are working together to make the Rain country better, Muyu replied. The perfect ending of the cooperation between the Ninja Clan and the Rain Ninja Village made all three parties very satisfied. Hanzo and the Rain Ninja Village no longer have to worry about Sosuke, who is unparalleled in fire escape. The Ninja Clan can finally develop and deal with the problems of the Rain country with peace of mind. Huang Tu finally completed the task assigned to him by Inoki. The next step is to provoke the conflict between Konoha and the Rain country. Huang Tu looked at the secret task scroll. Iwagakure is not spending its energy to develop the Rain country, but to discuss Konoha is the real purpose of Iwagakure. However, Inoki, who has the experience of being a senior troublemaker, knows that such things cannot be rushed, and there will be flaws if you rush, so the plan to provoke conflicts does not need to be implemented immediately, but just to prepare first. After reading the complete plan, Huang Tu was full of admiration for his father, who was really a ninja. In order to provoke the conflict between the Ninja Clan and Konoha, Inoki even had to use the conflict between Hanzo and the Ninja Clan again, starting from the old hatred between the two forces, and joined forces with Hanzo to pit the Ninja Clan. Sosuke, in this chaotic world, it is a pity to have no one to rely on. Huang Tu shook his head and felt a little sorry for Sosuke. He liked Sosuke's personality and character very much. If it were not for the needs of Iwagakure village, Huang Tu believed that he would definitely become a good friend with Sosuke. But before Huang Tu became a person, he was first a ninja of Iwagakure village. After going to the Shinobi clan's headquarters to say goodbye to Sosuke, Huang Tu went to the Land of Grass to continue his mission. He was not originally required to go to the Land of Grass, but the Koskakure Shinobi believed that the Iwagakure ninja who was talking to them could not represent the will of Iwagakure, so they had to trouble Huang Tu, the son of the Tsuchikage and a well-known strong man of Iwagakure, to go there. After Huang Tu arrived at the Land of Grass, the Iwagakure who was carrying out the mission quickly explained the current mission progress and intelligence to Huang Tu. The new Koskakure Shinobi leader who recently took office is the leader of Koskakure Minoru, a typical radical ninja. He has a strong desire to cooperate with Iwagakure, but he is worried that he will be used as cannon fodder by our Iwagakure. Is there no movement from the grass flower? Huang Tu asked. Koskakure Minoru and Koskakure Minoru are the two major factions in Koskakure Shinobi village. Koskakure Minoru is a radical faction, while Koskakure Minoru is a conservative faction. We are doing it very secretly. Koskakure Minoru does not know that the Koskakure Shinobi leader has the idea of cooperating with Iwagakure to solve the Konoha ninja forces in the Land of Grass. The Iwagakure Shinobi replied. Huang Tu nodded slightly. If the steady grass flower knew about this, it would definitely try every means to sabotage the cooperation. It would be bad if the grass ninja leader woke up. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. Konoha Village, South Forest. Today, Kakashi did not rush to start practicing, but tried to teach Rock Dog Earth-style ninjutsu. In his opinion, Rock Dog could master the changes in the nature of Earth attribute chakra without a teacher, so he must have a very high talent in Earth-style ninjutsu, and the most suitable one to practice is Earth-style ninjutsu. Earth-style Earth Flow Wall. Kakashi's palms changed gestures quickly, and under the effect of Earth attribute chakra, a wall of earth rose from the ground. In the middle of the wall, there was a dog head that looked like Rock Dog. Rock Dog shouted excitedly when he saw this, jumped onto the wall and stood on the big dog head, and then jumped onto Kakashi. Don't play yet. Try it as I just said. Kakashi grabbed Rock Dog and put him on the ground and said. Rock Dog scratched his head with his paw, trying to imitate Kakashi's actions just now, but his paw couldn't complete the hand seal like Kakashi, and the ground couldn't be raised successfully after a while of random operations. Kakashi showed a thoughtful expression. It seemed a bit difficult for Rock Dog to use ninjutsu like this. After trying a few more times, Kakashi thought of the hard stone on Rock Dog's neck. You don't need to learn my ninjutsu, see if you can use chakra to control the stone on your body to move, Kakashi said. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as Kakashi finished speaking, the stone on Rock Dog's neck flew out like a shuriken and pierced into the big tree in front of Rock Dog. Are those stones really not simple? Kakashi didn't expect Rock Dog to succeed in one try. With the power of Rock Dog's flying stones just now, it is not difficult to kill a genin by surprise. However, Rock Dog's performance next made Kakashi know that Rock Dog could not participate in the battle yet. Rock Dog couldn't control the direction of the stone, so he could only throw it randomly by luck, and he looked tired after throwing it a few times. Kakashi sat on the ground and touched the tired Rock Dog to comfort him. At this time, a voice full of youth and passion came. If you can't cross the finish line in time, you have to run another 100 times. Might Guy was excitedly racing with Ryolu. Might Guy was leading in the front, while Ryolu gritted his teeth and chased after Might Guy. Whoosh! Just as the distance between them was getting bigger and bigger, Ryolu suddenly burst into speed and moved a distance quickly in a short period of time before returning to normal speed. Flashing body technique. Kakashi felt that Might Guy's summoning beast talent might be in physical skills. Ryolu has strong physical strength and strong willpower that can be seen with the naked eye. Now he has mastered the skills of flashing body technique. He is born to practice physical skills. Lin, You don't have to envy them. Generally, the later the characters appear in ninja novels, the more powerful they are. Our ninja beasts are hatched later and must be more powerful than them. Obito saw Nohara coming over and kept looking at the rock dog and Ryolu, so he comforted her. Nohara looked at Obito with a strange look. Obito, I'm not envious, and I'm here. Nohara, holding the Pokemon egg, said with a smirk. Obito was stunned and quickly looked around again. Nohara-rin's figure disappeared, and there was only a cunning red-haired fox in the place. How rude. My name is not Zeolin, Zoroya said with his head held high. Obito's fist was hard. This naturally evil red-haired fox stared to make him look bad in front of Zeolin, and he was ready to die. I asked you to practice illusion, not to let you tease me. Shisui grabbed Zoroya's neck with a helpless look, lifted him up and looked straight into its light blue eyes. So this is called teasing. Zoroya doesn't know. Zoroya opened his big eyes and acted cute. It's just a baby who was born more than 10 days ago, and it doesn't know too complicated things. Shisui stared at Zoroya for half a minute, and finally put it down. It seems a bit unreasonable to expect a child of 1.5 months old to be sensible. You just pretend. The foxes in ninja novels are not good. They are more deceiving than the other. Obito said he didn't believe it. A dark red light flashed, and Nohara appeared in front of Obito again, with her hands on her hips and a dissatisfied look on her face. You are not a good thing. Seeing the posture that Nohara had never shown before, Obito was shocked. It turned out that being angry could be so cute. If it was Nohara herself, Obito felt that such words were not unacceptable. Obito quickly suppressed the distracting thoughts in his heart and dispelled the illusion. This red-haired fox really can't be underestimated. You should exercise your physique first. In the end, Shisui still grabbed Zoroark's neck and pulled a little distance from Obito and the others. Although I don't know who he learned it from, Zoroark does inexplicably like to play pranks or tease people. No, not only teasing people. Zoroark also tried to tease Rock Dog and Ryolu, but they all failed. Rock Dog smelled the smell on Zoroark, and Ryolu found it faster than Rock Dog, but Shisui couldn't find out what the reason was. When will you hatch? Obito held up the Pokemon egg and sighed in his heart. Seeing that Kakashi and his ninja beasts had started training and had a certain combat capability, Obito was so anxious. Because he started slowly, he couldn't raise his head in front of Kakashi for a long time. He didn't want his ninja beast to follow his old path. As if hearing Obito's voice, the Pokemon egg in Obito's arms suddenly burst into a dazzling white light, covering Obito's entire body. Obito's original loss in his heart was instantly thrown away, and his ninja beast egg was finally hatched. May the immortal Miyu bless me. It must be a strong and handsome ninja beast. Obito silently prayed for the protection of the immortal Miyu. At this moment, the ninja beast egg in Nohara hand suddenly burst into a dazzling white light. The sudden burst of two white lights attracted the attention of everyone present. Lin's ninja beast egg hatched so quickly? Kakashi was a little surprised. The hatching of Obito's ninja beast egg has been normal and it has been taking quite some time. Nohara-rin's ninja beast egg has only been acquired not long ago and it is the fastest hatching egg among the disciples. Chapter 487, The Rare Gathering of the Watergate Class. As the white light faded, a glimmer of orange caught Obito's eyes. Looking at the orange unknown ninja beast in front of him that looked a bit like a lizard or a salamander, Obito scratched his head. Obito didn't know whether it was strong or not, but it was definitely not handsome. Obito carefully looked at the orange unknown ninja beast standing on 2 feet. At first glance, it looked a bit like a lizard, but a closer look showed that it was very different. Most of its body was orange, except for its belly and the bottom of its tail, which were cream-colored. Its limbs looked relatively short, and its fingers were so short that Obito almost didn't notice them. The only thing that made Obito feel that it was special was its tail. The end of the seemingly ordinary tail burned with a strong flame, and it didn't seem to cause any harm to the ninja beast's body. It must be because it was just born, so it didn't grow up. When it grows up, it will become powerful. Obito comforted himself in his heart. After all, it was the ninja beast that he took care of and hatched with his own hands. Even if it was different from what he expected, Obito would not go to Miyu and say that he didn't want it anymore and asked if he could change it. Fire Dragon. The little fire dragon looked at Obito with blue eyes and shouted happily. Obito touched Charmander's original head and thought it was not bad. Although it was not the mighty and handsome type he imagined, it seemed to have a good personality, unlike Shisui's Zoroark. Then Obito looked at Nohara Rin. He had just noticed the movement of Nohara Rin's ninja egg. Obito was actually a little happy for Nohara Rin. If the ninja eggs of others were all hatched, and he was still waiting alone, it would be too painful. But when Obito saw the ninja beast that appeared in front of Nohara Rin, Obito was dumbfounded. This, could it be that you took the wrong egg? Obito racked his brains to comfort Nohara Rin, but he couldn't think of how to praise the ugly and weak big fish in front of Nohara Rin. The ninja beast hatched by Nohara Rin was completely different from the ninja beasts they hatched. Although the ninja beasts they hatched were not fierce, each of them had its own special features. Obito really didn't see anything special about the ninja beast hatched by Nohara Rin. If you have to say, it was particularly ugly. Obito had never seen such a strange-looking fish. It was just born, but its fins were torn and tattered as if it had been beaten up, and its body was full of pits and bumps as if it had been abused. Can fish be hatched in this environment? Kakashi was a little surprised when he saw the ninja beast hatched by Nohara Rin. However, Kakashi quickly turned to think about other problems. Dogs can become oviparous, so let's not worry about how fish can be hatched without water. If you insist, it's still the rock dogs that are more strange. It shouldn't be. Nohara Rin shook her head at Obito. Although she didn't expect that she could actually hatch such a strange fish, she didn't deny it. Kakashi, please use Earth Escape to create a sunken area. Seeing the clownfish lying on the ground with a dull face and struggling from time to time, Nohara Rin asked Kakashi. Even if the clownfish was not as cute as she imagined, Nohara Rin couldn't ignore her ninja beast. Earth Escape, Earthquake Core. Kakashi nodded and immediately made a seal to control the ground where the clownfish was to drop rapidly. Nohara Rin left the sunken ground, formed a water seal and used Water Escape to fill the sunken ground with water, forming a pond. Can such a ninja beast really have combat effectiveness? I feel that it may not be able to beat Kuroba in the future. Obito walked to the edge of the pond and couldn't help complaining. The Uchiha fish really gave him a feeling of being extremely weak, and it didn't look as smart as ordinary animals. Not necessarily. Kakashi maintained a negative attitude. Miyu never favored a certain disciple or targeted a certain disciple. Since Miyu said that the ninja beast eggs given to them all had great potential, she would definitely not give Nohara Rin a bad ninja beast egg alone. But I really can't see what's special about it. It can't be special. Obito didn't say the next words. Even he knew that it would be very hurtful. Just like ninjas, there are genius ninjas who show their talents as soon as they come into contact with ninja knowledge, and there are also late bloomers who are mediocre at the beginning but work hard to accumulate their foundation and then make great achievements. Miyu walked over and said, the Uchiha fish was indeed awkward in the early stage, and it was basically impossible for it to have combat effectiveness before it evolved. But as long as it is properly trained, Nohara Rin may overtake and become the first disciple to evolve Pokemon into a perfect form. Because the evolution of the Chaochu does not require training to a certain extent, it needs beauty, the love and trust of the owner. As long as it is carefully trained, the final result will definitely not be bad. Well, thank you, Teacher Miyu. I will take good care of it. This child looks like he needs care. Nohara Rin thanked Miyu and prepared to take the Chaochu home to take good care of it. She was not prepared to give up the Chaochu from the beginning, but Miyu's words did give her more confidence. Obito scratched his hair with both hands, opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan and carefully observed the Chaochu, but still did not find any outstanding features of the Chaochu. In the end, Obito chose to give up. Anyway, the immortal Miyu would definitely not lie, but he could not see it because of his poor eyesight. On this day, Obito reduced some of his training and used the time originally used for training to cultivate feelings with Charmander. It would have been fine if the ninja beasts had not hatched before, but now that he finally had his own ninja beasts, Obito couldn't wait to train Charmander to become stronger. and then beat up the hateful white-haired dog and red-haired fox. He certainly couldn't do it by himself, because Rock Dog and Zoroark were both ninja beasts that had just been born. If he took action, it would be like bullying a newborn child. Kakashi would take the opportunity to mock him, and Nohara Rin's evaluation of him might also be reduced. At night, Obito was explaining fire style to Charmander in the yard of his home, trying to get Charmander to learn the great fireball technique. Rock Dog had a stone on its neck so it could use the earth attribute chakra property change without a teacher, and Charmander had fire on its tail, so Obito believed that Charmander could definitely use fire style. Just as Obito was trying hard to teach, Namikaze Minato came to Obito's house. "Obito, gather at the Hokage building tomorrow," Namikaze Minato informed. Hearing what Namikaze Minato said, Obito remembered that he was actually a member of Minato's class, but had been entrusted for a long time. "Minato-sensei, are we going to do a war mission?" Obito asked. "Usually, the Hokage building gathers to do a mission. Now it is a war period. With the strength of their team, they must be doing a difficult war mission." Namikaze Minato smiled and shook his head. "It's not a mission, but there should be some training." Namikaze Minato has just finished his work recently. Of course he can't take the initiative to accept the war mission. He just wants to take his disciples to get familiar with Kushina, because Kushina's range of activities is limited. Namikaze Minato can only take Obito and others to the main city of Konoha. There is also a training ground in the main city, but it is very small, basically equivalent to the scope of a playground, which is a fenced-off open space. After explaining the situation to Obito, Namikaze Minato quickly notified Kakashi and Nohara Rin. The next day, Minato's class completed the assembly in front of the Hokage building, and Kushina came with Namikaze Minato to join in the fun. "You are all disciples taught by Muyu and Minato. I have read about you in the newspaper, but seeing is believing. I want to see if you are really as good as Minato said," Kushina said with her hands on her hips, looking like a stern examiner. In fact, Kushina was just bored and itching to do something. In addition, Minato Namikaze also wanted her to get familiar with Kakashi and the others, so Kushina thought of combat training, which had nothing to do with the assessment of excellence. "Of course, what you think in your heart and what you say are two different things." Kushina wanted to show her majestic side, so she specially prepared some words. "How can this be false? Even the enemy admits our excellence," Obito retorted. At that time, when they were famous in the East Coast battlefield, the ordinary mist-hidden team they met were afraid of them. "And are you sure you want to train the three of us at the same time? We are all Jonin, and I have defeated the Jonin examiner in the Jonin assessment," Obito said with his head held high and his chest puffed out, looking proud. Although Obito did not pass the Jonin exam, he thought that defeating the Jonin examiner was a commendable achievement, because it was an achievement that Kakashi had not achieved. "You mean you are very brave?" Kushina looked at Obito with interest. It has been a long time since a ninja dared to be so arrogant in front of her. "Just kidding. I can definitely beat a ninja swordsman now." Obito said that he was already an elite among the Jonin. "Then do you want to challenge me alone?" Kushina began to rub her hands, and she began to look forward to whether Obito would be beaten and cry. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9 plus book bar published this novel for the first time. Of course, Obito was full of confidence. He was a famous genius Jonin in Konoha, and it was easy for him to beat a little-known Jonin in Konoha. Kushina was the challenger. "Obito, this is not good." Nohara Rin was worried about Obito. Namikaze Minato is not an unreliable person. Since Namikaze Minato asked Kushina to train the three of them, Kushina should be stronger than them, or have some outstanding qualities, rather than because of the personal relationship between Kushina and Namikaze Minato. Obito gave Nohara Rin a confident smile. "It's really hopeless." Kakashi shook his head secretly. Nohara Rin could see it, but Obito couldn't guess Kushina's strength. But Kakashi was also quite curious. In a period of constant war, there were still unknown strong people. "Kushina, be a little gentle later," Minato whispered on the way to the training ground. Kushina's beating had a kind of violence that didn't match her face. During the ninja school, she was nicknamed the Blood Red Pepper. "How can this be done?" He must be taught a profound lesson and let him know that he can't underestimate others. Kushina clenched her fist and waved it lightly to indicate that she was about to hit hard. Namikaze Minato smiled helplessly, hoping that Obito would be more careful in his words and deeds in the future. Go ahead and do it. I want to see how powerful a ninja who can defeat a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen is. After arriving at the training ground, Kushina showed her seniority and let Obito make the first move. Fire style, great fireball technique. Kushina's attitude changed Obito's estimation of her strength. Generally, people who dare to be so arrogant must be strong. So Obito didn't waste any words and directly spit out a fireball. After all, he was so confident before the battle. If he lost, it would be a bit embarrassing. Vajra lock. Kushina dodged the slow-moving great fireball with a flash, and then directly burst out the extremely powerful chakra on her body and rushed towards Obito, using the special ability of the Uzumaki clan bloodline. Swish, swish, swish. Chains formed by chakra stretched out from Kushina's back and continued to extend to completely block the area within 20 meters around her. Obito didn't even have time to use the flame-breathing chakra mode. He dodged a few times and was tied up by the chakra chain and couldn't move. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Obito was confused. He had never seen this kind of ninjutsu. Flame-breathing chakra mode. Obito concentrated his breathing to the extreme and entered the flame-breathing chakra mode. He burst out his whole body chakra and burned high-temperature flames around his body, hoping to burn the chains that bound him. But what Obito didn't expect was that the chains were not damaged by the high-temperature flames. Kakashi, who was watching the battle, narrowed his eyes slightly. If he hadn't opened the transparent world and was not far from Kushina, he might not be able to avoid so many chains. Is it the secret technique of the Uzumaki clan? Kakashi showed a thoughtful expression. He had no impression of this ninjutsu. Obito was stunned. The Loki teacher Miyu was famous in the ninja world. How could Konoha still have a hidden master? With the chakra power that Kushina just burst out, let alone him, even Might Guy might not be able to win. Kushina controlled the chains to hang Obito up. It seems that the rumors are false. You are not that powerful. Is there a possibility that it is because you are stronger? Obito said with a red face. No, that should be it. I'm very strong. Hearing Obito's praise, Kushina smiled and let Obito go. People who praise her are not bad. Minato teacher, when are you going to give birth to Naruto? He still owes me a big brother. Obito thought of something very important. Minato. Kushina? Obito's words almost confused Minato, and then he remembered the joke that future Naruto made to Obito when he left. Seeing that Obito was sick because of the red temperature, Kakashi silently put the photo in front of Obito, and used poison to fight poison, causing Obito to lose his mind and rush towards him to grab the photo, and then fooled Kushina without any danger. After Obito rested, Kakashi and the other two practiced with Kushina together. After the training, they went to eat ramen together and dispersed after eating. In the process of getting along with Kushina, Kakashi found that Kushina and Obito were a little bit similar, and they were also the kind of people who were easy to understand. However, Kakashi never figured out why Kushina was not famous, because Kushina did not seem like the kind of person who would deliberately hide herself. Chapter 488, a bit of inspiration from Breath of the Sun. After a day of training, Shisui took Zoroya back to the Uchiha clan's home. Shisui, I'm so hungry. Zoroya sat down on the floor after returning home and expressed his thoughts. In order to prevent Zoroya from being too energetic and teasing others, Shisui trained Zoroya hard. Zoroya didn't have the physical strength of Ryolu, and was now tired and hungry. Eat some fast food first. Shisui took out the secret dog food bought from the Inuzuka clan, poured it into a small bowl and brought it to Zoroya. Because Zoroya has a high IQ, Shisui was worried that he would resist dog food, so he changed the way he said it. In order to raise Zoroya well, Shisui looked up a lot of information about foxes. It's actually quite simple to raise a fox, because foxes are omnivores and can eat meat, vegetables, fruits, etc. And because they are ninja beasts, the newly born Zoroya is not as fragile as ordinary foxes and does not have so many precautions. Shisui arranged a diet for Zoroya according to the needs of various nutrients. Zoroya buried his head in the small bowl and began to eat, enjoying the meal. Then Shisui began to prepare dinner for himself and Zoroya. Although he was only cooking for the ninja beast, Shisui felt that the house was more lively with more people. There were more things to do, but he was in a happier mood. Knock, knock. Not long after Shisui finished dinner, there was a knock on his door. After Shisui opened the door, he found that it was the dove-like elder of the Uchiha clan, and there were two dove-like Uchiha jonin standing behind him. Shisui, just finished dinner? Uchiha Katsuiza greeted with a smile. Well, how about you, Elder Katsuiza? Shisui responded while welcoming the three people into the living room. I just finished dinner too, and I happened to take a walk nearby, so I came to talk to you about the recent things in the clan. Uchiha Katsuiza smiled and stated his purpose. Although Shisui was just a young Uchiha who had just turned 9 years old, Shisui's performance at the clan meeting last time amazed Uchiha Katsuiza. In addition to the tendency shown by Shisui, Uchiha Katsuiza wanted to train Shisui as the next elder. No, the current Shisui no longer needs his training. Shisui just lacks an opportunity to become an elder. Shisui nodded and showed an interested expression but did not speak, just listening. Now everyone recognizes your strength, Shisui, but although the Uchiha attaches importance to strength, they will not let people who have no contribution to the clan easily sit in a high position, Uchiha Katsuiza said. Because Shisui defeated Uchiha Shanking, the Uchiha clan will regard the two as people of the same level, but this does not mean that Shisui is qualified to be an elder. Now that Shisui has become a jonin, you can actually choose to join the police department. With your strength and ninja level, you will be reused as soon as you enter the police department, and you can also gain recognition from the clan members by showing your own abilities. Uchiha Katsuiza pointed out a clear way for Shisui. As the exclusive department of the Uchiha clan, in the eyes of many Uchiha, making achievements in the police department is equivalent to making contributions to the Uchiha family. One thing that Uchiha Katsuiza didn't say clearly is that the police department is safer. The police department ninjas only need to maintain the public security in Konoha village, and they have nothing to do with war missions. If the ninjas of the police department have to go to the battlefield, it can only prove one thing, that the ninja strength of Konoha is seriously insufficient, and the genin who may have graduated not long ago have to go to the battlefield. Hearing Uchiha Katsuiza's words, Shisui shook his head in his heart. I don't know if it's because the authorities are confused or the temptation of power is too great, but no ninja in the entire Uchiha clan has discovered the harm of the police department. Whether it is the hawkish Uchiha or the dove Uchiha, they are all actively involved in the police department, as if the police department is the core of the Uchiha clan. Elder Katsuiza, do you think it is a good thing for the Uchiha clan to monopolize the police department? Shisui didn't follow Uchiha Katsuiza's topic, but asked Uchiha Katsuiza a question. Uchiha Katsuiza pondered for a moment, not quite understanding why Shisui asked such a question. Isn't it obvious? Of course it's a good thing for our Uchiha clan, even if the Konoha high-level officials deliberately exclude us. We Uchiha still hold important power in Konoha, Uchiha Katsuiza replied. Hearing this, Shisui knew that there was no need to communicate for the time being, because Shisui believed that in order to solve the Uchiha problem, the police department must be reformed and can no longer be a family department of the Uchiha clan. Shisui knew that things had to be done step by step. If he put forward such an opinion now, he would become the public enemy of the entire Uchiha, unless he could make others realize the harm of the police force Uchiha. But this is not an easy thing. The reform of the police department is completely incomparable to the proposal of Uchiha Shanking. Uchiha Shanking's proposal is just an unreasonable plan. If you want to refute it, just point out its impracticability. The police department is different. The police department involves power and wealth. There are real power and money in it. If you want the Uchiha to give up these, it will not work just by writing some information. Teacher Muyu has other arrangements for me. I should not have time to enter the police department this year. Shisui declined, although he felt that it was a waste of time to join the police department now. Shisui needed to be a dove, and he had to find a way to make Uchiha Shisui stand on his side. Is it the arrangement of that Liang Muiyu? I almost forgot that you are still his disciple. Then you should follow his steps. Uchiha Shisui nodded and said, Muiyu is now a hot superstar in Konoha. Shisui will definitely not be worse than the police department if he follows him, and his upper limit may even be higher. Then the two chatted about some other unimportant things, and Uchiha Shisui felt that it was almost time to say goodbye to Shisui. Saturday afternoon, at the Konoha training ground, Muiyu was still teaching the dark calling technique and the dark burning technique. As an advanced ability of the dark calling technique, the dark burning technique is much more difficult than mastering the dark calling technique. Even with the blessing of Professor Muiyu's skills, the Anbu made slow progress. Muiyu estimated that even the person with the fastest progress would take about 4 months to complete the training. At 3 o'clock, Sarutobi Misanari suddenly came to the training ground. Captain Muiyu, you continue to teach you, I'll just come over and take a look. Sarutobi Masashi noticed Muyu's gaze and said with a smile. Muiyu nodded and threw Sarutobi Masashi an identification technique. The last time he met Sarutobi Masashi, he was a clone, so he couldn't use the identification. Name, Sarutobi Masashi, Chakra, 38,000, Skills, Fire Attribute Chakra Nature Change, Mastery Level, 2,815,000, Wind Attribute Chakra Nature Change, Mastery Level. Although he is Sarutobi Hiruzen's son, Sarutobi Masashi seems to have failed to inherit Sarutobi Hiruzen's ninjutsu talent. He only mastered 3 types of chakra nature changes. Although they are all mastery level, only the wind and fire attributes are proficient. Of course, it is not possible to compare Sarutobi Masashi with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Compared with other Jonin, Sarutobi Masashi is already an elite. Muiyu estimated that if he didn't die, he would have no problem becoming an ordinary cage level after practicing for another 10 or 20 years. At this time, Muyu's shadow clone and main body were teaching separately. The main body taught the dark calling technique, and the clone taught the dark burning technique. Sarutobi Masashi listened to the dark burning technique for a while, and found that he couldn't understand it at all when he entered the middle, so he went to the dark calling technique taught by the main body. This time, Sarutobi Masashi's eyes lit up. Although he successfully practiced the dark calling technique, he was not very skilled in using it. After listening to Muiyu for a short half-hour, Sarutobi Masashi was surprised to find that he had solved a practice problem. No wonder Asuma admires him so much. Sarutobi Masashi had a specific understanding of Muyu's teaching ability. If it weren't for the fact that Muyu's identity was different from before, Sarutobi Masashi wanted to invite Muiyu to be a tutor after he had a child. With Muyu's current momentum, his child has reached the age to practice, and I'm afraid it will be difficult to invite even Muyu's disciples. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar is the first to publish this novel. Complete an intermediate class, evaluation, S, awards, improved understanding of breathing techniques, dark calling technique plus 35, dark burning technique plus 21, basic breathing technique plus 18. Lightning breathing technique plus 9. After receiving the rewards, Muiyu had some new insights into breathing techniques. Maybe I should try to fuse Yang attribute chakra with fire attribute first, or develop a mixed breathing of flame breathing and Yang breathing. Muiyu thought. Of these two flashes of inspiration, the latter is a little easier, while the former is hellishly difficult, equivalent to developing a bloodline limit on your own. Although Muiyu now has a deep foundation of ninjutsu knowledge and a high level of proficiency in various property changes, it is still a bit of a pipe dream to want to develop a bloodline limit that has never appeared. Not to mention the ones that have not appeared. The ones that have appeared are difficult to achieve. Otherwise Sarutobi Hiruzen should have developed a bloodline limit himself long ago. Muiyu believes that the development of bloodline limits is a bit metaphysical. If luck comes, not to mention bloodline limits, bloodstain elimination can also be developed. Muiyu temporarily suppressed the thoughts in her mind. These are long-term projects. It is useless to rush. After dinner, Muiyu went to the training ground to teach Yamato. In the past 2 weeks, Miyu has focused on chakra control and water and soil ninjutsu. Let's not practice ninjutsu today. Today you will learn basic breathing methods. Miyu is ready to let Yamato enter the next stage of training. Under Miyu's continuous improvement, the current basic breathing method is already an excellent breathing method for laying the foundation. It can enhance the training effect and can seamlessly switch to various attribute breathing methods. Compared with the more difficult attribute breathing methods, the basic breathing method is much less difficult. However, if there is no subsequent breathing method, it is better to practice the dark breathing method than the basic breathing method, because the dark breathing method is not only relatively simple and quick to learn, but also has a greater bonus than the basic breathing method. The only problem is that the upper limit is too low. Even with the dark burning technique, when you have mastered the concentrated breathing to a certain extent, you can use it in your practice. It is best to integrate it into your daily breathing. Yamato didn't quite understand but silently wrote down Miyu's words. The weather has warmed up recently, but don't forget to keep warm. It's easy to catch a cold when the seasons change, Miyu reminded him before leaving. In fact, Miyu felt that Yamato, who had Hashirama's cells, should not get sick easily. Miyu mainly wanted to make things difficult for Shimura Danzo. With a teacher like him, when Shimura Danzo puas Yamato, Yamato will inevitably compare Miyu with Shimura Danzo. It is obvious who is better in this comparison, and Shimura Danzo's pua cannot succeed. After returning, Miyu first looked at the information on wood release ninjutsu for a while. After all, there is a wood release with a proficiency level of 1000. It's too abstract if you don't know a wood release ninjutsu. At least learn a wood clone or something. After reading wood release, Miyu went to visit Minato Namikaze's house next door, and exchanged sealing techniques with Minato Namikaze. By the way, Minato Namikaze's overall sealing technique level is not as good as Kushina, but he has a very unique understanding of sealing techniques. Miyu, you came at the right time. I was just about to find you. Minato was just about to visit Miyu's house. Let me guess, are you going out on a mission? Miyu thought for a while and asked. Namikaze Minato nodded helplessly. Originally, I planned to rest for another week, but just now our intelligence ninjas found that Iwagakure had sent many more ninjas to hide in the land of grass. The third generation lord was worried that something might happen on the battlefield of the land of grass, so he asked me to go. Namikaze Minato explained. Unlike Jiraiya and Orochimaru, due to the characteristics of ninjutsu, Namikaze Minato is like a brick, moving wherever he is needed, often acting alone or leading a team of elite teams to carry out various difficult combat missions. It's really hard, Miyu sighed. It's no wonder that Namikaze Minato could become the fourth generation Hokage in the original work. On the one hand, Jiraiya and Tsunade didn't want to compete, and on the other hand, Namikaze Minato himself was hard-working. If this goes on, who can compare with Namikaze Minato's credit? Fortunately it's today. If the mission came earlier, I wouldn't be able to teach Kushina the Rasengan. Namikaze Minato has been accustomed to being busy, but he is just worried about Kushina. Rasengan? Miyu looked puzzled. He felt that he had to make something delicious to repay Kushina, otherwise if Minato really gave him that name, he would be nailed to the pillar of shame. This name is pretty good, isn't it? Kushina helped me choose it. Minato smiled with a hint of pride. Although he thought that the one he chose was also good, Kushina's Rasengan was obviously a little more suitable. Miyu nodded in approval. All ninjas who learned Rasengan in the future needed to thank Kushina for snatching the right to name it, otherwise the ninjas who like to read the names of ninjutsu would suffer. Miyu, please take care of Kushina more when you are in Konoha. If you have time, it would be best to teach her Rasengan. If you come to teach her, Kushina will definitely be able to master it quickly. Minato, who was about to leave, couldn't help but nag a little. Yeah, Miyu nodded in agreement. Whether it was making an extra meal or teaching ninjutsu, it was a matter of convenience for him. Miyu, goodbye. Namikaze Minato waved to Miyu and walked towards the gate of Konoha. Miyu watched Namikaze Minato leave. Chapter 489, Exploring Potential. The Land of Grass. The surrounding villages of Kusgakure village. I have heard of the name of Iwakuni Kodo for a long time, and today I finally saw him in person." The Kosuke leader complimented Koto after seeing him. On the surface, he is the leader of the ninja village, and Koto is just the son of the leader of Iwagakure village, so his status is higher. But in reality, it is not like this. He is just the leader of an ordinary ninja village, while Koto is the son of the leaders of the 5 major ninja villages, and he is also a famous strong man in the ninja world. Their status is actually equivalent. Koto nodded slightly in response, and did not waste time on polite words, and went straight to the point. "Now that the Konoha ninjas are fighting the grass country recklessly, I'm sure you have accumulated a lot of anger. We, Iwagakure, have already made a perfect battle plan to defeat Konoha. As long as the plan goes smoothly, not only will the grass country ninjas not be discovered by Konoha and participate in the war, but we, Iwagakure, will also be able to defeat Konoha and save the grass country from dire straits." The grass country borders the fire country. In order to dispel the concerns of the grass country ninja villages, the Iwagakure ninjas will help the grass country ninjas disguise themselves as Iwagakure, so as to use the power of the grass country ninjas without the grass country ninjas standing with Iwagakure and going to war with Konoha. The grass country ninja leader made a thoughtful expression. It must be said that the plan of Iwagakure sounds very good, both for the grass country ninjas and Iwagakure. In terms of the interests of the grass country ninjas, if the plan succeeds, the war going on in the territory of the grass country will disappear, and the grass country will not offend the giant Konoha. In the interests of Iwagakure, the successful defeat of the Konoha ninja force can bring Iwagakure fame within the ninja world, weaken the strength of the warring countries, and push the war to the land of fire. This is a good plan that seems to be a win-win situation, but is it really that good? The grass ninja leader thought about the conversation carefully and found that Huang Tu had not said one very important thing, that is, how to definitely defeat the Konoha ninja force. Winning the war is the premise of a win-win situation. If you lose, the grass ninja will even be exposed, but the Konoha ninja force is not weak, and it is even very strong. The leader of the Konoha ninja force of the grass country is Jiraiya, a famous 3 ninja in the Ninja World War. There are also many experienced senior ninjas in the middle and upper ninjas of the force. The Konoha ninja is really abominable. We, the grass ninja, will definitely do our best to help your village defeat the Konoha ninja. The grass ninja leader agreed to cooperate with an indignant look on his face. Iwagakure has a plan, and the plan has pits. But he also has his own plan. If he really joined forces with Iwagakure to attack Konoha just because Konoha was at war in the land of grass, then he would not be qualified to be the leader. If you insist, it was Iwagakure's declaration of war on Konoha that led to the war between Konoha and Iwagakure in the land of grass. Huang Tu smiled with satisfaction. Perhaps this war is really an opportunity for Iwagakure to dominate the ninja world and become the #1 ninja village. All plans are progressing smoothly. Huang Tu left 2 Iwagakure Jonins as liaisons, and then set out on the journey back to Iwagakure village. His mission has been completed, and the next step is the work of other Iwagakure ninjas. What he has to do is to return to Iwagakure village and report the mission in detail to Inoki. Lord Yokagawa Tsutomu, I feel that Iwagakure's plan is not as good as it seems. We have to be careful. After returning to the grass village, Musho spoke when he saw that there were no Iwagakure ninjas nearby. Yokagawa Tsutomu nodded. Your feeling is correct. These big ninja villages have never taken us small ninja villages seriously. They say they are cooperating, but they are just looking for a decent weapon on the spot. But danger also represents opportunity. The grass country has been silent for so long, it's our turn now. Yokagawa Tsutomu led a series of confidants including walking to a remote forest in the grass village. As Yokagawa Tsutomu made a seal, a cave suddenly appeared. Yokagawa Tsutomu jumped down first without hesitation, and Wakang and others quickly followed him down. Leader, the grass ninja guarding the underground research base quickly greeted Yokagawa Tsutomu. Yokagawa Tsutomu nodded in response and looked at a huge box in the middle of the research base that looked a little weird. There was a human face on each side of the huge box, and the expression of the human face was different in each direction. Some people looked angry, and some people looked sad. Yokagawa Tsutomu walked up and touched the huge box. It was unknown what the box was made of. Yokagawa Tsutomu once used his full ninjutsu with his confidence but could not make the box crack. It's just a box that can absorb chakra, but in legend it has the ability to fulfill any wish. Yokagawa Tsutomu patted the box that was as hard as usual and turned to smile at his confidence. After all, this is the box of bliss created by the Six Paths sage who created the ninja world in legend. Wakang had no doubt that the box could fulfill wishes. Although the grass country is now in decline, it was once glorious in history, even if it was only for a short time. According to the information from the ruins they found, the reason why the grass country suddenly became strong in the distant past was because it opened the box of bliss that could fulfill wishes. But it was not known why it weakened rapidly again. But the Six Paths sage seems unable to fulfill all wishes himself. Yokagawa Tsutomu did not think that the box of bliss could fulfill all wishes as in the legend. If it could really fulfill wishes at will, then why did the Six Paths sage disappear and why did the ninja clan split and die? Yokagawa Tsutomu would believe that the paradise box could enhance the power of ninjas. But it was nonsense that it could fulfill all wishes. Yokagawa Tsutomu thought that the reason for such rumors was probably because the paradise box enhanced their power, and the people who opened the box realized their wishes through the power, which is why there was a saying of fulfilling wishes. Wakang looked at Yokagawa Tsutomu puzzledly. There were many people in Kuzunonomi who believed in the legend of the paradise box. Yokagawa Tsutomu originally promoted cooperation with Iwagakure and wanted to intensify the war between Iwagakure and Konoha, so as to kill more ninjas and obtain nutrients to open the paradise box. Wakang was a little confused, since Yokagawa Tsutomu did not believe in the legend of the paradise box. Why did he still participate in the war between Konoha and Iwagakure? Wishes like immortality are definitely difficult to realize, but small wishes like becoming stronger, I believe it is no problem. Yokagawa Tsutomu smiled and patted Wakang on the shoulder. He didn't have much idea about the paradise box, but the sudden appearance of Ninja Master Sosuke made Yokagawa Tsutomu change his mind. Sosuke rebuilt the ninja clan with the ninja clan's heritage and overwhelmed the demigod Hanzo, becoming the top powerhouse that terrorized the ninja world. The box of bliss was after all a ninja tool created by the Six Paths sage, the founder of the ninja clan. It couldn't be much worse than the so-called ninja clan's heritage. Yokagawa Tsutomu was gambling. He didn't expect the box of bliss to really make a wish and allow the Kusakure Shinobi to directly rule the world. As long as the box of bliss could give him the strength to surpass Sosuke, then the Kusakure Shinobi would have the foundation to rise. Sunday, Konoha Village, South Forest. Senior Kakashi, good morning. Yamato saw Kakashi coming and slightly extended his right hand to greet him. Kakashi looked at Yamato with a stern face. You want to be a ninja if you speak so softly, speak louder. Seeing Kakashi so serious, Yamato subconsciously followed Kakashi's order and shouted loudly, Senior Kakashi, good morning. Also, I like juniors who greet with their left hands. Kakashi looked at Yamato carefully, and then said seriously, Yamato. Kakashi-senpai, so strict. Even Shimura Danzo didn't care whether he greeted with his left or right hand. Good morning. Good luck in the new day. Kakashi stopped at the right time and encouraged Yamato to start practicing. Yamato breathed a sigh of relief and began to practice basic breathing in various breathing postures. About 10 minutes later, all the disciples arrived. Nohara Rin, who was worried that the clown would be lonely at home, summoned the clown to the stream in the southern forest as soon as she arrived. According to Muyu's instructions, Nohara Rin did not let the clown train like the rock dog Ryolu, but took good care of it, helped it take care of its body, and praised the clown to keep its confidence in itself. Shisui, how did you teach Zoro org ninjutsu? Teaching fire release to no avail. Obito found Shisui, who hatched the ninja beast earlier. Logically, Kakashi, who hatched the earliest, should have the most experience, but Obito felt uncomfortable when he thought of Kakashi's face at that time, so he decisively found his family brothers. I didn't teach it ninjutsu, Shisui shook his head and replied. Obito scratched his hair. Read the error-free version at 69 Chuba. 6 = 9 plus Shu_Ba published this novel for the first time. I think that when they are just born, they should first train their own abilities, such as Zoroark's illusion. Shisui gave advice. First, Shisui felt that there were too many things that ninja beasts didn't understand when they were just born, and second, Shisui believed that the abilities of ninja beasts themselves had great potential and needed to be explored. Shisui carefully studied Zoroark's illusion and found that Zoroark's own illusion ability was very interesting. The essence of illusion is to use chakra to interfere with the opponent's 5 senses and make them fall into illusion. Based on the nature of illusion, illusion can be used in many ways, including visual illusion through seeing with the eyes, and auditory illusion through hearing sounds. Most of the illusions Shisui mastered are visual illusions, and the visual illusions used through the Sharingan can play a stronger effect. Shisui thought Zoroark's illusion was also a visual illusion, but it was different from ordinary visual illusions. Zoroark's illusion was strong because it was launched on one's own body. As long as one saw Zoroark's body after Zoroark cast an illusion, one would be instantly caught in Zoroark's illusion. Although Zoroark's illusion was easier to remove, the conditions of this illusion were too easy to achieve, and Shisui thought it would be very useful in a melee. Let me try. Obito had to practice on his own first, and then continue to think about how Charmander could become stronger during his break. Sure enough, it has to be fire. Since Kakashi's dog can control the rocks on its neck to attack, maybe Charmander can control the fire on its tail to attack. Obito suddenly had an idea, and then hurriedly asked Charmander to try. Charmander wanted to touch his head, but found that his hands were not long enough, so he could only scratch his face, and then looked straight at Obito. No matter how much Obito emphasized, it couldn't do such a thing as using the fire on its tail to attack. Charmander, Charmander. Charmander waved his arms and tried to explain his difficulties to Obito. Obito scratched the back of his head, not understanding why Charmander suddenly started dancing. Are you saying you want to learn to dance? Obito touched his chin, trying to analyze. Charmander was anxious, pointed his short arms back at his tail, and waved his hands frantically. No more tail. Obito interpreted Charmander's body movements. Bang! Charmander fell to the ground, fainted by the stupid contractor. Shisui, borrow your Zoroark. Seeing that it was difficult for humans and beasts to communicate, Obito had to invite an interpreter. Fire Dragon, Fire Dragon. Charmander continued to say that the flame of the tail could not be used to attack. I see. Zoroark looked clear after hearing it. What did it say? Obito asked Zoroark curiously. It said it would not use the flame of its tail to attack, and then asked to buy delicious food for the great Zoroark. Zoroark translated with an innocent face. Shisui, the red-haired fox is back to you. Obito grabbed Zoroark's face by the back of the neck and brought Zoroark back to Shisui. And buy food? Do you think he's stupid? This must be Zoroark's own private goods. Next, Obito continued to explore Charmander's ability. When he questioned Charmander's proficiency in fire attributes, Charmander opened his mouth and spit out a small flame. Obito was surprised, as if he had seen the future scene of his ninja beast beating up the red fox and burning the white dog. Seeing that the disciples were playing with the summoned beasts during their breaks, Yamato's eyes flashed with envy. If he also had a ninja beast like this, it would be more interesting to live alone. When he noticed Miyu looking at him, Yamato quickly adjusted his expression. Although he wanted a summoned beast very much, Yamato didn't want to trouble Miyu, who had already taken good care of him. Do you want to have dinner together? After the training, Kakashi noticed Yamato's lonely figure and asked, "That's not good, Kakashi-senpai. Don't you have to go home?" Yamato was a little flattered. "I'm the only one at home. It doesn't matter when I go back," Kakashi replied calmly. Yamato was a little surprised. He didn't expect Kakashi to be an orphan like him. Perhaps because of their similar identities, Yamato agreed to Kakashi. "But this is the first time we eat together. As a junior, Yamato, should you express something?" Kakashi hinted. Yamato subconsciously touched the shriveled wallet in his pocket. He has no parents and has not done any missions yet. He only has a little living allowance given by the root. "I'll treat you, senior," Yamato said with pain. If he didn't think that his words just now might hurt Kakashi, Yamato would choose to refuse to eat together and leave. Now Yamato only hopes that Kakashi will not go to a too expensive store, otherwise he will have no money to eat. But what makes Yamato a little desperate is that Kakashi did not go to an affordable ramen restaurant, but went to a nicely decorated restaurant. When paying the bill, Yamato's hand was shaking as he took out his wallet, and his heart was already in tears. "Just kidding. The first meal must be treated by the senior." Kakashi took out a few banknotes and handed them to the cashier. Yamato looked at Kakashi, who had a calm expression, and stood there in a daze. For a moment, he felt that Kakashi's mask was also very elegant. Chapter 490, Capturing Nine-Tailed Beasts Just for Class? The fourth day after Minato left. Originally, this day was supposed to be a day for the Anbu training, but Miyu and Sarutobi Hiruzen asked for a day off to teach Kushina the Rasengan. Miyu left a lot of room for himself when planning the initial teaching of the Anbu training, and taking a few days off would not affect his teaching progress. Before the training officially began, Miyu first asked Kushina about her current training progress. "That's probably it." Kushina stretched out her right hand and condensed the great chakra in the palm of her hand. As the chakra in Kushina's hand increased, a chakra ball composed of pure chakra gradually condensed on Kushina's palm. "It's not very powerful now." Kushina took the Rasengan and hit the big tree next to her. Bang! The chakra ball exploded into sawdust in an instant when it came into contact with the big tree, and the next moment a shallow ball pit appeared on the tree. "It's not bad. It took Minato and I several months to get to this point." Miyu nodded and said, "Now Minato has just completed the development of Rasengan under his guidance, and has not yet sorted out and subdivided the practice of Rasengan. It is already good for Kushina to practice to this level in a short time." Hee. "That's right, I'm a genius." Kushina accepted Miyu's praise frankly. Of course, although she said that she was strong, Kushina did not lose herself under Miyu's praise. As a ninja, or a strong ninja, Kushina understands that practicing ninjutsu and developing ninjutsu are two different things. Next, you have to increase the chakra output of Rasengan, and then compress the chakra to enhance the power of Rasengan. Miyu began to teach formally. Miyu stretched out his palm and a chakra ball expanded rapidly on Miyu's palm, and it exceeded the size of two heads in an instant. But when Miyu began to compress the chakra ball quickly became the size of a fist. Under Miyu's teaching, Kushina quickly became proficient in condensing chakra balls, and the power of Rasengan also increased, and many more potholes appeared on the training ground. It really has to be done professionally. If Minato had your ability to teach, I would have mastered it by now. Kushina was very satisfied with today's results. Rasengan is a ninjutsu developed by Minato specifically for her, and it is very compatible with her. Using the true and complete version of Rasengan actually consumes a lot of chakra, and Kushina happens to be the one who has the least chakra. As long as Kushina wants, she won't have any problems with the amount of chakra if she keeps rolling Rasengan in a battle, because she not only has a lot of chakra, but she is also the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and she has a supercharger in her body. Minato's teaching is actually not bad. Thinking of Minato helping her to successfully practice Flying Thunder God, Miyu said something for Minato. "General, definitely not as good as me. I have taught him so many sealing techniques, but he didn't teach me the Flying Thunder God technique," Kushina commented. Miyu smiled and said nothing. This is a subconscious slander between young lovers, so there is no need to follow or refute. Lecture completed. Evaluation. S. Rewards. Rasengan plus 15. Chakra form change ability slightly increased. Chakra control ability slightly increased. At the end, the system suddenly popped up a class reward. Is it because of the Nine-Tails that the reward can be triggered? Miyu thought as he looked at the message that suddenly popped up. Before today, the minimum number of people for Miyu to settle the class reward was 2. The first time was Kushina and Minato, and then Uzumaki, Naruto and Yamato. At that time, Miyu was thinking that maybe Minato and Yamato were just making up the numbers, and it was Kushina and Uzumaki Naruto who really triggered the lecture reward. or the 9 tails in their bodies. Muyu asked for leave today to come and teach Kushina with the idea of testing, and the result was really as he thought. This made Muyu feel a little regretful. If he was a person of Orochimaru's era, he might have the possibility of becoming Kushina's teacher. Now they can only be friends. It's so cool to have a disciple who can trigger the class reward. Normally teaching a disciple can trigger the lecture reward every day. Chakra is just one of the major items. There are other calculation intervals. Muyu had thought about whether Kushina would directly trigger the intermediate teaching reward before teaching, because Uzumaki Naruto only has half of the 9 tails in his body, while Kushina has the whole 9 tails in her body. The chakra difference is not small. If you teach 9-tailed beasts together, you should be able to calculate the highest level of teaching rewards. Muyu thought of a simple and rough way to impact the highest limit. If there are 9-tailed beasts, then the chakra is strong while taking into account a certain number. It's just that the conditions are too difficult to meet. Even in peacetime, the big ninja villages are very precious to the Jinchuriki. It is impossible to send them all to Konoha to be Muyu's students. After teaching Yamato in the evening, Muyu practiced wood release for a while. Wood release middle. Wood clone. Muyu made seals with both hands, and 2 figures exactly like Muyu appeared quickly. Although they are all clone ninjutsu, the wood clone is stronger than the ordinary shadow clone. The identity of the wood clone is more difficult to see, and after disappearing, it can turn into branches to entangle the enemy. Shimura Danzo originally planned to let Yamato study for a month before taking the test. However, in the 4th week, after finishing his official duties, Shimura Danzo suddenly had an idea and thought that the time was about right, so he took 2 root ninjas to Yamato's residence. Yamato's residence is located in the southern suburbs of Konoha, which is a suburb in the suburbs. There are basically no connected houses to Yamato's residence. It is a residence specially prepared for Yamato by Shimura Danzo for the sake of secrecy. When Shimura Danzo arrived, Yamato was preparing to practice wood release in the yard. Because of Shimura Danzo's request, Yamato would only use wood release in front of Muyu. Even in front of Muyu's other disciples, Yamato would not use wood release, and often only practice wood release at home. Shimura Danzo did not knock on the door and walked straight into the yard. This scared Yamato a lot, and he quickly cancelled the wood release ninjutsu he was about to release. He was relieved when he saw that the person coming was Shimura Danzo. Danzo-sama. Yamato greeted Shimura Danzo with respect. This is the trick that Muyu taught him. Muyu said that he just needs to maintain a respectful attitude in front of Shimura Danzo, and he doesn't need to do anything else. Shimura Danzo nodded lightly. Use your strongest wood release, Shimura Danzo said simply. Yamato immediately began to condense wood release chakra, and then quickly formed a seal to use ninjutsu. Under the effect of wood release chakra, a big tree rose from the ground. Although Muyu did not teach Yamato wood release ninjutsu, Muyu's various trainings improved Yamato's chakra control ability, which made Yamato's wood release improve. This time it looks good, Shimura Danzo commented as he looked at the trees that were much taller than before. Shimura Danzo is a person who pays attention to results. He doesn't care whether Yamato has been attentive before. He just wants to see Yamato's progress. No matter what the reason is, Yamato is related to his future position in Konoha and the development of Konoha in the next few decades. Yamato must become stronger as he envisioned. Ryuma, you come and fight with Jia. Shimura Danzo looked at Ibarame Ryuma beside him and said. Originally, he wanted to take a look at wood release and then leave, but Yamato's performance gave Shimura Danzo some expectations. Wanting to see if Yamato could continue to surprise him, Ibarame Ryuma walked silently in front of Yamato. Fight Ryuma with the intention of killing your opponent. Don't hold back, and use all your strength, Shimura Danzo ordered. Yamato hesitated for a moment and quickly took out the shuriken and threw it at Ibarame Ryuma. It's not that Yamato made up his mind to kill so quickly, but Yamato had fought with Ibarame Ryuma before, and he knew that this uncle with sunglasses was very powerful and he was no match for him. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9 book bar released this novel for the first time. As Yamato expected, Ibarame Ryuma just stretched out his palm, allowing the black parasites to flow out of his body and block the incoming shuriken. Would release, would clone. Then Yamato quickly formed a seal and split into 2 clones. As soon as the clones split out, they ran towards Aburame with a clear purpose. The way Aburame responded was still as plain as before, releasing parasitic bugs to attack Yamato's wooden clone. However, since one of the wooden clones had already approached Aburame's body, it was defeated and turned into branches that wrapped around Aburame's body. Water style, rapid stream. Yamato seized the opportunity when Aburame was tied up and immediately formed a seal to attack with ninjutsu. Rapid stream is a B-level water-style ninjutsu among the 5 styles of ninjutsu developed by Muyu. Unlike the water-style ninjutsu that relies on water collision, such as the water dragon bullet, rapid stream focuses on penetrating power, like a spear made of water. Shimura Danzo nodded with satisfaction. Although the tactics were a bit rough overall, the ideas were clear, and every ninjutsu used performed well. Secret technique, insect wall technique. While controlling the insects to form a walled defense, he concentrated chakra to catalyze the new insects to bite off the branches on their bodies. With 2-pronged tactics, Aburame easily resolved Yamato's attack, and he quickly approached Yamato and started a close combat. Yamato saw that he didn't have time to perform ninjutsu, so he used basic breathing to increase his strength and launched an attack with physical skills. After about 2 minutes of physical skills, Shimura Danzo called a halt to the fight. It's worth it that I specially found Muyu to teach you. Your progress is qualified. Shimura Danzo rarely showed a smile. Yamato also smiled. It was not easy to be recognized by Shimura Danzo, but you must not relax because of this. You can make such progress because I found the best teacher in the entire ninja world for you. If you change someone else, they can also make great progress, or even better than you. Shimura Danzo habitually suppresses and emphasizes his own merits. Shimura Danzo wants Yamato to have a consciousness in his mind that his success depends on Shimura Danzo's training, and he must rely on Shimura Danzo. But Yamato wanted to tell Shimura Danzo that Muyu said that he worked hard and that's why he made progress. But Shimura Danzo ruthlessly interrupted Yamato's words. No buts. As a ninja of the root, you are responsible for making Konoha stronger. You can't relax at any time, Shimura Danzo said sternly. Yamato finally shut up and didn't refute Shimura Danzo. You must be tired from the battle just now. This is the new candy from the capital. I heard that it is the favorite of the children in the capital. It is a reward for your progress. Seeing this, Shimura Danzo adjusted his expression to be a little more relaxed, and then took out a few pieces of soft candy and handed them to Yamato. Thank you, Danzo. Yamato took the candy and thanked him with a respectful look. A few pieces of candy are nothing. Shimura Danzo noticed Yamato's expression and nodded secretly in his heart. Yamato was eating the candy given by Shimura Danzo, but he thought of Muyu in his heart. He subconsciously compared Muyu with Shimura Danzo and found that Muyu was really good to him. Although Shimura Danzo would occasionally praise him, it was far less than Muyu. Shimura Danzo didn't notice his 5-centimeter-long wood release, but Muyu could carefully observe the few tenths of a second that he ran faster. Moreover, Muyu was so good to him, but she always silently devoted herself to him and never spoke of her efforts. The more Yamato thought about it, the more he leaned towards Muyu, thinking how good it would be if the first person he met when he woke up was Muyu. Don't be too greedy. It's already troublesome to teach her Muyu, Yamato warned himself in his heart. Thinking that he had done enough, Shimura Danzo left Yamato's residence, and before leaving, he repeatedly reminded him not to relax. Shimura Danzo returned to the route and was originally going to sort out the information and go off work, but his intelligence personnel who stayed in the rain country suddenly passed on a piece of information. Bang! After reading the first content of the information, Shimura Danzo couldn't help but slam the table. He saw words like Rain Village, Ninja Clan, and cooperation written on it. How can Rain Village unite with Ninja Clan? Both sides have already formed a life and death feud. Shimura Danzo was puzzled. Although the siege operation failed, Hanzo's naked killing intention had been exposed to the Ninja Clan. He felt that neither side would agree to cooperate. Although the operation failed, Shimura Danzo did not completely give up the arrangement in the Rain Country. It was just that Konoha was in a tide war before and he could not spare any effort. Whether it was the ninja clan inheritance on Sosuke or the Samsara Eye on Nagato, they were treasures that Shimura Danzo longed to obtain. If he could get the Samsara Eye and transplant it, his power would definitely exceed Sarutobi Hiruzen. Coupled with Miyu who was loyal to him and the future would release Ninja Yamato, the power of the root would be unprecedentedly strong. Shimura Danzo felt that it would be no problem for him to be the Hokage without Orochimaru. With such a strong force, he would see who dared to oppose him. So Shimura Danzo was really angry when he saw the new information about the Rain Country. This greatly increased the difficulty of him seizing the Samsara Eye, and the power of the cooperation between the two would also pose a threat to Konoha. Shimura Danzo immediately issued an order to let the Roots forces in the Rain Country investigate the reasons for the cooperation between the Rain Village and the Ninja Clan at all costs. He needed to know the specific information so that he could reformulate the plan to seize the Samsara Eye and the Ninja Clan's inheritance. Chapter 491 Might Guy's Life Mission Settlement. Konoha, South Forest. Kakashi stood face to face with Shisui, staring at Shisui's blood-red 3 Magatama Sharingan. What level of strength was it just now? Kakashi asked. He had almost instantly broken the illusion that Shisui had cast on him. Level 1 strength. It seems your training method is really useful, Shisui replied. They divided the training into 6 levels based on the chakra injected into the curved spoon. Injecting 1/5 of chakra is level 1 strength, and 2/5 is level 2. The more special one is level 6 strength, which is to refine and inject at the same time to pursue the ultimate illusion strength. Under normal circumstances, level 1 strength is actually Shisui's limit in battle, because he can't waste too much chakra to strengthen the curved spoon. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing to use ninjutsu with bonus but no chakra. Before the illusion training, Shisui used illusion to control Kakashi in the Civil War and won with one move. After a month and a half of illusion training, Kakashi can now get rid of Shisui's illusion instantly, which can be said to be quite effective training. Thank you for your help, Shisui. Kakashi sincerely thanked Shisui. Shisui really helped him a lot this time. Kakashi didn't expect that the training would go so smoothly. He had made obvious progress in more than a month. The transparent world is his most core ability at present. The improvement of the transparent world means that his upper limit of strength has also increased. It's okay, I also practiced illusion, Shisui replied with a faint smile. Although they will do their best to defeat each other in the Civil War, they will try to hide their own information as much as possible in the month before the Civil War. But after all, they are companions who have been through life and death together, and they are all Muyu's disciples. They will try their best to help wherever they can. Then Shisui asked Zoroark to try it, but Zoroark's illusion did not work on Kakashi directly. It seems that the stronger the transparent world is, the harder it is to be hit by the illusion, and the faster it is to remove the illusion. Kakashi nodded thoughtfully. The more he practiced the secret ninjutsu taught by Muyu, the more he felt that Muyu was unfathomable. Now Kakashi even felt that Muyu's talent in ninjutsu had surpassed that of the second-generation Hokage Senjudo Byakuya. Just a derivative ability of the breathing method, the effect exceeded many well-known secret techniques in the ninja world. After the daily illusion training, Kakashi continued to practice swordsmanship and the nature change of lightning chakra. At present, he still took the lightning swordsmanship as the core of his practice, striving to master the sword of no thought as soon as possible. As the strength is getting stronger and stronger, it is becoming more and more difficult to make progress. Kakashi and his friends discussed and changed the time of the Civil War to once every 6 months, that is, twice a year. He still has more than 4 months to improve the lightning swordsmanship. Seeing that Kakashi successfully tested a training that works on the transparent world, Muyu also prepared to conduct similar training on himself, using the shadow clone to use illusion to train the main body. However, Muyu did not hold much hope for this, because his transparent world is much stronger than Kakashi, and his illusion level is very average compared to other abilities. After training for half a day, Might Guy rested for 20 minutes and did not continue training immediately, but clenched his fists and used the 8 gates. 8 gates. Fourth gate, the wound gate, open. Might Guy is now very proficient in the 8 gates, and it is easy for him to open 4 gates in seconds. Rock breathing chakra mode. After opening the 4 gates of the 8 gates, Might Guy did not stop, and immediately concentrated his breathing to the extreme and entered the rock breathing chakra mode. Whoosh! The chakra that keeps burning in his body makes Might Guy's strength increase again, and his powerful momentum attracts the attention of other disciples. What is this for? It shouldn't be such a big deal to exercise your body, right? Obito was curious about what Might Guy wanted to do. Maintaining breathing during exercise can enhance the effect of exercise, but it should not be possible for the 8 gates, which will only have negative effects. Is your physical strength up to standard? Kakashi stopped swinging the sword in his hand and looked in the direction of Might Guy. Might Guy could open the 5th gate of the 8 gates without pressure a long time ago, but his body could not bear the pressure brought by the 5 gates and the rock-breathing chakra mode at the same time. Generally, only 4 gates are used to superimpose the rock-breathing chakra mode. It should be about right. Might Guy clenched his fist, carefully sensing the power surging in his body. Duman, open! Might Guy roared and opened the 5th gate of the 8 gates. The amount of chakra in his body increased sharply again, and his whole momentum became stronger again. Might Guy clenched his fist and injected a large amount of chakra into his fist, and punched the tree in front of him in a simple and unpretentious manner. Bang! Exclamation mark! Before Might Guy's fist touched the tree, the fist wind created by Might Guy's fist crushed the tree and broke it and flew out. Might Guy sensed his body again and found that it was just as he thought. After a long period of training, his body strength was now enough to support him to use the 5th gate of the 8 gates and the rock-breathing chakra mode at the same time. Kakashi turned his head silently and continued to practice seriously. In fact, Might Guy could not say that he had made a breakthrough this time. The 5th gate of the 8 gates and the rock-breathing chakra mode were abilities that he had mastered for some time. However, this time Might Guy's body became stronger, and he was finally able to use them normally without getting injured. As long as you can master the Wuxian sword, everything will be fine. Kakashi swung his sword one after another with great determination. When will the Civil War prohibit each other from using an ability? Looking at Might Guy, who can normally stack the 5 gates and rock-breathing chakra mode, Obito felt a lot of pressure. He would rather not use the Sharingan in exchange for Might Guy not being able to use the 8 gates or rock-breathing chakra mode. Disciple Might Guy's strength and reputation have increased. He has walked a distance on the road to being the strongest in physical skills and obtained progress rewards. Moderate physical fitness improvement, physical skills extraction scroll S, mastery level, physical skills mastery scroll. As Muyu expected, Might Guy, who had a progress of 29.9%, did not need him to do anything at all. He reached 30% of the progress after practicing for a period of time. The specific rewards are similar to the previous ones, which are very characteristic of Might Guy. Basically, they are related to physical skills or the body. This is the reward feature of life missions, and rewards are given according to the content of the disciple's practice. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar is the first to publish this novel. Physical Skills Mastery Scroll. Muyu has no physical skills that need to be improved for the time being, but the S-level Physical Skills Extraction Scroll has aroused Muyu's interest. He has obtained this extraction scroll once before, and the physical skills extracted are golden skylines. Since he was teaching his disciples in the South Forest, Muyu did not extract the reward immediately. After all, it was a bit strange to suddenly walk away to wash hands and go into a daze while teaching ninjutsu. Teacher Muyu, I want to receive actual combat training. Might Guy took the initiative to find Muyu. The last battle with Teacher Chen made Might Guy know that experienced seniors like Teacher Chen are not easy to deal with. If he rushed over just after a breakthrough, it would probably not have a good result. What kind of training do you want? To bear the pressure under a powerful attack, or a fight that is almost the same? Muyu asked. I want to feel the pressure. Might Guy chose the most difficult one without thinking, because he felt that if he could withstand the pressure in front of the stronger Muyu and fight Teacher Chen again, it would be equivalent to the usual weight training. and finally take off the weights and go all out in the key battle. Okay, Muyu thought about it and decided to use his real body to help Might Guy train. He rarely used his real body to fight with his disciples because his shadow clone was strong enough, but Might Guy wanted to feel the pressure, and Muyu thought that using pure physical skills might be more effective, so the shadow clone could not be used because the shadow clone's defense was too poor and not suitable for close combat. In order not to interfere with the practice of other disciples, Muyu took Might Guy aside. Might Guy knew how strong Muyu was, so he used his full strength at the beginning, the 5th gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, and the rock-breathing chakra mode. In order to put pressure on Might Guy, Muyu also directly opened the 8 gates of ninjutsu and entered the rock-breathing chakra mode, and then opened the transparent world. On this day, Might Guy, who had won the disciple civil war for a year, felt the horror of the physical skills ninja, and deeply understood why Obito and others were unwilling to engage in close physical skills collisions with him in battle. The power was suppressed, and Muyu also swung his fists, but he did not move, while Might Guy retreated 8 meters. His speed was suppressed. Every time Might Guy thought he had hit Muyu, he found out it was an afterimage after he touched her. His moves were seen through. Muyu seemed to have the ability to predict and saw through all his attacks. At this moment, Might Guy seemed to have returned to the beginning. At that time, he had just entered the ninja school. He heard that Kakashi was a genius, so he challenged Kakashi, but was killed by Kakashi in one move. Although he was frustrated, Might Guy didn't feel sad at all. He only thought about how to hit Muyu and how to catch more moves. Might Guy didn't cause effective damage to Muyu for the whole afternoon, but he still felt that he had gained a lot, which was better than training for an afternoon. I will challenge Teacher Chen again in a week, and I must win this time, Might Guy set a goal. After leaving the South Forest, Muyu went to Tsunede's house to cook dinner as usual, and then returned to his home in the main city. After taking a look at the extraction scroll in the backpack, Muyu turned on the faucet to wash his hands, and then clicked to extract. Physical skill extraction scroll S has been used, and the reward is obtained, Chi Quan, mastery level. When the extraction is completed, a large amount of Chi Quan training memories emerge from Muyu's mind, as if Muyu has practiced Chi Quan for more than 10 years. P.S. Today is the only update. I can't hold on any longer. My mental state is a bit bad. I will make up for it tomorrow. It took me a lot of effort to code this chapter. When I was writing, I felt like my head was like paste. The underworld schedule is really not good. I still try to maintain a normal schedule. I hope everyone can maintain a healthy schedule. Chapter 492 New Disciple Quota. P.S. Since I couldn't think of a reasonable and appropriate 3rd and 4th moves, the reward of the previous chapter was changed to the Chi Fist. Detailed explanation in the author words: gathering Chi to gather strength. The skills extracted from high-level scrolls are really good, Muyu thought after sorting out her memories. Muyu didn't have much impression of the Chi Fist in the Pokemon anime, but she remembered the effect in the game. The Chi Fist is a fighting move with a power of up to 150 points in the Pokemon game. The specific effect is to gather Chi first and then launch an attack. The actual performance of the system localization of Naruto is to use a special technique called Chi gathering to gather the chakra and physical strength of the whole body on the fist, and then punch the limit. From Muyu's perspective, the Chi Fist can be said to have brought the characteristic of being powerful and powerful to the fullest. There is nothing else. It is a physical skill that combines the strength of the whole body to exert the ultimate power. However, the need to gather Chi makes the use of the Chi Fist very time-dependent, because gathering Chi takes time. If it is a one-on-one, you must find a way to create a gathering opportunity. It is not a big problem in multiplayer battles, and you can ask your teammates to help hold them off. Muyu took out Might Guy's training plan and added the Chi Fist to it. The essence of the Chi Fist is not the fist, but the Chi, which is the means of gathering Chi. As long as you practice it well enough, you can even use Chi kicks and Chi kicks. At the end of the 3rd semester, Muyu went to the ninja school. He had not attended classes at the ninja school for more than half a year. In the 1st semester, he would send a shadow clone to teach in class 1 of grade 3, and occasionally he would go to teach in person when he had time. In the 2nd semester, He was sent to the East Coast battlefield and had no time to take care of the ninja school courses. He could only ask a teacher with a good reputation in the ninja school to substitute for him. In the third semester, because Konoha lost a lot of ninjas in the war, the progress of training ninjas was accelerated while expanding enrollment. The third graders could also graduate directly and become ninjas, so the entire Class 1 of Grade 3 conducted ninja internships in the third semester, and no teacher was needed to teach. Although there was no class, Miyu returned to the ninja school once after coming down from the battlefield and looked at his former colleagues. Probably because of the huge change in status and strength, Miyu could clearly feel the restraint of his former colleagues, and they all called him Mr. Miyu as soon as they opened their mouths. Seeing that Miyu still maintained the same attitude as before, it was a little better, but Miyu could feel the discomfort of Weda Ai and Ikami-yon. So Miyu didn't stay for long, and after chatting for a few words, he started to walk around the school. Since the 3rd and 4th grade students all went to internship, Miyu didn't meet many students he had taught before. After all, except for the 3rd and 4th grades, there were only a few second-year students who had received training in the entire ninja school who could be said to be his students. This time was different. The internship ended and the end of the semester arrived. The 3rd and 4th grade students returned to the ninja school, making the ninja school return to its former bustle. Mr. Miyu, good morning. Not long after Miyu walked into the ninja school, a female voice greeted him respectfully. Well, good morning. Miyu smiled and nodded to Mao Zaiyan. He had a good impression of Mao Zaiyan. Mao Zaiyan had participated in the first holiday special training when she was in the 2nd grade. She participated in all 3 special trainings when Miyu was the head teacher. Hearing the exchange between the two, the students around them also discovered Miyu, the legendary teacher who left countless legends in the ninja school. Teacher Miyu, the title is very cool. Someone said Miyu's title of the Scorching Sun with great interest. Teacher Miyu, will you lead the newly graduated genin this year? Someone wanted to know if there was a chance for graduates this year to join Miyu's team. The Scorching Sun Miyu who made great contributions on the battlefield of the East Coast. The lower grade students cared more about Miyu's name than the identity of a teacher. Miyu, who only had one mouth, certainly couldn't reply to the hundreds of students in front of him. One by one, he chose the most asked question to answer. If nothing unexpected happens, I won't lead the graduating genin in recent years, Miyu replied. Strictly speaking, Miyu has never been a formal team leader. The captain of Obito and Kakashi is Namikaze Minato. It is Namikaze Minato who is busy, and Miyu helps lead. Many students showed disappointed expressions. They were taught by Miyu and knew how happy it was to be Miyu's disciple. Everyone go back to your classrooms first. The exam will start soon. Miyu evacuated the gathered students and then walked towards Class 1 of Grade 3. When Miyu walked into the classroom, the students in the classroom were almost all there. An undefeated life is really lonely like snow. I hope I can get some challenging tasks after graduation. Hongdu sat on the table with his arms crossed and sighed with a lonely look of a master. Gang Ziti was the first to lose his temper. Everyone was a graduate, so how could you pretend so well? Why haven't you been defeated yet? I remember that you didn't get the first place in the grade once before. Oh, no, you didn't get the first place in the class once. Gang Ziti fired directly. As a good brother, Gang Ziti remembered Hongdu's exam ranking very clearly. Hongdu's ranking depended on how many rounds he met Shisui. When did I not get the first place in grade 3? The past was the past, and the present is now. You are talking about the past now. Why don't you talk about when you were just born? Hongdu stretched out his hands and waved them in the air and retorted. If you are not good at it, practice more. If you can't afford to lose, don't take the exam. You couldn't get first place before, and you haven't gotten first place yet. Hongdu, who dominated the 3rd grade for the whole year, was very domineering. But I got full marks in theory, Gang Ziti said leisurely. This doesn't seem to be a commendable achievement. There must be someone who hasn't got full marks, right? Fist hardened. Hongdu wanted to punch Gang Ziti's teeth out. Classmates around, 6 they were severely bombarded without saying anything. Ziti, how can you say that? Although full marks are not difficult, You also need to study hard. For some people who are full of muscles, it will definitely not work. Shinai Uchiha reprimanded Gang Ziti on the surface, but actually said something that made Hongdu blush even more. Damn it, I think you didn't have enough breakfast and want to eat my fist. Hongdu rolled up her sleeves and wanted to fight. But before Hongdu could do anything, she found that the other people in the classroom actually surrounded the three of them. I've been tolerating you for a long time. You can scold me if you want. But why do you have to drag me with you? You always say you're not in good shape before the exam, but you always get high scores. I can't stand it anymore. Today is the last day of the ninja school. Brothers, go together. If you don't fight, you may not have this opportunity in the future. Hongdu was dumbfounded. She didn't expect that the three of them had secretly accumulated so much resentment. In fact, I have also tolerated Hongdu and Gang Ziti for a long time. I want to join you. Shinai Izumo tried to blend in, but at this time, the three of them were surrounded, and Shinai Izumo failed to squeeze out. My brothers and I are connected by heart. It hurts my heart to hit Izumo Hongdu, so you should just hit Izumo and Hongdu. Gang Ziti said hurriedly. Hongdu was convinced. The two good brothers sold people too quickly. She was about to say something but was beaten first. They are not weak. I am the first in the grade. I will help you subdue them, Hongdu said quickly. But no one believed what Hongdu said, and the onlookers were eager to fight. Teacher Muayu. At this time, a student noticed Muayu who came in. All the students turned to look at Muayu in an instant. They hadn't seen Muayu for quite some time. Everyone, long time no see. Did you slack off in your practice when I wasn't teaching you? Muayu smiled and greeted the students. Looking at that familiar gentle smile, the students were very excited. No, our class has always been the strongest class in the school. They were very worried that the decline in grades would affect Muayu. They usually studied and practiced very hard, and the learning atmosphere of the whole class was very good. Well, everyone is very good. Muayu smiled and approved. The students below also smiled. Many of them came early just to see Muayu earlier. Since teacher Muayu is here, everyone should sit down and have the last class, Shen Uchiha said with a serious face. Although the students who were surrounded were a little unwilling, they didn't want to disturb Muyu's class and prepared to disperse. Sometimes it's good to vent your emotions. Muyu walked to the podium and said with his back to the students, Hongdu Gang Ziti and others are sometimes really incompetent. The students understood instantly, and the originally loose encirclement became tight again. Hongdu and the other two were dumbfounded. How could the first day of their long-awaited reunion unfold like this? Ahem. At this time, Muyu coughed lightly. Hongdu instantly breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that teacher Muyu would not be the kind of person who would watch someone die without helping. You still have to take an exam later. Be careful not to hurt your hands, Muyu reminded. Hiss. Hongdu sucked back the breath she had let go, staring at Muyu in disbelief with her eyes wide open. Brothers, come together. With a shout, the students in the classroom slapped the three pit good guys one by one in an orderly manner. After 3 years of being classmates, how could they really fight? Although they always acted like a loser, Hongdu and the other three really had a show and provided a lot of joy. After the fight, every student honestly sat back in their seats. Time flies so fast. I didn't expect that I would graduate and become a ninja soon. Gang Ziti couldn't help but sigh. This time he was really emotional. All the memories of the past campus seemed like yesterday. Graduation was coming faster than he thought. Yes. Shinai Izumo also nodded with a sigh. His original purpose of studying hard was to become a good student and attract girls, but he was about to graduate and had never dated a girl. Shinai Izumo counted his social circle and found sadly that he didn't have a good relationship with any girl. As for Hongdu, can she be considered a girl? Ziti, how are you and your neighbor Miui? Shinai Izumo asked curiously. He was very jealous of the fact that Gang Ziti had a childhood sweetheart. Don't mention it. We haven't seen each other for half a year. Gang Ziti sighed. It's okay. With our talents, we will definitely become excellent ninjas in the future, and we will definitely attract many beautiful girls by then. Shinai Izumo comforted him while controlling himself not to laugh too obviously. It's not scary to be single, but it's scary to be a good brother. With your strength, you can still attract girls. At best, You can only be a gatekeeper, Hongdu said. She was still upset about the two of them selling out their teammates at the speed of light. Shinryu Izumo and Gangzati looked at each other and laughed disdainfully. They were not angry at such a low-level ridicule, but just found it funny. They were in the top 3 of the grade, and it was impossible for them to be reduced to guarding the gate. You are only talking about us. Why don't you compete with Shisui? Shisui has become a jonin by killing his way through the battlefield. Gangzati retorted. Ziti, that's not what you said. There are also differences between the top of the grade. Some people are the first because they have unbeatable strength, and some people can be the first because they have outlasted stronger people than them. Shinryu Izumo seemed to be speaking for Hongdu. Looking at Hongdu's gradually red cheeks, Shinryu Izumo and Gangzati seemed to hear warnings coming from the void. At this time, the bell for the exam rang, and another invigilator also walked into the classroom. Muayu looked at the door. It was Shimano Hisanobu, the head of the teacher class and the dean of teaching. Muayu, Shimano Hisanobu greeted with a smile. Before coming here, Shimano Hisanobu had thought about how to call Muayu, Vice Principal Muayu. It's ordinary and not very nice. It's not okay to call the principal directly without the word deputy, because the principal has a special status. He is the contemporary Hokan Saratobi Hiruzen, and the title of principal cannot be used casually. After thinking about it, Shimano Hisanobu finally decided to call Miyu directly. After all, he is Miyu's elder and has been Miyu's boss for a long time. There is nothing wrong with calling her by her name directly. Senior Hisanobu, Miyu responded with a smile. Shimano Hisanobu walked into the classroom quickly and announced the topic of this year's graduation exam to the students. The topic of the graduation exam is transformation technique. The students below looked at Shimano Hisanobu calmly. Whether it was transformation technique, clone technique or substitute technique, they were very proficient in using it. No matter which ninjutsu they were tested on, they could handle it calmly. The graduation exam has officially begun. Students whose names are called will go to the next classroom with us to take the exam. When the exam bell rang, Miyu announced the official start of the exam. Mitarashi Anko. After hearing her name, Anko immediately hummed a little tune and followed Miyu to the next classroom together. You have 3 minutes to look at the details of the photo and then use the transformation technique. Shimano Hisanobu took out a photo and handed it to Hongdu. Hongdu took the photo and glanced at it casually and started to make hand seals. Transformation technique. A white smoke flashed, and the next moment a person who looked exactly like the one in the photo appeared in front of Shimano Hisanobu. Shimano Hisanobu was not surprised by this. Miyu's class 3-1 was the strongest class, and Hongdu was the strongest student after Shisui graduated. It was natural for her to have this strength. Shimano Hisanobu gave Hongdu a full score on the grading form and handed the forehead protector to Hongdu. Teacher Miyu, did you do well in this exam? Are there any more dumplings? Hongdu, who took the forehead protector, did not leave directly, but looked at Miyu eagerly. Yes, Miyu nodded. Great. Hongdu was so happy that she jumped out of the classroom. Yoyoko, Kamizuki Izumo. As time passed, the students in class 3-1 finished their exams one by one. If you, Miyu, don't teach the class in the future, this may be the strongest class in the history of the ninja school. Shimano Hisanobu sighed as he looked at the high scores on the table. This is the first time he has seen such a strong class in the 3rd grade class since he entered the ninja school. The strength of the first class is not because there is a super genius like Shisui, but because there is no bad student. All of them are excellent. Even the few people at the end of the first class are top students in other classes. There will be better people in the future. Miyu doesn't think this strongest can always be maintained. With the progress of the times, perhaps after a few hundred years, there will be things that he doesn't understand. It will be no problem for the students of that time to surpass the students of the old era. Still, with Shimano Hisanobu and Miyu giving the last full score and the last forehead protector, the graduation exam of the 3rd grade class is over. Under your hard work and teaching, the students of the first class have made great progress in their knowledge and strength after 3 years of hard study. They have successfully graduated and become genin and received rewards. Disciple quota +1. Looking at the message that suddenly popped up, Miyu was slightly stunned. He thought that a wave of rewards would be settled, but he didn't expect the rewards to be so good. He originally thought it would be several thousand chakras plus 1 or 2 mastery level ninjutsu, but it turned out to be a new apprentice quota. For Muyu, the apprentice quota is the best reward, better than the perfect level skills. Because there are new apprentice quotas, there are more opportunities to brush skills, and the speed of accumulating chakra will also increase. Use it on Yamato at night. Muyu thought to himself, Yamato is currently the most suitable person to be his apprentice. First of all, Yamato has Hashirama's cells and has a good chakra talent, and the amount of chakra has always been the value that Muyu wants to improve the most. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar first releases this novel. Then Yamato is 4 years younger than Kakashi. Now he is only 7 years old. There is a lot of room for training, and the number of times the reward is triggered is many. Finally, Yamato has a good impression of Muyu, and it will be easier to brush the trust level. After the graduation exam, Muyu walked out of the classroom and was instantly surrounded by the students of Class 1, Grade 3 who had been waiting outside. The students took Muyu back to the classroom of Class 1, Grade 3 and sent her to the podium. Then each student put on the forehead protector properly and tidied up their clothes. Finally, everyone stood in their positions and bowed to Muyu and said in unison, "Teacher Muyu, thank you for your teaching over the past 3 years." Muyu couldn't help but show a natural smile on his face. "Thank you for your cooperation over the past 3 years." Muyu looked around and glanced at each student's face and bowed slightly. He said sincerely, "It has been almost 3 years since Muyu traveled to the Naruto world. He actually spent most of his time in the ninja school. The first year after traveling was the most difficult year for Muyu. He was just a root chunin when he first traveled, and the ninja world war had already begun to show signs. Whether it was his boss who might send his men to send him off at any time, or the crisis that might be faced in the war, Muyu couldn't sleep or eat. In order to survive in this dangerous world, Muyu worked very hard and did what he could as much as he could. He could learn a ninjutsu in half a day's class. In order to master more ninjutsu, Muyu created the image of a good guy, pulled his courses to the limit, and became as strong as possible. In order not to become cannon fodder for Shimura Danzo, Muyu let Sarutobi Hiruzen inadvertently discover his various talents, so the insufficiently powerful Muyu got rid of the root. The reason why Muyu still responds to Shimura Danzo's orders now is because Shimura Danzo can no longer threaten his life, and even helps him more than threatens him. In the first year, Muyu was really either in class or on the way to class, because in addition to normal classes, he also had holiday special training during the holidays, and he spent most of the year in class. In the second year, he didn't attend classes for 1 semester because of the internship, but he basically attended classes with his main body, and also had a big special training. Even in the third year, when he was still in Konoha, Muyu basically kept his shadow clones fully present in the first semester, and the main body occasionally went to sea. You have to know that Muyu has only been here for 3 years. It is hard not to develop feelings for the students in Class 1 after spending so much time with them. Congratulations on becoming ninjas, but being a ninja is not the end of training, but the beginning of training. Don't forget to practice even after graduation, Muyu reminded. Class 1 of the third year is extremely outstanding under his training. Even if they are asked to take the Chunin exam, some people can directly advance to Chunin in the normal Chunin exam, but they are still too weak in the whole ninja world. In this dangerous world, being weak means dying easily. Teacher Muyu, just wait for my good news. In a few years, the reputation of the genius Hongdu will resound in Konoha, Hongdu said confidently. Shisui was able to become famous in Konoha at the age of 8, and she was a little bit worse, so she would become famous in Konoha at the age of 11 or 12. I will work hard to become an excellent ninja. The student's goal is at least to be an ordinary jonin, and they think that becoming a jonin is not in vain for Muyu's teachings. I want to become a high-ranking official in Konoha and help teacher Muyu build a statue in the ninja school. Gangzidi said his lofty ambitions. He had discussed the future after graduation with Shinayu Izumo. After graduation, they would first do their duty as ninjas and work hard to become excellent. Then, When the next Hokage appeared, they would become his guards with their abilities, and then step by step to the top, and finally help Muayu build a big statue in the ninja school. This time, Hongdu did not mock, because she found that she was actually inferior. Although Gangsai Taishin Ayu Izumo, the two pits, had nothing in their hands, they were still good at talking. I look forward to the day when you succeed. Muayu smiled gently and blessed all the students. Next was the photo time. Muayu took many photos with the students with the camera she bought. In addition, some people wanted to take photos with Muayu alone, and Muayu agreed one by one. Muayu chatted with the students or took photos all day, until the afternoon when school was over, and each student had to say goodbye to Muayu and leave. Muayu watched everyone leave, and then left the ninja school and went to Tsunade's house. What good thing happened today? I bought so many delicious dishes. As soon as Muayu entered the door, Tsunade immediately looked at the bag in Muayu's hand. Although she told Muyu that she wanted to have a big meal every day, Muyu did not spoil her and would only cook a particularly sumptuous dinner once every 7 days. Why, you won't eat if it's not a good thing? Muyu asked with a smile. Of course I have to eat it. It would be best if I eat it every day, Tsunade said bluntly. Tsunade-sama, you should sleep for a while. Muyu said that such a life could only exist in dreams. Shizu, call me when Muyu has finished cooking. Tsunade lay on the sofa and went to sleep directly. Anyway, Muyu would not have time to play ninja kill with her when she was cooking, so it was good to spend the boring time waiting for dinner by sleeping. After finishing dinner, Muyu went to the training ground to teach Yamato. Yamato, do you want to be my disciple, like Kakashi and the others? Muyu asked directly. With Yamato's personality, it's better to be direct. Yamato's eyes lit up, and he felt that the good thing of pie in the sky was happening in front of him, and he nodded quickly. I want to. Do you want to establish a master-disciple relationship with Yamato? A system message popped up in front of Muyu soon. Without a doubt, Muyu would definitely say yes directly. Relationship established successfully. Current trust level 3. Disciple Yamato unlocks disciple training, returns to master and teaching and returning. Yamato did not disappoint Muyu, and created the highest trust level record for establishing a relationship, reaching trust level 3 in the first time of establishment. So far, Muyu has 6 disciples recognized by the system. After completing a week of almost self-torturing actual combat training, Might Guy found Teacher Chen again the next morning to challenge. Want to come? I do have time, but are you sure you have improved compared to last time? Teacher Chen raised his eyebrows and asked. He didn't mind fighting with Might Guy, but he was worried that Might Guy would misjudge his strength and then fail many times, which would eventually affect his confidence. Sure, Teacher Chen, I'm stronger this time. Might Guy smiled confidently with 2 rows of white teeth. His body broke through to the point where it could support the 5 gates and the rock-breathing chakra mode, and coupled with that week of stress resistance training, he was full of confidence at this moment. Then let's give it a try. Teacher Chen agreed without saying too much. Seeing this, Shire Anui Genma and Ebisa stopped practicing and kept a distance from the two. Akai is really exaggerating. It's only been a short time, and he has become stronger again. Shire Anui Genma was stunned. His strength was obviously much worse than Might Guy's, so how come Might Guy improved faster than him? This was not like a ninja at all. Shouldn't it be harder to improve as you get stronger? Haven't you always been like this? Aren't you used to it? Ebisa said, raising his sunglasses. On the contrary, he felt that Might Guy was even more outrageous when he was in the ninja school. He unknowingly went from being the last one to a genius. The battle begins. Ebisu shouted after the two had set their positions. 8 gates of ninjutsu, Duman, open. As soon as Ebisu finished speaking, Might Guy instantly opened the 5th gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, and his whole body's chakra surged. The powerful momentum made the fallen leaves on the ground move without wind. Rock-breathing chakra mode. Then Might Guy used his breathing to the extreme, exchanging the constantly burning chakra for an all-round improvement of his body. His body's defense, speed, strength, and everything else increased rapidly after he entered the rock-breathing chakra mode. It's indeed stronger. Teacher Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, Feeling a little pressure, Teacher Chen quickly gathered chakra, with an unprecedented seriousness on his face. Being surpassed by a disciple is a happy thing for a teacher, but being surpassed so early is still a little unwilling. Konoha Great Key Cyclone. Might Guy gathered a lot of chakra on his legs, roared excitedly, and rushed out directly, like a green light. Teacher Chen jumped to the tree and flashed past. Boom! Exclamation mark. But due to the excessive power, the trees nearby broke and collapsed in the instant when Might Guy swung the whirlwind kick. Konoha hand knife middle dot double. After missing the attack, Might Guy immediately launched both hands together and swung two transparent air forces at Teacher Chen. The two air forces blocked Teacher Chen's position in different directions. Teacher Chen's expression remained unchanged. He quickly moved his body and kicked away one of the chi forces, dodging the other one. Might Guy took advantage of this opportunity to rush forward and kick Teacher Chen again with a powerful whirlwind kick. Although Teacher Chen was not as strong as Might Guy, he cleverly used his skills to eliminate part of Might Guy's strength, and temporarily stabilized the situation. The feeling of suppressing the enemy with pure strength made Might Guy feel extremely happy, just like taking a sip of cold soda on a hot summer day, and the whole person seemed to be transparent. There was no way Might Guy had been beaten up by Miyu for a week, and suddenly he was evenly matched with Teacher Chen or even had the upper hand. How could he not be happy? Bang bang bang! Exclamation mark. Might Guy became more and more excited, and the power of his fists became stronger and faster, making Teacher Chen a little tired of dealing with it. Might Guy not only became stronger, but also more cautious. Teacher Chen sold several flaws in a row but failed to fool Might Guy. Suddenly, Teacher Chen smiled. He was thankful that he had met a disciple like Might Guy in his final peak period. The peak period of a physical ninja is much shorter than that of a ninjutsu ninja. The increase in experience and the improvement of skills cannot completely make up for the weakening of the body. With the increase in age, the training of a physical ninja can only maintain its strength, and it is difficult to become stronger, or even weaker. Rather than aging and weakening with the passage of time, it is also a blessing to be surpassed by a disciple at the peak. Konoha Dragon God. This time, Teacher Chen took the initiative to use the Konoha Dragon God. With the powerful chakra burst, a huge blue dragon appeared out of thin air and tore all the surrounding trees apart. Konoha Dragon God, Might Guy shouted excitedly, and the huge amount of chakra on his body was mobilized. The blue whirlwind flashed, and the next moment a blue dragon that was no less powerful than Teacher Chen appeared in the same place. Boom! Exclamation mark. The collision of the two dragons caused a terrifying impact. The ground exploded and shattered under this terrifying impact, and gray fog filled the air for a while. There was no intact tree within 80 meters of the two people, and there were broken stones, scattered soil and broken wood everywhere. Shire Anui Genma and Ebisu quickly retreated to prevent themselves from being affected by the aftermath of the two people's powerful impact. Finally, the yellow fog dissipated, and the two green dragons disappeared. Teacher Chen supported himself with both hands to prevent himself from falling, and his body was covered with small wounds. Although Might Guy was also miserable, he still had a confident smile on his face and stood firmly on the ground. Before he could shake off the dust on his body, Might Guy quickly helped Teacher Chen up. Okay, you are my best student. If it were you, maybe you could really make the entire ninja world recognize physical ninjas again. Teacher Chen sighed. When he was 11 years old, he had just become a chunin. At the age of 11, Might Guy defeated him, who had the title of Konoha's strongest physical ninja. Teacher Chen saw a road in Might Guy that had no end in sight. I want to become the strongest physical ninja in the ninja world. Might Guy raised his thumb and laughed. The yellow-gray and bright red blood could not cover up the confidence that emanated from him from the inside out. Might Guy, who successfully completed his small goal, is now very happy, even though he is extremely embarrassed and seriously injured at the moment. Who will be the next opponent? Might Guy wanted to continue to move towards the strongest. Stop chatting. Let's go to the hospital. Shire Anui Genma and Ebisu reacted and ran to the two of them and supported them towards the Konoha hospital. I actually won. Is the physical skill of an 11-year-old the strongest? Shire Anui Genma still felt a little dreamy. We are all ninjas of the same generation, And we have the same instructor. How can you be so good? I was lucky when we were divided into classes. Obito felt that all the luck he lost in the 4th grade was used in the class division. Not only is the teacher good, but the teammates are also very strong. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 493 Muyu's Pokemon Egg. The Land of Rain, the headquarters of the ninja clan. Muyu, Yahiko and others are discussing the location of the ninja clan's headquarters. Today is different from the past. The current status of the ninja clan is equivalent to that of the Rain Village. Of course, they can't just choose a place to live, they have to consider it from many angles and aspects. Let's choose a village in the central part of the Land of Rain. This will make it easier for our ninja clan to radiate the power of the entire country and bring better security to the Land of Rain. Yahiko said excitedly. What he wants to do most now is to restore peace to the Land of Rain. Establishing the central part as the headquarters will allow the ninja clan ninjas to rush to various parts of the Land of Rain at the fastest speed. Do you want all the actions of the ninja clan to be carried out under the eyes of the Rain Ninja? Kakazu retorted. The Rain Village was established in the central part of the Land of Rain. With the difference in manpower between the two sides, it is not difficult for the Rain Village to monitor the ninja clan. Although the two sides are now coexisting peacefully, in Kakazu's eyes, enemies who are not fighting for the time being are still enemies and must be treated with caution. If you choose the central part, it is inevitable that the Rain Ninja will be afraid of it. Kai Chang also added. During the peace talks, Hanzo showed deep fear of the ninja clan. If the ninja clan moved directly to the side of the Rain Village, Kai Chang estimated that Hanzo might not be able to sleep peacefully. Although Hanzo's sleep quality has nothing to do with them, it is not ruled out that Hanzo saw the growing strength of the ninja clan and tore up the peace treaty to start a civil war. For the ninja clan, the longer the time drags on, the better it is for them. Then let's not do it in the central part. After listening, Yahiko found that he was indeed lacking in consideration. He looked at the large map of the Rain country on the table again, looking for a position that was beneficial to the ninja clan. Nagato, have you found any good positions? Yahiko looked at the map and asked Nagato casually. Since the goal is to restore peace, I think the east is a good location. Nagato thought for a while and replied. Nagato has always kept Muyu's words in mind. When doing things, you must clarify your goals before taking action. The eastern part of the country has been thrown into chaos by the war between Konoha and Iwagakure and the war between Sandagakure and Kumagakure. If the chaos in the east can be calmed down, it will be of great help to the peace of the entire Rain country. As he spoke, Nagato found that everyone was looking at him. He thought he had said something wrong, so his voice became cautious. Yahiko patted Nagato's shoulder with a happy face. Nagato, I feel that you have made great progress, and you have considered things more comprehensively than me. Nagato showed a slightly embarrassed smile on his face. He felt that he was not as good as Yahiko. He just wrote down more of what Muyu said, and then analyzed it with the existing intelligence. If the chaos in the east can be calmed down, it will indeed be of great benefit to the peace of the Rain country, but the danger there may be greater than that of the central part. Kakazu reminded. The eastern part of the Rain village is close to two battlefields. The upper part is the grass country battlefield between Iwagakure and Konoha, and the lower part is the river country battlefield between Kumagakure and Sandagakure. Because it is sandwiched in the middle, the eastern part of the Rain country has become leaky, and it is normal to see ninjas from any of the big ninja villages. It is precisely because of this environment that the eastern part of the Rain country is currently the place with the most wandering ninjas in the Rain country, and it is also the place where the ninja organizations are most active. After all, our ninja clan is currently lacking a large number of middle-level forces. Kakazu pointed out the most fatal shortcoming of the ninja clan at present. Even as a ninja village, their high-level combat power is actually not weak. There are strong people like Muyu who can suppress demigods and half-swords, and there are young talents like Nagato who are expected to have a future. But when it comes to the middle level, It is far behind. Most of the ninjas of the ninja clan cannot beat the experienced chunin of the 5 major ninja villages. Even if the eastern part is chaotic, no one will mess with Muyu or Kakazu, but other ninja clan ninjas do not have this treatment. If a conflict occurs, fighting is inevitable. Nagato's expression instantly became hesitant, and he wanted to deny his previous proposal as soon as he opened his mouth. He didn't want his companions to be in danger. Of course, I'm not saying that you can't go. A dangerous environment can exercise your abilities, and maybe it will be better for the entire ninja clan. Kakazu interrupted Nagato and shut his mouth without saying anything else. After hearing what Kakazu said, Nagato hesitated again. He couldn't decide whether to go to the east for a while. Let's vote and let them decide for themselves, Muyu said. Going to the east is actually more beneficial to Muyu, because Konoha is just east of the Rain Country. The eastern part of the Rain Country borders the Fire Country and is close to Konoha, so it is very convenient to travel. But as the leader of the ninja clan, Muyu certainly can't make the final decision on the location because of such personal reasons. In the end, he did as Muyu said, explained the pros and cons to all the ninja clan ninjas, and let hundreds of ninja clan ninjas vote together to decide. After counting the voting results, Nagato was a little surprised, because it turned out that the most dangerous east had the most votes. Nagato didn't understand why most people in the ninja clan were willing to go to the most dangerous east because their strength was not as good as Yahiko Konin. If it was in the past, Nagato would keep thinking silently in his heart. But now he has a trustworthy teacher by his side, and Nagato chooses to ask Muyu directly. If you want to know the answer, you shouldn't ask me, but ask those who voted. Muyu took Nagato to find those ninjas who voted for the east. I am from the east of the Rain Country. In fact, that place is not only in chaos now, but it was like this during the Second Ninja World War. If the ninja sect can bring peace there, it can be regarded as my contribution to my hometown. As for danger, when you are a ninja, there are always dangers. What surprised Nagato even more was that many of the voters were ninjas from the local area, and they understood the dangers of the East. Although the East is dangerous, there are also many ninjas, which is conducive to strengthening the power of the ninja sect. Some people believe that danger is also an opportunity for the development of the ninja sect. Did you get the answer you wanted? Muyu asked Nagato after asking a circle. Nagato nodded, then lowered his head. Compared to them, I don't seem to be decisive enough and very conservative. Muyu smiled and touched Nagato's head. Maybe you are too kind and don't want to see your companions get hurt, which is not a bad thing. The East is indeed dangerous. In the next 2 months, we can suspend the activities of the ninja clan and conduct special training to improve our strength. I will serve as a special training teacher, and I can even invite the Rain Ninja to join, so that they can also contribute to the affairs of the East. Muyu wanted to test the attitude of the Rain Ninja and then make a big one to see if he could sprint for a wave of higher level class rewards. He felt that if 70% of the Rain Ninja Chunin and above ninjas could come to class, plus all the ninja clan ninjas, the probability of success would be quite high. If this doesn't work, then we really have to hold the 5 cage talks and then start classes to sprint higher. The Rain Ninja Village is already one of the stronger ninja villages under the 5 major ninja villages. In addition to the problem of site selection, the ninja clan actually has a lot of miscellaneous matters, such as determining the organizational structure and certifying the ninja level of the ninja clan ninjas. The leader of the ninja clan is naturally the popular Muyu. As the ninja clan is still small, Muyu did not make the other departments too complicated. He only temporarily set up a military department, with Kakazu as the director. The purpose of everyone gathering together is for the peace of the Rain Country and the peace of the ninja world, and this is exactly what the ninja clan is doing. So the Akatsuki organization no longer has any need to exist. As the ninja clan officially got on track, Yahiko officially announced the dissolution of the Akatsuki organization. From then on, there was only the ninja clan, and no Akatsuki organization. Yahiko's idea was very simple. The ninja clan itself was an organization, and all the Akatsuki organizations had joined the ninja clan. Then the Akatsuki organization would become an organization within an organization, and there was no need for it to exist at all. Boss, are you sure? If so, You will not be our boss anymore, Hadosuke teased. He was a veteran member of the Akatsuki organization, but at this moment he did not have any objection, because he felt that the ninja clan was just a larger Akatsuki organization, but it just changed its name. That's not necessarily true. Sosuke-sensei said that a special action team codenamed Akatsuki will be formed. If I become the captain, I will transfer you to be a member of the team. Then you will be your boss again. Yahiko laughed. If we compete together, I won't give in to you. Hadosuke said that he wanted to turn the tables and become the boss. In addition to Hadosuke, Nagato and Konan, the two founders of Akatsuki, also had no objection to Yahiko's decision. The more you really want to practice Akatsuki's ideals, the less people will oppose this resolution, because the ninja clan is already on the path of Akatsuki's ideal. Miyu did not make any changes to the ninja level, and it is still the upper, middle and lower levels used by the entire ninja world. However, Miyu did not adopt the standards of the Rain Village, but determined it according to the standards of Konoha. Since the power is still just starting, Miyu lowered the standard in theory, and most people with enough strength can become Jonin. In the end, there were 5 people who became official Jonin, namely Miyu, Kakazu, Konan, Yahiko, and Nagato. In addition, there are 2 special Jonin, one of whom is Hadosuke of Akatsuki. There are 52 people who have become Chunin. Most of the ninjas who followed Miyu to travel around the Rain Country now have the strength of Chunin. There are 68 genin in total. Disciple Nagato has worked hard to practice and study seriously, and has achieved great growth in the ninja sect. He has been rewarded with Chakra plus 3000, Sealing Technique Mastery Scroll, and Unknown Pokemon Egg. Only Nagato can hatch. Disciple Nagato, Hatake Kakashi, Might Guy, Uchiha Obito, and Uchiha Shisui have studied hard under your guidance and have achieved great growth and comprehensive quality. They have been rewarded with an unknown Pokemon egg. Only Hanyu Miyu can hatch. After Miyu dealt with the affairs of the ninja sect, 2 messages popped up in front of her eyes. Miyu returned to her room where the sealing technique was arranged with a calm face, and then took out her own Pokemon egg. According to past experience, a Pokemon egg can be seen in the hands of the bound hatcher once it arrives. Miyu is quite curious about what type of Pokemon the system will give him. The 3 great families from all over the world, or those quasi-gods with high racial values, or even mythical beasts. But when Miyu opened his Byakugan and looked at the big egg, something he didn't expect happened. He couldn't see what was inside. A strong green light blocked his sight. Miyu closed his Byakugan and put the Pokemon egg back into the system space. For him, not being able to see it was a good thing, which proved that the Pokemon inside was probably not simple. Of course, it could also be that this was the teacher's Pokemon egg, and the system had strengthened anti-peeping, so it couldn't be seen. Miyu's mentality was still good, and he could accept any result, because as long as it was a Pokemon, it would be enough to beat most of the summoned beasts in Naruto. Next, Miyu did not immediately hand the Pokemon egg to Nagato, but said that he was going out for a trip and asked the Shinobi ninjas to be careful. From the perspective of the Shinobi ninjas, Sosuke had always stayed in the Shinobi, so the source of this Pokemon egg was a problem. In fact, if there was no black Zetsu in the dark, Miyu would not care, because his disciples would definitely not delve into the origin. But considering that there was white Zetsu monitoring, Miyu had to pretend, because his vest could not be exposed. With the transformation skills, even if Sosuke and Hanyu Miyu have some similarities, Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara would never think that they are the same person. In order to prevent accidents, Miyu left a shadow clone in the ninja sect to prevent Black Zetsu from taking the opportunity to cause trouble. After leaving the ninja sect, Miyu's original body rushed back to Konoha overnight. He had to teach the Anbu tomorrow morning, and an S-level evaluation for the intermediate class was also a reward, which he couldn't miss. After becoming Miyu's disciple, Yamato went to the South Forest more often, not just on Sundays. Yamato was very happy because he had more time to spend with Miyu in a day, not just 2 or 3 hours at night. However, what Yamato didn't expect was that Miyu in the South Forest was actually a shadow clone. At first, he didn't know, because the various performances of Muayu's shadow clone made him unable to tell that it was a shadow clone. It was not until the end of a training session that Muayu turned into white mist and disappeared in front of him that Yamato realized that Muayu, who had been teaching him, was a shadow clone. When Muyu teacher is busy, he will let the shadow clone come to teach us. Kakashi explained when he saw Yamato was a little confused. As a person who has experienced it, Kakashi can even guess what Yamato is thinking now. You are thinking that Muyu teacher is really responsible and it is great to be his disciple, right? Kakashi said calmly. Yamato covered his heart and looked at Kakashi in surprise. How could this man still read minds? In fact, you should cover your brain. In essence, it is your brain that is thinking. Kakashi corrected. Yamato immediately changed his posture and covered his brain and looked at Kakashi vigilantly. You and Obito should have more in common. Kakashi finally commented. Yamato looked at Kakashi with a puzzled look, not understanding what Kakashi meant. Obito, who was about to go home but was caught in the crossfire, was furious. How could he be so stupid? You have a common language with him. Obito couldn't help but scold. Looking at Obito's indignant expression, even if he didn't quite understand, Yamato felt a little insulted. You don't admit it, right? Then prove it with facts. Kakashi said calmly. Obito has been a little jumpy since Charmander hatched. He wants to let Obito know who is the vice captain of the team. Kakashi took out 3 test papers from the ninja tool bag. This is the test paper I put together with the questions taught by Muyu teacher. Let's see the truth with our pen. Kakashi raised the test paper and said. Obito was dumbfounded. They were plain dirty, right? They put test papers instead of ninja tools in the ninja tool bag. Yamato scratched his head, not understanding this development. It was obviously the incident that started with him, but why did he feel like an innocent person involved? These are the questions that Muyu teacher explained. There shouldn't be anyone who doesn't know how to answer the questions that have been explained, right? Kakashi said while looking at Nohara-rin. Rin, don't you think so? Even if they are the questions that have been explained, it would be difficult to answer all of them. After all, there is a lot of time, and people have different learning abilities. But it shouldn't be difficult to pass the exam. Nohara-rin looked at Kakashi and then at Obito, and said uncertainly. Kakashi sighed. Zealand, you're right. I didn't consider the ability issue. Companions should still give each other some face. This paper is still. Kakashi was about to put the paper back into the ninja bag. Obito couldn't bear it anymore. He really couldn't pass the new test paper. Could it be that he couldn't pass the test paper with all the questions he had done before? No way. He would pass. Wait, Kakashi, today I will let you see the value of 80 points in the written test of the Chunin exam. Obito confidently grabbed Kakashi's hand. At the same time, Obito also grabbed Yamato, who was about to go home. He wanted to use this score to prove that he was smarter than Yamato. Kakashi's mouth corners slightly raised. Obito was really easy to understand. Then Kakashi showed 3 identical test papers to Obito and Yamato, and then gave each of them one. Yamato looked at the black and white words in front of him and gradually doubted his life. How come he knew all the words on them, but they started to look strange when they were combined together? Is this the text of the Land of Fire? It must be a foreign text, but it looks very similar. Looking at Yamato, who was about to faint, Obito couldn't help but laugh secretly. This was a part of being a disciple of Muyu that had to be experienced. Do you want to suggest to teacher Muyu to restart the question-solving training? Obito wanted Yamato to experience the hell of doing questions in installments. But the more questions he did, the more questions he had. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. Thinking of that time that was like hell, Obito's body shook subconsciously, and then he shook his head quickly. This is a Pandora's box that must not be opened. Once it is opened, Yamato will not be the only one to suffer, because Muyu has always been fair. If there is a test paper, everyone will have it. When the messy thoughts in his mind kept rising, Obito accidentally saw that Kakashi had already finished several questions. This moment scared Obito, who had not done any questions, and he quickly started to do the questions. However, after starting to do the questions, Obito found a serious problem. He had some memory of these questions, but he couldn't remember how Miyu said to do them. He only remembered his own thinking process at the time. Damn it, then I'll just remember the wrong ones. Obito felt sad. He was originally determined to pass the test, but he began to waver. Obito took a deep breath. He still had a trump card. Although it was a bit shameless, it would ensure that he could pass the test without being slapped in the face by what he just said. Earth style, earth flow wall. A thin wall with a dog head rose between Kakashi and Obito, blocking Obito's sight. Obito : I don't have any more trump cards. He originally thought that if it didn't work, he would secretly open the Sharingan and cheat. Obito was a little irritable and scratched his head subconsciously, but when Obito saw Yamato next to him who was already stuck in the 3 philosophical questions, Obito couldn't help laughing, and his irritability was reduced a lot. Looking at the current Yamato, Obito seemed to see his past self. Next, Obito tried his best to do the questions. Based on his previous experience, he avoided using his own way of thinking to do the questions, hoping to make fewer mistakes. I'm done. An hour later, Kakashi put down his pen and used chakra to control the earth wall to return to the ground. There weren't many questions on the test paper, and they were all taught before, so Kakashi finished it quickly. Senior Kakashi, please take away this paper with some unknown language written on it. Yamato was a little confused as he tried to think about the content of the test paper. Obito looked at Yamato with pity. This was how he felt when he was tortured by a test paper for the first time. Bang! Kakashi put his index finger and middle finger together and knocked on Yamato's head. What nonsense are you talking about? This is the language of the land of fire. Obito, are you done? Kakashi turned to look at Obito. Obito felt the pressure instantly when he saw the filled test paper in Kakashi's hand. He quickly picked up the pen and continued to think quickly. In this way, Yamato and Kakashi watched Obito do the questions for an hour, feeling the gazes behind him and the occasional grumbling. Obito did not dare to stop for a moment. After he finished writing, he did not even dare to check and said he was done. Gurgle. Yamato's stomach made an uncomfortable sound again. However, Obito and Kakashi did not notice it. They were marking each other's test papers based on the answers recorded by Kakashi. The competition between Miyu's disciples is so fierce. Yamato sighed in his heart. He had never been so hungry before when he was in Konoha and received secret training from Shimura Danzo. The root ninja delivered meals on time. 100 points. Obito returned the test paper to Kakashi reluctantly. Although he wanted to give Kakashi a low score, he had to admit that Kakashi did have something. He wrote down everything that Miyu said, and it was basically the same. It's probably just over 50 points. You shouldn't be daydreaming. If you work hard, you should be able to pass. When giving Kakashi a score, Obito also gave himself a score. After all, it was a test paper that he had just finished, so he must remember what he wrote. Obito was glad that no Harurin had left. If he failed, Kakashi would at most mock him. 60, just passed. Kakashi also read out Obito's score. Obito looked incredulous. Did he just remember his content wrong? TSK, I almost pressed your face to the ground, Kakashi said softly with a look of pity. Although Kakashi spoke softly, the two were close, so Obito still heard a little. Hey, you just said something that is absolutely unforgivable. Obito almost blushed, but because he passed the test today with his own ability, Obito was in a good mood and didn't bother with Kakashi. So, can I go home for dinner? Yamato asked weakly. He was really hungry, and now he just wanted to leave the South Forest as soon as possible to buy something to eat. What do you want to eat? I'll treat you. Obito was in a good mood and was ready to be a country boy who paid the bill. After all, they had been tortured by the test together, so a meal was nothing. Sanma and yakitori. Kakashi was the first to answer. No problem, Obito replied with a heroic look, and then he realized that the person who spoke was actually Kakashi. No, Sanma is not okay, and yakitori is even worse. Obito's face changed quickly. Yamato was a little numb, and he felt that he would not be able to eat for a while. According to his recent experience, when the two people opposed each other at the beginning, they usually had a stalemate for about 10 minutes. Kakashi silently took out a photo. Please treat me to a meal. This photo is for you. Obito immediately rushed towards the photo, but Kakashi dodged it flexibly. "I'll treat you? But you must not regret it." Obito patted the dust on his body and compromised helplessly. It was painful for Obito to be accidentally photographed by Kakashi during the Civil War. He wanted to burn this photo to ashes. "It's well known that I, Kakashi, keep my promises." Kakashi made a promise. In fact, Kakashi was indeed prepared to give the photo in his hand to Obito, because he had 100 identical photos at home, and it would be fine to give him 99 more. Since Kakashi killed the competition with a photo, the struggle ended much earlier than Yamato imagined. Finally, "I can eat." Yamato was grateful to Kakashi. Then Obito and Kakashi took the hungry Yamato to eat. Since it was already evening, there were various vendors selling snacks. Obito simply didn't take Yamato to eat staple food, and wandered around the vendors. Before starting to do the test paper, Obito split his shadow clone and went home to inform his grandmother. It would be fine to go back later. Although he didn't have a proper dinner, the various snacks he had never eaten before also made Yamato quite satisfied. His living expenses were not enough for him to consume these. "Obito-senpai is not bad." Yamato recognized Obito in his heart. Although Obito dragged him to do the test paper, he also treated him to a lot of delicious snacks. He was a good person. "Kakashi, you are full. Give me the photo." Obito stared at Kakashi's ninja bag. At this moment, he wanted to blow up Kakashi's ninja bag with a huge fireball. He put the test papers and the secretly taken photos instead of the ninja tools. "Is this reasonable?" Here you go." Kakashi handed the photo to Obito with a nonchalant look. Obito immediately snatched it and stepped back 2 meters, looking at Kakashi with vigilant face. He thought Kakashi would give it to him first and then snatch it back when he was not paying attention. After all, this is the evil white-haired Kakashi, and Obito has every reason to believe that Kakashi will do this. "Did I blame him wrongly?" Obito muttered in his heart when he saw that Kakashi had not moved. He felt that Kakashi was a little on Kakashi today. "I had a good meal today. You can keep the photos for yourself. I am too lazy to snatch them." Seeing Obito's thoughts, Kakashi waved his hand and turned away. Kakashi's open-minded attitude made Obito feel embarrassed for being cautious, but in order to avoid any more trouble, Obito simply burned the photo. "Yamato, quickly use the earth escape technique to build a pit, and I'll bury the ashes in it." In order to prevent the photo from appearing again, Obito even imagined that there might be a ninjutsu to restore the item. Yamato didn't understand, but he was grateful and did what Obito said. Seeing that the ashes of the photo were all buried under the ground, he finally smiled. From today on, he was finally not afraid of Kakashi threatening him with ugly photos. On the way home, Obito walked with the wind. Not only did he pass the test, but he also completely destroyed the sinful photo. He was really great today. In the evening, Muyu began to develop a breathing method dedicated to the ninja sect. It was just a breathing method that would not expose his vest, because Hanyu Muyu was not the only one in the ninja world who knew breathing methods, and there were also other people who developed breathing-related moves. If Sosuke suddenly used Sunny Day, his cover would be exposed. After all, this ninjutsu is too recognizable, and such a secret technique has never appeared in the ninja world before. Of course, it would actually be exposed in front of Akaya Madara and Black Zetsu, because they know more about Muyu. Others at most thought that Sunny Day was not a ninjutsu created by Muyu, or that one of them stole the other's ninjutsu. The development direction of Muyu's special breathing method for the ninja sect is similar to that of the dark calling method. Because the orthodox breathing method is really difficult to practice, don't look at Kakashi and his rapid progress, 1 or 2 years to become irregular, and some people awaken the breathing method chakra mode in advance. There are many reasons for this. First, the breathing methods they practice are all in line with their own breathing methods, and they are also very talented. Second, they have Muyu's body to teach them frequently, and they can benefit from Muyu's teaching skills, and there will be enlightenment skills in the future. Even with so many buffs, it is not easy for Kakashi and his team to come all the way. Many times, they break through only when their potential is stimulated at the critical moment of life and death. If a normal person were to practice rock breathing, thunder breathing, etc., they would have to stop a large number of people from getting started, and Qingzong would need a lot of time to practice. Even if Qingzong reached this stage, the breathing method chakra mode is a realm that most people cannot reach. As for the transparent world, it is even more impossible. Muyu's disciples, he dare not guarantee that everyone can awaken the transparent world. To awaken the transparent world, either you have a good talent like Kakashi, and there is a probability of awakening when you encounter desperate situations, or you practice the breathing method to the perfect level. The perfect breathing method will definitely awaken the transparent world. Each condition is extremely difficult and is something that can only be encountered by chance. If you can't practice, then Muyu's teaching is meaningless. So for ordinary students, Muyu still tends to develop simpler breathing methods for them to practice. After all, what he wants is popularization, not selection. When the dark breathing was developed, it was based on the thunder breathing, and the core pursuit was instantaneous burst. In order to distinguish the dark breathing, Muyu chose rock breathing as the blueprint this time. As a branch under rock breathing, the new breathing method will mainly strengthen physical fitness. Muyu's current idea is to divide the new breathing method into two small directions. One focuses on strengthening strength and changes the storm kick as a supporting physical skill. The other focuses on defense and uses the iron block as a supporting move. After all, it is already a weakened breathing method, and the effect will not be strong if it is balanced. Chapter 494, Exploding Disciples. Gold Coins. Konoha, South Forest. Yan dog warned and then condensed earth attribute chakra to create stones above Kakashi. Swish. A flash of lightning passed by, and the stone as big as a basin was instantly split into two. Purple lightning. Then, dense purple lightning like a spider web enveloped the split stone, blasting it into pieces. Seeing Kakashi crush the stone, Yan dog's blue eyes shone even brighter, and he continued to condense stones to smash Kakashi. Ryolu, use your fastest speed and strongest power. You can be even stronger. Might Guy walked upside down with the weight while dodging Ryolu's fist. Ryolu's eyes were focused, and his flexible and strong body, strengthened by chakra, emitted a little white light, and his speed instantly increased a lot. Ryolu did not rush towards Might Guy in a straight line, but suddenly turned around 1 meter in front of Might Guy, and his speed increased again, and he hit Might Guy from the side. Bang! The speed is good, but the strength is still a little lacking. Might Guy supported the ground with one hand and firmly grasped the rushing Ryolu with the other hand. But it's already amazing to be able to do this. Might Guy let go of Ryolu and did a backflip to return to a normal standing position. Ryolu was only born a few months ago, but his speed and strength exceeded his before the 4th grade of the ninja school. Might Guy was a little surprised by this growth rate. Come on, Charmander, your firepower is too small. Seeing that the flames he exhaled overwhelmed Charmander's flames, Obito quickly cancelled the chakra supply to avoid hurting Charmander. He was fighting with Charmander in Fire Escape. After spending some time with Pokemon, they gradually found the balance between training and nurturing Pokemon. After a period of high-intensity training, they would exercise with Pokemon when they were running low on physical strength. This is not only conducive to nurturing Pokemon, but also for their own training. For example, Kakashi is still practicing the lightning escape sword technique, Might Guy is still exercising, and Obito is exercising his chakra control ability. Charmander opened his mouth and spit out sparks, indicating that there really was not a drop left. It was still a baby that was born not long ago. How could it compete with Obito in firepower? Since there is no chakra, then exercise your body. Obito was going to let Charmander start physical training. Based on the training performance of Rock Dog, Obito thought that Charmander was still a long way from Rock Dog. One step behind. Obito knew the harm of falling behind, and he couldn't let his ninja beast fall behind Kakashi's ninja beast. For every 10 minutes of extra exercise, add an extra shrimp to dinner, Obito added. An accident made Obito discover that Charmander liked to eat shrimp. In order to make Charmander more motivated to practice, Obito decided to set a little reward. Charmander, who was originally going to sit on the ground to rest for a while, stood up. It was not so tired after saying this. "Zeomai, do you also think this scene is beautiful?" Nohara-rin, who was resting after training, looked at the ugly fish in the pond looking at Kakashi and the others with a dull face, and smiled gently. According to the general aesthetic concept, the appearance of the clownfish is definitely not beautiful. The reason why Nohara-rin gave it such a name is mainly to hope that the clownfish can be confident and discover other beautiful places. After getting along for a while, Nohara-rin actually found that the clownfish has many advantages. It is easy to feed and not picky about food. It basically eats everything, and it looks very healthy. Then the clownfish swims very fast, but it is dull in other aspects and looks very slow, and the clownfish is very considerate. When Nohara-rin speaks, it never moves, and will quietly wait for Nohara-rin to finish. The clownfish's dull eyes turned from Kakashi and others to Nohara-rin, and the fish body moved slightly, as if nodding. After resting, Nohara-rin took care of the clownfish's body, and then began to practice. The clownfish stayed in the pond, staring at Nohara-rin with dull eyes, not knowing what it was thinking. It's great to be a disciple of teacher Muyu. Looking at this harmonious scene, Yamato sighed sincerely in his heart. Staying with Muyu, even if he does nothing, Yamato will subconsciously relax his mind and feel unusually comfortable physically and mentally. Because in addition to Muyu's other disciples are also very good people. Although Kakashi is strict, he is very gentle at heart. Yamato thought of his own lack of money and Kakashi took the initiative to stand up to pay the bill. Obito sometimes says things that are hard to understand, but he is also a good person. Yamato rarely communicates with Obito, but yesterday Obito was very happy to treat him to a lot of snacks, and his attitude towards him made people feel comfortable, which made Yamato have a very good impression of Obito. Chakra control ability and ninjutsu training are very important, but combat ability is equally important for ninjas. Muyu arranged actual combat training for Yamato. "Kakashi, stop training first, and you will be Yamato's opponent." Muyu called Kakashi, who was about to continue training, over. When Kakashi heard that he was going to have actual combat training with Yamato, he instantly showed an interested expression and subconsciously clenched his fists. When in Lulin, someone hit him hard on the head under the pretext of actual combat training. "Senior Kakashi, seniors nowadays shouldn't be so strict, right?" Yamato was a little uncertain. He felt that his relationship with Kakashi had improved, and Kakashi should be gentler to him. Looking at Kakashi walking over with a smile on his face, Yamato felt a little uneasy. He would rather have Kakashi walk over with a blank expression. Although the mask covered half of Kakashi's face, a smile could be seen through the eyes. Yamato wanted to change people, but was worried that it would hurt Kakashi's heart, as Kakashi had invited him to dinner before. In the end, Yamato took a fighting stance with a little hesitation. The battle begins. Muyu announced the start of training. As soon as Muyu finished speaking, Kakashi immediately concentrated his breathing to the extreme and entered the state of a transparent world. The world appeared in Kakashi's eyes in a different way. Although it was a bit like using a cannon to kill a mosquito, there was one sentence that Kakashi thought was good. Using full strength was a sign of respect for the opponent, so he respected Yamato, the future captain of the Anbu. Whoosh! Yamato only felt that Kakashi, who was carrying an arc on his body, disappeared in front of him somehow. When Yamato wanted to find Kakashi's location, a hand of evil had already descended on his head. Bang! Kakashi's hand knife accurately hit Yamato's head, causing Yamato's thinking to pause for 0.1 second. Without time to think too much, Yamato endured the discomfort and condensed chakra on his feet to kick out a roundhouse kick at a high speed. But Kakashi seemed to really have the ability to read minds. His attack was completely seen through. Kakashi easily caught his leg and threw him out. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Yamato, who was thrown out, quickly formed a seal in his hand and spit out a water dragon to attack Kakashi. Zazizi! Kakashi gathered chakra in his hand, and then injected the white fang short blade into his palm, allowing the tip of the white fang short blade to extend the lightning blade, making the short blade longer. With a relaxed look on his face, he swung out a lightning slash to cut off the water dragon. The current Yamato is too weak compared to the Anbu Captain Lulin. In a real battle, he would not even be the opponent of an ordinary Jonin, let alone Kakashi, who has opened the transparent world. Water escape. Yamato wanted to use the Great Waterfall technique to create a favorable environment for himself, but the lightning kunai thrown by Kakashi forced him to adjust his position. However, Kakashi did not give Yamato a chance. He burst out at a very fast speed and came to Yamato's side. A powerful elbow strike made Yamato fall to the ground. Senior Kakashi is not gentle, he is super strict. Yamato, who was beaten up, was a little depressed. Seeing this, Miyu paused the battle to let Yamato rest. If you want to fight with more types of ninjas, you can also choose others as opponents. Miyu thought for a while and said. Yamato's eyes lit up. He felt that Obito was a good choice. He seemed to be much easier to get along with than Kakashi. Mr. Miyu, let me train with Senior Obito. Yamato chose to replace Kakashi with Obito. Miyu nodded and agreed to call Obito. Me? That's good. Obito was eager to fight. To be honest, Obito hadn't enjoyed the pleasure of bullying a weak opponent for a long time. Miyu only had a few disciples. Except for Nohara Rin, Obito was not sure of winning, but Obito couldn't compete with Nohara Rin. On the one hand, Nohara Rin was a medical ninja, and on the other hand, Nohara Rin was someone he liked. How could he fight someone he liked? And Yamato was not ordinary, he was the future captain of the Anbu. If he beat Yamato, he would be the captain of the Anbu. After a rest, Yamato began to fight with Obito. Flame breathing, full concentration. At the beginning of the battle, Obito directly concentrated his breathing to a state that was enough to enter the state of flame breathing chakra mode to improve his fire escape ability. He remembered that Yamato's wood style was not simple, and ordinary fire style might not be very useful. Earth style, rock spikes. Yamato quickly formed a seal and created 3 stone spikes from the ground to stab towards Obito. Fire style, fire dragon flame bullet. A large amount of chakra condensed at Obito's throat, and finally turned into pieces of flames that were spit out by Obito. Whoosh whoosh. The raging fire burned around Obito, and the stone spikes that attacked Obito could not stop the high-temperature flames, and became broken under the erosion of the flames. Then Obito continued to output chakra, and the fire became bigger and bigger, and the large piece of flame gradually turned into a fierce sea of fire. Yamato, how the hell do I fight this? Yamato felt more frustrated than when he just fought with Kakashi. Yamato tried to use water style to extinguish Obito's fire style, but compared to Obito's flames blessed by the breath of fire, Yamato's current water style can only be said to be half-baked, and it can't compete with Obito's fire style at all. The water flow he created was all dried up by Obito's flames. Facing the 3 fire dragons that split from the sea of fire, Yamato could only raise his hands and surrender. The captain of the Anbu is just like that. Obito puffed up his chest. He was also a ninja who had defeated the captain of the Anbu. Senior Obito was so strict during the battle. Yamato was a little depressed again. Although he didn't get beaten in this battle, it caused him mental damage. He used the water escape technique that restrained the fire escape technique, but was still suppressed by the opponent. It was really a bit hurtful. The seniors have practiced for several years longer than me, and there is a big difference in hard power. Yamato comforted himself in his heart. Teacher Miyu, why don't you let Senior Shisui come? Yamato wanted to continue to change opponents. Yamato didn't know how old Shisui was, but he looked younger than Kakashi, Obito and the others. He should be only 1 or 2 years older than him, not much stronger. Okay. Miyu nodded and called Shisui over. Senior Shisui, Yamato greeted politely. Shisui smiled and nodded in response. Although he didn't go to Lulin and was not familiar with Yamato, Shisui had a good impression of Yamato. According to Kakashi, many of their intelligence about the future was told by the future Yamato. Senior Shisui, just fight like normal, don't hold back on me. Seeing Shisui's gentle attitude, Yamato reminded him. He felt that Shisui was Miyu's second youngest disciple, and his strength should be much worse than Kakashi and the others, and he himself was a wood-style ninja who shouldered the future of Konoha. If Shisui deliberately made him suffer, he might suffer. If other disciples saw it, Shisui, the senior, would be embarrassed. I see. Shisui nodded, thinking that Yamato was the type of ninja who liked to challenge difficulties, and quickly modified the battle plan. Shisui's original battle plan was to suppress his strength as much as possible so as not to crush Yamato, to prevent Yamato's confidence from being frustrated. But Yamato himself asked for this, and Shisui has always been a good person to talk to, so he would do his best to satisfy Yamato's wish. Begin. The moment Miyu shouted, Yamato burst out with chakra and rushed out, wanting to test Shisui's physical skills first. The eyes turned red. Yamato found that Shisui's eyes suddenly turned blood red, and there were 3 Magatama patterns in them. Yamato didn't know what this ability was. He continued to rush towards Shisui and then started a fierce battle with Shisui. Looking at Yamato, who was constantly hitting the air and looking excited, Kakashi shook his head. It would be troublesome to pick Shisui. Just when Yamato was immersed in the equally matched battle, he suddenly felt someone tapping his shoulder. Yamato subconsciously turned his head and found that it was Shisui. Yamato was full of question marks. No matter how fast he was, he had to move. Shisui didn't show any signs of using the instant body technique just now. You were just hit by an illusion just now. Shisui took the initiative to explain. Yamato understood it instantly. Shimura Danzo did teach the basic knowledge of ninja. Yamato's face turned red in an instant. When he thought about how he looked like in the eyes of others after being hit by an illusion, Yamato wanted to stay in the ground for half an hour. It was too embarrassing. What do you mean by being evenly matched? He was killed by Shisui in one glance. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9 plus book bar published this novel for the first time. Shisui-senpai, how old are you this year? Yamato couldn't help asking. He felt that he might have misjudged a piece of information. Being a little shorter doesn't mean being younger. Maybe Shisui and Kakashi are the same age. 9 years old, Shisui replied. Yamato's eyes widened. Shisui was only 2 years older than him. He didn't look younger because of his short stature. Yamato glanced at Kakashi and then at Shisui, then at his palm, and began to question what Shimura Danzo said. Am I really that important to Konoha? Is the wood-release ninja really the most powerful ninja? Yamato asked himself in his heart. Shimura Danzo had instilled in Yamato a lot of things a long time ago, that he was the only wood-release ninja in the world and needed to shoulder the responsibility of protecting Konoha. Now Yamato felt that Shimura Danzo was lying with his eyes open. Shisui was only 2 years older than him, but Yamato was not sure that he could reach Shisui's strength at Shisui's age. Konoha would be protected by him in the future. What's wrong? Are you not confident in yourself? Miyu asked with a smile while sitting on the ground and looking at Yamato. I just feel that I am not as important as Danzo said. Yamato said honestly. In the past, Yamato's motivation for training came from many aspects, one of which was a big one because of his sense of responsibility. He felt that he had to practice hard and become stronger to use wood release to protect Konoha in the future. Don't question yourself because you lost to Kakashi and Shisui. First of all, they are older than you. Secondly, they are the most talented young ninjas in Konoha today. Miyu smiled and rubbed Yamato's hair and said. Then Miyu talked about some of Kakashi and his experiences, such as fighting against the 7 ninja swordsmen and killing them, and fighting several senior ninjas in a row during the mission. Although Yamato didn't know what the 7 ninja swordsmen represented, Miyu said that he would introduce the opponents before speaking, so that Yamato could have a preliminary understanding and understand the significance of Kakashi's achievements. So Senior Kakashi and his friends are so powerful. Yamato's mood suddenly calmed down a lot. He had been hidden in the dark by the root and was beaten up by Kakashi and his friends as soon as he came out. It was hard for Yamato not to question himself. After Miyu's words, Yamato was very clear. It was not that he was not good enough, but that Kakashi and his friends were also geniuses. You don't have to put inexplicable pressure on yourself because of wood release. It doesn't mean that mastering wood release can make you invincible. The first generation can become the god of ninjas because he is Hashirama Senju, not because of wood release. Miyu continued to explain. As a time traveler, Miyu knew that Hashirama was powerful because of his terrifying chakra and sage body. Wood release was not the core of Hashirama Senju's power. Yamato looked confused. What Miyu said was different from Shimura Danzo. Who should he believe? You don't need to work hard to practice as a wood-release ninja and be responsible for anyone. You just need to practice as Yamato. While speaking, Miyu looked into Yamato's eyes, as if to let these words reach Yamato's confused heart. Practice as Yamato. Yamato silently recited the name Miyu gave him, and his heart gradually leaned towards Miyu. In fact, there are many things he doesn't understand now, and he can't fully understand Miyu's words, but he inexplicably feels that Miyu is right, and Miyu is doing it for his own good. Recalling the memories of getting along with the two of them in his heart, Yamato completely leaned towards Miyu and felt that Miyu was right. Teacher Miyu is perfect, so he can't be wrong. The more Yamato thought about it, the more he felt that Miyu made sense. After all, Shimura Danzo himself said that Miyu was the most perfect ninja in the route. But, what is the purpose of practicing as Yamato? Yamato had a new doubt in his heart. Compared with the time he spent as Yamato, he spent much more time as Jia, and he didn't know why he had to practice as Yamato. You have to find this out for yourself. Just follow your heart. Miyu smiled and didn't interfere too much. Yamato exhaled and closed his eyes slightly. From meeting Miyu, to being taken to the South Forest by Miyu to meet Kakashi, to becoming Miyu's disciple, to today's actual combat practice, every bit of memory emerged in Yamato's mind. Yamato didn't spend much time with Miyu and Kakashi, but in terms of value, the memories he spent with Miyu and them surpassed the combination of his previous memories. Because the memories before meeting Miyu were really boring and simple. Before entering Konoha and being taught by Miyu, his range of activities was limited to 25 meters of the wooden house. There was no communication with him on weekdays, and the young Yamato even thought he was the only one there, and didn't know that there were root ninjas secretly monitoring him. As for when Shimura Danzo taught him knowledge or checked his strength, Yamato could get the opportunity to communicate, so Yamato relied on and respected Shimura Danzo before. Until that day came, Yamato saw Miyu, who seemed to be carrying warm sunshine, and his life was completely changed. Although the place where he lived was still remote, it was not a deserted place. Because of his trust in Miyu, Yamato was fully responsible for everything. Shimura Danzo only emphasized that Yamato should not use wood-release ninjutsu in front of outsiders. He was no longer restricted in his actions, or Miyu chose not to restrict him. At first, Yamato could only receive Miyu's teachings for 2 to 3 hours a day, and he could spend more time with Miyu on Sundays. Thinking of the first Sunday of training, Yamato thought of the sometimes strict and sometimes gentle senior Kakashi. Although Kakashi always tried to hit him on the head, Kakashi's decisiveness in pain after dinner was also very handsome. No matter what, I can't let down teacher Miyu's teachings, and I have to knock on senior Kakashi's head at least once. Yamato found what he currently thinks is the meaning of training. He wanted to continue training with Miyu, wanted to become stronger than Kakashi, and then knock Kakashi's head while Kakashi was surprised, so that Kakashi would know that being knocked on the head was very painful. Seeing Yamato's eyes becoming more determined, Miyu smiled again. It seems that you have found the answer. Yamato nodded heavily. Teacher Miyu, please teach me how to surpass senior Kakashi. Just work hard to practice. Although you are not close to Kakashi now, it may not be the case in a few years. Miyu encouraged. Yamato actually has a good foundation, with sufficient chakra and wood-release bloodline limit. If he is trained well, he has the opportunity to become the youth version of Hashirama. At least in his hands, Yamato can't master a wood-release that has just begun to be proficient in his 20s. In fact, Obito and Might Guy often lost to Kakashi before, and then they kept working hard. Miyu took out the experience of Obito and Might Guy to motivate Yamato. Yamato was stunned. He didn't expect that Obito, who could use the terrifying fire escape, was once the last one, the kind that Kakashi could kill instantly. As for Might Guy, Yamato didn't know that Might Guy was the strongest in the team before Miyu told him about the deeds of Kakashi's team. At first, he wanted to change Might Guy, but Might Guy didn't seem to have practiced ninjutsu. Now Yamato felt like he had escaped a disaster. Shisui, Kakashi and the others were so powerful, So how could the strongest Might Guy be defeated? What surprised Yamato even more was that Might Guy was once the last one who was even worse than Obito. Listening to Might Guy's efforts to turn things around and counterattack, Yamato's blood boiled and he wanted to do 1,000 push-ups immediately. Might Guy and Obito can defeat Kakashi through hard work, so I have to try hard too. At this time, Might Guy and Obito had become Yamato's idols. Disciple Yamato sets training tasks. Training tasks. Work hard for the goals of predecessors. Time, 6 months. The intermediate challenge task goals will be settled in advance. Rewards, depends on the completion of the tasks and the growth of strength during the tasks. Miyu nodded in her heart. Live tasks cannot be triggered before the trust level is 4, but training tasks can also be swiped. Although the quality of the rewards is much worse than that of life tasks, the corresponding difficulty is also relatively low. Basically, you can complete it by practicing step by step. It is something that is not swiped in vain. Miyu asked Obito and Kakashi to fight with Yamato in turn, just to arouse Yamato's desire to practice. Unexpectedly, the effect was too good, and even washed away a lot of traces of Shimura Danzo Pu'a on Yamato. Taking advantage of Yamato's high mood at this moment, Miyu gave Yamato the calligraphy he wrote in his spare time. Usually, it is suitable to give some small things to trigger the return of apprenticeship, otherwise the threshold is high and there is no way to explode. You presented the disciple Yamato with his handwritten calligraphy. Since the disciple was very grateful, he was rewarded with a big critical hit and obtained the ninjutsu wood style, cutting technique, mastery level. As the reward information popped up, a large number of cutting technique practice memories appeared in Miyu's mind, and Miyu's wood style proficiency increased by 100 points. For this ninjutsu, Yamato is not bad to learn, Miyu thought after sorting out his memories. The cutting technique is not as powerful as the large-scale and powerful wood style of the Tree World Descent Wooden Man technique, but it is a type of wood style that is quite powerful among ordinary wood style ninjutsu. It was another Sunday, and Miyu went to the Shinobi clan's residence to prepare to give the Pokemon egg to Nagato. The Pokemon eggs bound to the system must be hatched by the binder, and at least Nagato must touch them, otherwise the Pokemon will never be hatched. Miyu originally wanted to collect the eggs of Naruto's native ninja beasts to give to Yahiko and the others. But then she thought about it seriously. By that time, the eggs would have hatched, and Nagato's ninja beasts were unique, which seemed to be useless. Instead, it was a bit like trying to cover up something. It would be better to put the eggs in the training room with sealing techniques, and Nagato would go to hug them when he was free, and then directly contract them after they hatched. Black Zetsu and the others might not care that Nagato had an extra weak summoning beast that was just born. Even if they cared, it would be difficult to guess what was going on, unless Nagato hatched the same Pokemon as Kakashi and the others, but the probability was too small. After arriving at the Shinobi sect's residence, Miyu did not go straight to the training room. As the leader of the Shinobi sect, it was somewhat irresponsible to go straight to the training room in broad daylight when the Shinobi sect was making great plans. Miyu first gave lessons to the Shinobi sect ninjas in her original body, teaching them physical skills and nature changes. All the Shinobi sect ninjas began to accept Miyu's teachings, and even Kakazu was in class. Although most of what Miyu taught was relatively basic, Kakazu occasionally heard some content that made him feel something. So Kakazu would also attend the class. Kakazu always believed that Miyu's paid teaching class would make more money than him being a bounty ninja. This teaching ability is ridiculously strong. It's all about talking, and Miyu's words seem to be different. Before those Shinobi clan ninjas followed Miyu, many of them were at the level of Genin. It was because they continued to receive teachings from Miyu and their comprehensive qualities continued to improve that they had the current strength. If those 5 major ninja villages knew about it, I'm afraid they would spend a lot of money to win him over. Kakazu wrote down Miyu's teaching content and sighed in his heart. The value of Miyu's teaching ability alone is higher than that of most of the strong men in the ninja world. Complete an intermediate teaching, evaluation, get rewards, improved understanding of physical skills, Change of water attribute chakra nature plus 30. After completing the teaching, Muyu sent Shinobi clan ninjas to the rain village to spread the news of the lecture. The training time for the ninja clan is 2 months in total. Muyu will give lectures in the last week without any restrictions. Anyone who wants to listen can come and listen, whether they are ninja clan ninjas or ninjas from the rain village. It doesn't matter if they are not ninjas from the rain country. The second phase of Muyu's Anbu training will end soon, and he can rest assured to strive for higher level lecture rewards in the rain country. After handling the affairs of the ninja clan, Muyu called Nagato to the training room. Nagato, I will give each disciple who is promoted to a Jonin gift as a reward for growth. This is your gift. Muyu showed a warm smile and handed the big egg in his hand to Nagato. Nagato was a little surprised, but after taking the egg, he subconsciously held it firmly in his arms. Along with the surprise came surprise and touching. From Nagato's perspective, Muyu went out for a week for unknown reasons, and when he came back, he gave him a birthday gift, a ninja beast egg. That week must have been to prepare a gift for him, and even if he didn't say the reason, it was to surprise him. Nagato was really touched. In his opinion, the promotion of ninja level was not a big deal. This meant that Muyu cared about him more than he thought. Thank you, Teacher Muyu. Nagato was not good at speaking. The thousands of words in his heart could only be condensed into 2 words of thank you. You gave your disciple a Pokemon egg. Because the disciple was very grateful, he rewarded a big critical hit and received a reward, for Red Yang formation, mastery level. After all, I am your teacher. Muyu smiled and told Nagato some precautions, asking Nagato not to take the Pokemon egg out, just put it in the training room and check it from time to time. Although Muyu's instructions were a bit strange, Nagato did not have any doubts. He thought that Muyu must have a reason to do so. This ninja egg must be special. P.S. Sorry, although it was agreed that the 4K missing that day would be made up today, I don't know why my eyes hurt when I was typing at night. I couldn't stand looking at the screen for more than 10 minutes and had to take a break before continuing. If I hadn't written some content yesterday, I couldn't guarantee 8K today. I'm going to go check out the situation tomorrow. If there's any problem, I'll ask for leave and publish a separate chapter. I can't say when I can make up for it this time. I've used up all the manuscripts I've written. Chapter 495, Anbu Training Settlement, Hokage Building. In the high-level meeting room, 4 Konoha high-level officials were discussing the war in the Land of Grass. The Kusgakure village dared to interfere in our Konoha's war. It was so audacious. We should immediately call up the ninja troops to attack Kusgakure village and teach them a profound lesson, Shimura Danzo said with a sinister look. In his opinion, Kusgakure village, an ordinary ninja village, participating in the war between the 5 major ninja villages was just a failure to distinguish between the big and small kings, and it must be hit hard. Danzo, the intelligence from the front line, did not say that Kusgakure village must be involved, but it was just suspected. Saratobi Hiruzen shook his head and said, it would make Konoha too overbearing to directly call up the ninja troops without being completely sure, and Konoha's current situation did not allow this. Saratobi Hiruzen could not send most of the ninjas to fight, otherwise the Hidden Mist village or other ninja villages would take the opportunity to invade, and Konoha would have no one to use. It's only a matter of time before there is definite evidence. What we have to do is to show a tough attitude. Shimura Danzo continued to maintain his opinion. If Konoha doesn't take drastic measures immediately, then today it will be Kusgakure, tomorrow it will be Amigakure and Takakure, and Konoha's prestige as the #1 ninja village will be gone. Shimura Danzo knocked on the table to show the seriousness of the situation. Saratobi Hiruzen rubbed his brows. In fact, what Shimura Danzo said was not unreasonable. It was necessary to maintain the prestige of the 5 major ninja villages, but Shimura Danzo exaggerated the situation. Even if Kusgakure really participated in it, it was probably because Iwagakure promised some benefits and it was profitable. How could other ninja villages have nothing to do and mess with Konoha? Then Danzo, you take the route to attack Kusgakure, Saratobi Hiruzen said lightly. Shimura Danzo was speechless. There were many root ninjas in charge of intelligence work on the battlefield, and there were very few in Konoha's route. Otherwise, with his level of caution, he would have to send a root member to monitor Yamato's daily life. Although Kusukure is not one of the 5 major ninja villages, it is also a group of stronger ninja villages under the 5 major ninja villages. It is not something that he can deal with just a few members of the root. You transfer Orochimaru back to Konoha, and let Muyu go with me, and I will lead the root to attack Kusukure. Shimura Danzo thought for a while and said. He joined forces with Orochimaru and Muyu, and even if they were surrounded by thousands of Kusukure ninjas, they could easily break out of the siege. If Orochimaru is transferred back, who will deal with Kumagakure? Sarutobi Hiruzen thought Shimura Danzo was daydreaming. He also wanted Orochimaru and Muyu to be his assistants. I don't know if he was going to counterattack one of the 5 major ninja villages. Why not let Namikaze Minato investigate this matter? Namikaze Minato is also in the battlefield of the grass country. He is fast and powerful enough. Mito Kato came out to smooth things over. He agreed with Sarutobi Hiruzen's idea. Shimura Danzo's idea was too radical and easy to go wrong. It would be a waste of time to let Minato Namikaze investigate. It would be better to let him question the Kuzunin leader. Shimura Danzo thought that the other high-level people's ideas were too soft. They were the strongest ninja village. The existence of Kumagakure and Iwagakure, which were also among the 5 major ninja villages, was fine. What kind of small bastard was Kuzunin? He actually dared to mess with Konoha. Now our troops and the Iwagakure ninja troops have reached a delicate balance in the battlefield of the Land of Grass. Minato's departure may cause the balance to be broken. Sarutobi Hiruzen reluctantly reached an agreement with Shimura Danzo this time, although he did not agree with Shimura Danzo's extreme measures. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not think that letting Minato Namikaze investigate was a good strategy. It could be Muyu. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment and thought of a good candidate. Muyu's second term of Anbu training has entered the end, and it would not be a big problem to end it earlier. If Muyu led a few elite ninjas to investigate Kuzunin village, they could directly take action after confirming that Kuzunin village and Iwagakure village were in collusion. Even if Konoha's intelligence was wrong and the Kusukure ninja really did not participate in the war, the elite team led by Muyu could also serve as a surprise force to attack Iwagakure. Muyu will lead a team of Jonin to investigate the Kusukure ninja. If there is any abnormality, take action against the Kusukure ninja immediately. Otherwise, they can also support Jiraiya's troops and help Jiraiya gain an advantage. Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed his thoughts. Shimura Danzo was about to object, but when he heard that the person chosen by Sarutobi Hiruzen was his loyal subordinate, he immediately changed his words and said, compared to Namikaze Minato, Muyu is more suitable for this mission. Shimura Danzo believed that Muyu would complete this mission successfully. After all, Muyu is a ninja who inherited his root will. Hanyu Muyu, huh? It's indeed a good choice. Mito Kato stroked his mustache and nodded in approval. Compared with Namikaze Minato who shoulders an important task, Muyu and Konoha is indeed more suitable. And as the strongest of the new generation of Konoha, Muyu's ability is not worse than Namikaze Minato. Hearing that everyone else agreed with Muyu, Uchiha Koharu also continued. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not discuss the specific team members with others. There was nothing to discuss. There were not many Jonin in Konoha. When the notification ninja sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived, Muyu was still giving a lecture. Mr. Muyu, the Sandame said that there is an important task for you. Please go to the Hokage's office immediately. The training can end early, the notification ninja said to Muyu. I know. After listening, Muyu quickly turned around and announced the end of the training to the Anbu, and then rushed to the Hokage building with the notification ninja. Dong. After Muyu walked to the Hokage's office, she did not rush in, but knocked on the door first. Come in. After getting Sarutobi Hiruzen's affirmation, Muyu pushed the door and walked into the Hokage's office. Mr. Sandame, what is the important task that I need to complete? Muyu asked straight to the point. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen had asked him to end the training early, the adjective important must not be exaggerated, and considering the period, Muyu believed that it must be related to the war. It's a mission about the battlefield of the Land of Grass. I need you to lead the team to the Grass Village to investigate whether the Grass Village is helping the Iwagakure attack the Konoha ninja forces. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not waste words. He first briefly stated the specific task, and then handed the task scroll with detailed content to Muyu. In recent months, the Iwagakure village has sent reinforcements to increase the impact on the Konoha Grass Country Defense Forces, and recently our intelligence ninjas have investigated that some Iwagakure are suspected to be disguised as grass ninjas. The Grass Country Defense Forces are of great significance to us. If the defense line is breached, the war is likely to burn to the Fire Country again, or even to Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen emphasized the importance of this mission with a serious face. Although Konoha is now fighting on multiple fronts, in fact, only the Kirigakure has successfully invaded the Fire Country. The other enemies were rejected by Konoha and stopped in nearby small countries. In addition to you, there are 6 other Jonins and 1 Genin on this mission. The 6 Jonins are Hote Kakashi, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Obito, Narusuzaku, Aburame Shiki, and the Genin is Maruboshi Kasuke. Sarutobi Hiruzen told Muyu's teammates on this mission. Although it sounds scary, there are a total of 6 Jonins participating, but in fact, the 4 Jonins are Muyu's disciples, and they are not much different from Muyu's usual missions. Among them, Maruboshi Kasuke is a Genin, but you can completely regard him as a Jonin. He has the qualifications and strength to be promoted to a Jonin, but because of some experiences in his early years, he is unwilling to be promoted and is still a Genin. Sarutobi Hiruzen explained. Although the strength can be known when the mission is carried out, the execution of the mission must be explained clearly, otherwise, it looks very confusing to send a Genin to such an important mission. I didn't send anyone to notify your disciples. The rest of the ninjas who will be participating in the mission will be waiting for you at the number 16 training ground. I will investigate the truth as soon as possible and complete the mission. After listening to this, Muyu did not drag her feet. After simply stating her work attitude, she rushed to the South Forest to inform her disciples. Under your guidance, the ninjas who participated in the special training have made progress in the dark calling and chakra nature change, and their overall strength has improved. Rewards: chakra plus 1800, breathing experience scroll times 2, chakra nature change experience scroll times 1. While on the way, Muyu glanced at the system message. Although it ended early, the time difference was not much, so the reward could still be triggered normally, but the basic reward of chakra might be a little less. Since Muyu spent more teaching time on dark calling than nature change and ninjutsu during training, the reward for breathing was more. Then Muyu opened the panel and took a look at the proficiency of her 2 bloodline limits. Skills: Ice Release, Proficiency 2723 thousandths, Wood Release, Proficiency 2053 thousandths. Muyu expected that Ice Release could be advanced to the mastery level by relying on the usual class rewards and self-cultivation, but due to changes in the plan, the proficiency is slightly lacking. As for Wood Release, Muyu used the chakra nature change experience scroll he had just obtained on Wood Release. A lot of Wood Release practice experience emerged in Muyu's mind, and the proficiency of Wood Release instantly soared and surpassed Ice Release to the mastery level. Skills: Wood Release, Mastery, 15,000. Muyu's original plan was to use the promotion reward to promote Wood Release to the mastery level, so Wood Release with a lower proficiency can actually meet expectations. As for the 2 breathing experience scrolls, Muyu did not use them. The yang breathing he was currently developing had been practiced by him to the mastery level and mastered the yang breathing chakra mode, so he did not need the help of the system. Except Yamato and Might Guy, everyone else should stop training. There is an urgent mission to be carried out. After arriving at the South Forest, Muyu stopped the disciples who were training. Mission? What level of mission? Obito asked curiously. He was not opposed to doing missions. It had been several months since he returned to Konoha from the battlefield. He had rested for a long time and it was time to move. S-level war mission. Muyu's answer made Obito's eyes light up. Last time on the battlefield, he was suppressed by Shisui and Might Guy. This time Might Guy would not go, and he had mastered the secret technique of armed color to become stronger. It was a good opportunity for him to become famous. "Are you going to decapitate the leader of the enemy village ninja unit?" Obito couldn't help asking. Kakashi looked at Miyu. Although Obito often asked this kind of question before, this time Kakashi had to admit that this mission might really be one of the heavyweight missions that Obito usually talked about. Emergency call, and then an S-level war mission, led by Miyu, the strongest ninja of the new era. Too many buffs were added, and it was not a simple mission at first glance. "No, there are other ninjas participating in this mission. You should go with me to the number 16 training ground first, and I will tell you the specific mission content then," Miyu denied. Instead of explaining it twice, it is better to wait for the team members to arrive and explain it collectively. Hearing Miyu's words, Obito swallowed a series of questions and quickly rushed to the number 16 training ground with Miyu. When Miyu and his disciples arrived at the training ground, they happened to see 3 ninjas standing on the training ground. Although he had never communicated with the 3 people before, Miyu recognized their identities at a glance because the 3 people were dressed in a somewhat unique way. The middle-aged man carrying the iron pot must be Maruboshi Kasuke, and as for the one wearing all black and sunglasses, it is very likely that he is a Aburame Shiki of the Aburame clan. There is no need to guess the rest. It is Narusuzaku. Name, Maruboshi Kasuke. Chakra, 32,000. Skills, Water Attribute Chakra Property Change. Master Level, Yin Attribute Chakra Property Change. Master Level, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Master Level, Name, Aburame Shiki. Chakra, 28,000. Skills, Insect Secret Technique. Master Level, Secret Technique, Parasitic Insects. Master Level, Name, Narusuzaku. Chakra, 15,000. Skills, Shadow Secret Technique. Master Level, Miyu used the appraisal to look at each person's panel in detail. Maruboshi Kasuke and Aburame Shiki's data can be regarded as the elite among the Jonin. Although Narusuzaku's panel is not very outstanding, the secret techniques of the Nara clan sometimes play a good role at critical moments. "Captain Miyu, I am Narusuzaku who will carry out the mission with you this time." Narusuzaku took the lead in greeting. As a Konoha Jonin, Narusuzaku must know Miyu, a strong man who has already become famous in the ninja world. Even if he didn't know Miyu, it was easy to guess Miyu's identity from the 5 people. After all, except for Miyu, the people who came over were all teenagers like Kakashi and Obito. Aburame Shiki. Aburame Shiki seemed to be a more traditional Aburame clan ninja, and spoke very concisely. Maruboshi Kasuke smiled kindly. "Hello, Captain Miyu. I am the Genin Maruboshi Kasuke." Although he was the most experienced ninja present, Maruboshi Kasuke did not take advantage of his age and looked like he was following Miyu's lead. "Uncle, who takes the blame? How come you are a Genin at such an old age?" Obito asked with surprise when he heard Maruboshi Kasuke's words. Although Might Dai became a Chunin very late, Maruboshi Kasuke was obviously much older than Might Dai. Obito rarely saw this situation. Generally, ninjas over the age of 20 would be promoted to Chunin no matter what. "Haha, there's nothing I can do. I'm not capable enough. I can't compare to you young and promising geniuses." Maruboshi Kasuke waved his hand and smiled. Although he didn't know Obito who was speaking, he knew Kakashi who was next to Obito. Kakashi was now on a path to surpass the White Fang of Konoha. That shouldn't be the case. "Is there something wrong?" Obito scratched his head and was very confused. "That's fine. You will definitely be promoted after completing this mission. After all, this is an S-level war mission. Uncle, you just need to follow what Teacher Miyu said, and you will definitely be able to complete this mission smoothly." Obito patted his chest to show that this mission was led by the immortal Miyu, and it was very stable. Maruboshi Kasuke smiled but said nothing. If he wanted to be promoted, he would have been promoted to Jonin long ago. He had just rejected Sarutobi Hiruzen's proposal to be promoted to Jonin some time ago. "It doesn't matter what happens to a ninja like me who has no future. You should still pay more attention to your own development," Maruboshi Kasuke reminded Obito with a smile. Although he didn't want to be promoted, he didn't want to see the helpful junior fall into the same situation as him. Obito puffed up his chest and said proudly, I am already the top of Konoha. He is Uchiha Obito, and I am Hotake Kakashi." Seeing that Obito was about to say something, Kakashi interrupted and forcibly helped Obito to complete his self-introduction. Then Shisui and Nohara Rin also quickly completed a simple self-introduction. Obito glared at Kakashi. Couldn't he let him finish his sentence? However, since Miyu started talking, Obito could only secretly note down what Kakashi did and settle accounts later. "The first investigation we have to conduct is," Miyu repeated the content of the mission that Sarutobi Hiruzen told him to the team members, and then took out the mission scroll and circulated it. "This mission is actually not complicated. The essence is to weaken the power of Iwagakure in the battlefield of the Land of Grass." Read the error-free version at 69 book bar 6=9 plus book _ released this novel for the first time. If the Kusgakure village is really helping Iwagakure, then Miyu and his team's mission is to strike the Kusgakure ninja, so that the Kusgakure ninja will pay the price and have no ability to help Iwagakure again. The most ideal situation is that Miyu and his team kill a wave of Kusgakure ninjas, then tie up the Kusgakure senior officials, and use reasoning to make them sign a peace treaty and compensate for the losses, so that Kusgakure will change from helping Iwagakure to helping Konoha. Although Kusgakure ninjas will definitely not work hard because of hatred, it is better than Kusgakure ninjas helping Iwagakure. If Kusgakure ninjas are really pure passers-by who are framed, then Miyu and his team are the surprise soldiers on the battlefield, waiting for the opportunity to create an advantage for the Konoha ninja troops. The most ideal situation is that when the two armies are fighting, Miyu and his team cut in from the side and eliminate part of the upper chunin of Iwagakure. It seems that the mission has been talking about Kusgakure ninjas, but in fact it is aimed at Iwagakure ninjas, and the final result is to help Konoha gain a war advantage. Let's go. After explaining the specific mission, Miyu led the team to leave Konoha and headed straight for the Land of Grass. They kept on traveling until the evening, and Miyu asked the team to stop to rest and eat. Although ninjas are not the same species as ordinary people in terms of strength, they also need 3 meals a day, and hunger can even affect their combat effectiveness. "Let me cook." Maruboshi Kasuke, who was a pretty good cook, took the initiative to do the hard work of cooking. After all, he was the only genin in the team, so it was reasonable for him to do more odd jobs. Obito stared at Maruboshi Kasuke with wide eyes. He was kind enough to teach him the secret of winning by doing nothing, but Maruboshi Kasuke actually turned a blind eye to his kindness. The best thing about carrying out a mission is that you can eat Miyu's cooking for every meal. In Konoha, it is not easy to get Miyu's food. Although Miyu welcomed them as guests, Obito and the others were embarrassed. Miyu took such good care of them. How could they go to Miyu's house to bother Miyu? Noticing Obito's gaze, Maruboshi Kasuke smiled and said, "Although I may be suspected of bragging, my cooking skills are still okay." Maruboshi Kasuke thought Obito was afraid that his cooking would not taste good. Obito wanted to say that since it was just okay, then don't do it, and let the super god Miyu Immortal do it. But he couldn't say it out loud. Wouldn't it be like he ordered Miyu to cook? Which was a bit treasonous. "Let me help." Miyu nodded. "I'll go find some food." Kakashi was embarrassed to eat for free. "Me too." Obito followed up. He wanted to find out if there was anything he liked nearby. In the end, Miyu's disciples all went to find food. Miyu and Maruboshi Kasuke were doing the preparations, while the remaining Narusuzaku and Iburame Shiki were on guard around. In theory, they would not encounter hostile ninjas in the Land of Fire, but as experienced jonin, they would not give the enemy any chance to take advantage. Kakashi caught a few fresh fish, and Shisui brought a lot of fungi, so no disciple returned empty-handed. When processing the ingredients together, Maruboshi Kasuke noticed that Miyu was not simple, and gradually handed the initiative to Miyu. From Miyu helping to Maruboshi Kasuke helping Miyu. Seeing this scene, Obito nodded with relief, and just lay down and be carried away. Sometimes the more you do, the more mistakes you make. Soon, the fish soup with hot steam and tempting aroma was ready. Even the most silent Iburame Shiki was a little moved, and silently picked up the bowl and lined up to get the soup. Drinking the delicious fish soup, Maruboshi Cossack seemed to be in an underwater world and felt an inhuman freedom. After eating the dinner made by Captain Miyu, I'm afraid no one will want to eat other people's food again. Maruboshi Cossack sighed. He finally understood why Obito had that look in his eyes at first. He probably wanted to eat Miyu's food but was too embarrassed to say it. That's true, Narusuzaku agreed. This was a completely unexpected gain. He didn't expect that Miyu, a young and powerful man, had such a high level of attainment in cooking. Obito and the others didn't respond. They were all immersed in eating, because they were experienced and knew that it was not suitable to chat while eating Miyu's food. Otherwise they would find a very serious problem and the food would be gone before they could say a few words. When Obito finished his meal, he showed a satisfied expression and said, "Of course, Miyu's cooking skills are unparalleled in the world." "Amazing," Aburamshiki said concisely. After finishing dinner, the few of them continued to rush to the land of grass. How much chakra does this box need to absorb before it can be opened? Yokagawa Tsutomu frowned as he watched the huge box swallowing corpses one by one without showing any signs of opening. In order to open the paradise box, Yokagawa Tsutomu not only sacrificed all the ninja corpses he had collected, but also ordered the Kusukure to release chakra for the Kusukure to absorb. As a result, after a few months, it was still the same as before. The premise of his bet was that the Kusukure was opened. If it could not be opened, it would be a waste of effort. The more chakra it can absorb, the more it proves the extraordinary nature of the Kusukure. Maybe the Kusukure really has the power to fulfill wishes. Wu Chang comforted. They have paid a lot to open the Kusukure. This is a road with no turning back. Either they, the Kusukure, open the Kusukure and make the Kusukure great again, or they fail and the Kusukure village is seriously injured, and the Kusukure will be taken over by the Kusukure from now on. There is no choice to give up in the middle, because giving up is equivalent to failure. The cooperation with Iwagakure is not something that can be easily ended. Iwagakure is not a ninja village that is easy to deal with. I don't expect it to allow the Kusukure to directly rule the world, but at least don't waste the chakra it absorbs. Yokagawa Tsutomu still doesn't believe in the legend of being able to make a wish. His expectation for the box of bliss was simple. Even if the box of bliss only blessed him with the absorbed chakra, that would be enough. With such a huge amount of chakra, plus his level of ninjutsu, Kusukure village could produce a true god. If it can fulfill wishes, what wish would you make? Yokagawa Tsutomu thought of something and looked at Wakang with great interest. Wakang was the most outstanding genius ninja in Kusukure village when he was young. Yokagawa Tsutomu had always trained him as the next generation leader of Kusukure. Let Kusukure village rule the ninja world, Wakang said without hesitation. Not considering eternal life or becoming the strongest wish? Yokagawa Tsutomu continued to ask. There is no doubt that strength is important to ninjas. Ninjas without strength are walking on the edge of life and death every time they are on a mission. As for lifespan, it is not just ninjas. Yokagawa Tsutomu believes that everyone wants as eternal life as possible, so Yokagawa Tsutomu thinks that if everyone is given a chance to make a wish, most people's wishes will be these too. Wakang was a little surprised. Master Yokagawa Tsutomu, didn't you say that the paradise box can't fulfill these wishes? That's because I don't believe it, but you do. Yokagawa Tsutomu said with a smile. Wakang thought for a while, then looked at Yokagawa Tsutomu seriously and said, even if the paradise box can fulfill all wishes, I will still make the wish I just made. There are always endless wars in the ninja world. If the entire ninja world is ruled by one force, then the war should disappear, and my son can live in a world without war. Yokagawa Tsutomu was stunned. He thought Wakang would say something like the loyalty of the Kusukure ninja, but he didn't expect it to be this reason. Yokagawa Tsutomu smiled and patted Wakang on the shoulder. It seems that you like your child very much, but don't spoil him too much. You should be strict when training him. I am looking forward to another genius appearing in Kusukure village. Yokagawa Tsutomu didn't care that Wakang's answer was selfish, because it is impossible for people not to have a little selfishness. For example, he himself, although he didn't say it, Yokagawa Tsutomu was not only for the rise of Kusukure ninja, but also for strengthening his own strength. He wanted to be a strong man, the kind of top strong man that the entire ninja village would value because of him. As a leader, he certainly couldn't say such words openly, as it would be detrimental to unity. Leader, the people from Hua are looking for you. Just as Yokagawa Tsutomu was communicating with Wakang, a Kusanagi Anbu walked up to Yokagawa Tsutomu and whispered in his ear, "Watch this side, don't let anything happen to the box." Yokagawa Tsutomu told Wakang, then left the underground base and headed for the Kusanagi office building. In the Kusanagi leader's office, Yokagawa Tsutomu pushed the door and saw the leader of Kusanagi sitting on the only office chair in the office. Seeing Yokagawa Tsutomu walk in, the leader of Kusanagi immediately wanted to attack but was interrupted. "I'm the leader," Yokagawa Tsutomu reminded. Although the other party was the leader of a faction, he was now the leader of the entire Kusanagi village, and was one level higher. "Who said there is only one chair in this office?" The leader of Kusanagi had to stand up and explain after hearing this. "If you save more money, I'll add another chair to the office," Yokagawa Tsutomu said with a smile as he sat back in his leader's chair. The leader of the grass flower rolled his eyes at Yokagawa Tsutomu. This was a good idea. The Kusanagi Anbu standing at the door silently gave Yokagawa Tsutomu a thumbs up. No wonder he could be the leader. He diffuses the tense atmosphere with just a few words. "Yokagawa, what missions have the ninjas in the village been on recently?" "I think there are not enough ninjas in the village." The leader of the grass flower remembered the purpose of his visit. Yokagawa Tsutomu's face did not change. "There are so many missions in the village every day. How can I remember them clearly?" "You can find out by yourself." Yokagawa Tsutomu has forged the mission records. The top leaders of the grass flower will definitely not be able to find anything. The leader of the grass flower stared at Yokagawa Tsutomu's eyes, as if he wanted to find a flaw in it. But Yokagawa Tsutomu looked at the leader of the grass flower calmly, with a clear conscience. "Recently, a large number of war refugees have poured into the village. It is better to send more ninjas to maintain the security of the village and the surrounding areas." The leader of the grass flower finally retracted his gaze and said, "Yokagawa Tsutomu is now the leader of the grass ninja. As a subordinate, he should not question too much, which would damage the dignity of the grass ninja leader. Too many refugees is indeed a problem. I will arrange to deal with it." Yokagawa Tsutomu nodded. "Yokagawa, you must not forget that the survival of the grass country depends on being able to get along with everyone and protect yourself. Don't do anything risky." The leader of grass flower couldn't help but remind him before leaving. Whether it is grass rill or grass flower, they are all ninjas of grass village. They are not hostile, but they have different opinions on the development of the village. "Why, Longf, you want to pull me into the grass flower camp, but I am the leader of grass rill," Yokagawa Tsutomu said in a joking tone. "How can we change the existing situation without taking risks? Those big ninja villages will not watch us develop slowly." Longf turned around and left the leader's office to investigate the mission records. They are also old rivals. Longf knew that it was impossible to change Yokagawa Tsutomu's mind with just one sentence. Looking at Longf's leaving back, Yokagawa Tsutomu took out the plan and carefully checked whether there was any problem with his arrangement, except for uncontrollable factors like the box of bliss. He will try his best to ensure that there are no accidents in the plan. P.S. I was stupid. I encountered something and couldn't go. Then I searched Baidu and found that it was a bit similar to the symptoms of glaucoma, and my heart stopped immediately. I have to put off all the things tomorrow to go for a checkup. I hope it's not glaucoma. I hope that the information on Baidu is too complicated and exaggerated. Recommend this book, Naruto, I'm Not a Cooking God, a story about the ninja world on the tip of the tongue, which will take you to know Naruto again from the perspective of geography, biology and diet. Chapter 496, Speed Past Grass Ninja. Except for eating and necessary sleep time, Muyu and his companions were basically on the road. Marching at high speed, they soon entered the land of grass and arrived near the Kusgakure village. There is no warning barrier, so we can sneak in directly. After taking back the reconnaissance bugs, Aburame reported to Muyu. The secret technique of the Aburame clan has a kind of panacea feeling. As long as there are enough bugs, they can not only fight, but also have quite good auxiliary abilities such as reconnaissance. This was expected by Miyu. In Naruto, sealing techniques and barrier techniques are inseparable. Basically, only large ninja villages can afford a large barrier that can cover the entire village, and small ninja villages can only master some specialized sealing techniques. You know, the so-called villages in the ninja world are actually city level in size. To build such a large-scale barrier, not only do you need a master of sealing techniques, but you can't have one or two. It must be a special sealing team to complete it. Ordinary ninja villages can't have such a configuration. Since there is no barrier, Miyu directly sneaked into the Kusakura village with the disguised people. Miyu did not start the investigation immediately, but took the team members to find a hotel and opened a few rooms as the gathering point for this mission. Next, act according to the original plan. Miyu ordered Aburamzui and others. Miyu had already arranged the specific action plan on the way. Aburamzui, Narusuzaku and Maruzakasu all nodded, and walked out of the hotel one by one disguised as normal people. There were 8 people in their team plus Miyu. For infiltration investigation, a team of this number certainly could not act together. Too many people would easily expose their whereabouts, so Miyu divided it into 3 groups for investigation. He, who had the strongest ability, was in one group, and then his 4 disciples were in one group. The remaining Narusuzaku, Maruzakasu and others formed the last group. Miyu fully considered the safety of the team members. Each group had the ability to retreat safely after being exposed. Needless to say, with his current true strength, he could come and go as he pleased in an ordinary ninja village like Kusakaku village. Kakashi's team, Kakashi, Shisui and Obito, all have the combat power of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and together they are the 3 ninja swordsmen, but they are not durable. In addition, Nohara Rin, as a medical ninja, also has the combat power of a normal jonin. As long as Kakashi and his team are not surrounded by hundreds or thousands of ninjas, they can withdraw even if they cannot win. Marubashikazu's team has 2 elite jonins, among whom Aburamshiki is an all-round ninja, and the weaker Narusuzaku is stronger than the average jonin and can serve as the brain of the team. The overall strength of the team is enough to perform S-level tasks. If you are exposed, try to make a bigger noise, so that I can solve the problem as soon as possible. Miyu took out a flying thunder god kunai and handed it to Kakashi. On the surface, this is an investigation mission, but from the configuration of the mission personnel, it is clear that the investigation is definitely not the focus. Counting Marubashikazu, who is written as a genin and read as a jonin, their configuration for this mission is 8 jonin, among whom Miyu is a famous strongman in the ninja world. With this kind of personnel configuration, let alone investigating the Kusakaku village, it is no problem to kill all the high-level people in the Kusakaku village. So Miyu didn't care whether Kakashi and the others could find out any information, he would take action anyway. I will put everyone's safety first. Kakashi took the flying thunder god kunai and nodded to guarantee. In Kakashi's mind, the lives of his companions are more important than the mission. If there is danger, he will prioritize the survival of Obito and the others rather than completing the mission. We are all jonin. Why is Kakashi the team leader? Obito asked with some confusion. Before, Kakashi was the deputy captain to command on the battlefield, and now Kakashi is the team leader again for the group action. Obito also wants to be the boss and command Kakashi. Shisui, if you were asked to choose someone to be the team leader, who would you choose? Miyu did not answer Obito's question, but asked Shisui. Kakashi. Shisui thought for a while and answered. Kakashi has proved his ability in many missions, and he does have the ability to lead a team. As for Obito, Shisui felt that the position that requires too much thinking is still not suitable for Obito at the moment. Lin, what would you choose? Miyu continued to ask Nohara Lin. Nohara Rin felt Obito's expectant gaze, and finally said what she was thinking with a reluctant look on her face. I feel that the more experienced Kakashi is more suitable. Obito's face instantly turned pale. Nohara Rin's words just now gave him a greater blow than not being able to become a team leader. Nohara Rin even said that he was not as good as Kakashi. Could it be that it was because Nohara Rin thought Kakashi was more powerful? Obito couldn't help but start to think wildly in his mind. No, Zealand said it was because the damn Kakashi had more experience. The damn Kakashi did become a ninja much earlier than us. Obito comforted himself in his heart. Miyu patted Obito's shoulder before leaving. If you want to be a leader, Obito, you still need to learn more knowledge. Miyu just asked Nohara Rin deliberately. He knew Obito so well. How could he not know how much of a blow Nohara Rin's denial of Obito would cause to Obito? To become a Hokage, you can't just rely on passion. Even Naruto, who saved the ninja world in the original work, worked hard to study to become the 7th generation Hokage. Although Obito is always shouting that he wants to be Hokage, he does lack a lot of ability. He can't rely on Kakashi to assist him after he gets to the top. He must have some ability himself. Learning to become a leader. Obito silently recited Miyu's words in his heart, and couldn't help but think of Nohara Rin's answer again. Although he is a person who doesn't like reading, Obito decided to read books hard after the mission is over. Because he just thought of a terrible thing. His dream is to become Hokage, and Miyu said that he doesn't have the ability to be a leader now. So there is a possibility that Kakashi will become Hokage and he will lose. When Obito thought that Nohara Rin contacted him because she wanted to celebrate Kakashi becoming Hokage, his blood pressure soared, and his Sharingan was about to come out. This was too painful for him. This pain even surpassed the test paper hell of doing questions for 2 consecutive months. Don't be stupid. With your ability, you will be my subordinate not only for this mission, but also for the rest of your life. Just be obedient, Kakashi said with a slight smile on his face. After saying that, Kakashi walked out first. You evil-born abominable white-haired man, when I learn how to lead people, I will definitely order you harshly. Facing such an arrogant Kakashi, Obito, who was temporarily inferior to him, did not dare to refute, and secretly kept the hatred in his heart. After leaving the hotel, Miyu left a shadow clone to secretly protect Kakashi's team, and the main body began to investigate the Kusagakure village. Miyu's investigation method was simple and crude. He directly opened his Byakugan and walked around the Kusagakure village. Miyu originally wanted to find the Kusagakure Anbu base and then go in to look for information. As a result, his Byakugan accidentally discovered that the Kusagakure had a suspicious underground base. In fact, the base itself was not suspicious, but the things inside the base were suspicious. Miyu saw a chakra that could be called weird. Of course, it was just weird, and Miyu did not feel too much threat from it. Curious, Miyu walked to the vicinity of the Kusagakure underground research base, ready to enter the research base to take a closer look. Name: Wakang. Chakra: 31,200. Skills: Fire Attribute Chakra Nature Change. Mastery Level: 2,315,000. Fire Escape Middle. Heavenly Prison. Mastery Level: Fire Escape Middle. Great Fire Heavenly Prison. Mastery Level. Before sneaking in, Miyu used the appraisal to take a look at the panel of the only ninja in the base. After confirming that all of Wakang's skills would not pose a threat to him, Miyu directly used the Earth Escape to sneak into the underground base. Who is it? Wakang, who had been looking at the box of bliss, noticed something was wrong. Fire Escape Middle. Heavenly Prison. Fire Sword. Wakang gathered chakra in his hand and used the grass ninja secret technique of Fire Escape, holding the fire sword and running straight to the direction of the movement. Using such a low-level method to invade, go ahead, read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. When Wakang swung the fire sword at the intruder, his eyes widened and his forehead was sweating wildly, and the intruder in front of him disappeared. Whoosh! Bang! Miyu appeared from behind Wu Chang like a ghost and knocked him out with one blow. Without the support of chakra, the fire sword in Wu Chang's hand disappeared and he fell directly to the ground. Miyu, who had dealt with Wu Chang, looked at the huge box in the base that exuded a strange atmosphere with interest. With his current strength, it was expected that he could kill a Jonin like Wu Chang in seconds, and there was nothing to worry about. Box of Bliss. Miyu looked at the strange box and gradually recalled some memories in his mind. If his memory was correct, this box had the ability to fulfill wishes in legends. Of course, it was only in legends, and in reality this box was not so powerful, at least not according to the plot. Wishes could not be fulfilled, but the people locked in it could be turned into a monster called Satoru. In the plot, Satoru's strength was not very strong. Apart from being able to see through the hearts of the fearful, his performance was relatively ordinary. Naruto's spiral shuriken was enough to severely injure him. Miyu estimated that if he used all his strength, he should be able to kill him directly with Wu Xiang's sword. Miyu walked to the paradise box, gathered chakra on his fingers, and poked the paradise box. In the plot, this box is very hard. Naruto's Rasen Shuriken can severely injure Satoru, but it hit the box without any damage. Bang! With a loud bang, Miyu's finger that could easily break the rock poked the paradise box without even leaving a white mark. Miyu's expression did not change. He continued to gather chakra, and the dark-armed chakra enveloped his fingers. Miyu waved his finger again. The ending remained unchanged, and the paradise box was unable to leave a mark. Then Miyu took out Yanmo, injected a large amount of chakra into Yanmo, and then added a touch of armed chakra to Yanmo's blade, and finally waved it at the paradise box. The paradise box shook violently, and strange chakra rose, leaving a white mark where Yanmo swung. Miyu's idea of taking out the Six Paths staff was extinguished. The paradise box was not indestructible, but it was very hard. If he took out the Six Paths staff and attacked with all his strength, the paradise box might really be broken by him. This was something that had never happened in the original novel. Miyu didn't know whether the result of breaking the box would be that Wu would be completely free or destroyed. He would not be so reckless before he figured out the situation. Miyu put away Yanmo and opened his Byakugan again to look at the paradise box from a close distance. Although his Byakugan had a very long range, the content he could see from a distance was different. He could see more clearly and deeply from a close distance. This box feels like it has been sealed. Miyu, who was observing the paradise box, discovered something. The paradise box did not look like the nest of that strange aura, but rather like a cage that imprisoned it. Then Miyu created a shadow clone and let the shadow clone transfer chakra into the paradise box. Miyu discovered something more interesting. The sealing technique in the paradise box was very strange. Normal sealing techniques, even the most powerful ones, would become weaker with the passage of time. The sealing technique of the paradise box is different. Miyu discovered that this sealing technique has an inexplicable connection with the strange breath in it. When he inputs chakra into the paradise box, the strange breath absorbs chakra and becomes stronger, and the seal suddenly becomes stronger. Combining the known information, Miyu believes that the paradise box should be the work of the Six Paths sage. As the most orthodox heir of the Uzumaki sealing technique, Miyu has never seen a sealing technique that can achieve a similar effect in the Uzumaki sealing technique system. With the existence of the paradise box sealing technique, no matter how much chakra the strange breath in the box absorbs, its body can never escape, because the stronger it is, the stronger the seal is. Is it essentially an existence similar to the evil god? Miyu showed a thoughtful expression. In addition to aliens like Otsutsuki in the ninja world, there are also some strange existences in the native land, such as the evil god that caused Fuduen's immortality. Miyu believes that Wu, who was sealed in the paradise box, should have caused some damage in the ninja world, and then was packed by the Six Paths sage to make the paradise box. After fiddling with the paradise box for a while, Miyu turned his attention to the fainted Wu Chang. Miyu used the transformation skill to become Yamanaka Inoichi, squatted down and placed his palm on Wu Chang's head, and activated the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan. With Wu Chang's strength, he should have a high status in the Kusugakure village, and maybe he would have the information he wanted. Everything that Wu Chang had experienced recently flashed through Miyu's mind. Iwagakure, cooperate to intensify the war, open the paradise box to make the Kusugakure great again. The cooperation meeting between Kusugakure and Iwagakure, the plan of the Kusugakure leader, the disagreement between Kusugakure and Kusugakure, and the secrets of Kusugakure were all presented to Miyu in Wu Chang's memory. Sure enough, transformation is a useful skill. Miyu sighed in her heart after reading the memory. It is very troublesome to actually use transformation in battle, because transformation itself requires a lot of chakra and the number of times the ability can be used is limited, but it is really convenient to use in other aspects, making Muyu truly omnipotent. Chapter 497 The Unexpected Uzumaki Clan. As he was not familiar with Kusagakure village, Kakashi first led his team members to scout various places in the main city of Kusagakure village to facilitate the planning of the route for the subsequent action. Kakashi did not have the same idea as Muyu. First, it was difficult to find the Anbu base, and second, Kakashi felt that there was an easier way to find evidence. In order to be more concealed, Kakashi asked Obito and his team to use the transformation technique to disguise themselves. Now they are all adult men from the land of grass that can be seen everywhere on the streets. Kakashi, are you okay? Why do we feel that we have wasted so much time but have gained nothing? Obito questioned. He felt that he was not doing an infiltration investigation mission, but just walking around. Talk less and do more. I am the team leader. Kakashi replied lightly without explaining. In order to make Obito understand, he had to explain the cause and effect relationship in detail. Kakashi might have some free time at ordinary times, but he was too lazy to waste time like this during the mission. Obito expressed his displeasure with an angry look, but he really did not continue to speak, because Obito felt that if they really quarreled, he would definitely not be in the right. If Nohara Rin spoke for Kakashi, he would be heartbroken. Kakashi led the team into a tavern that looked quite lively. Kakashi scanned the entire tavern as if he was choosing a seat, but in fact he was looking for any Kusagakure ninjas in the tavern. After discovering that a group of Kusagakure ninjas were drinking, Kakashi took Obito and the others to a nearby table and sat down. At this time, the Kusagakure ninjas were already drunk and had red faces. Kakashi ordered 3 bottles of sake and a few dishes of side dishes like an ordinary customer. Hey, Kakashi, do you really want to drink? This is prohibited. Obito couldn't help but whispered. Although they can receive the task of chopping people after graduating and becoming ninjas and passing the protection period of Genin, Konoha strictly prohibits minors from drinking, and it is illegal to sell alcohol to minors. So drinking is very exciting for Obito, and it is simply testing the edge of Konoha's laws. Kakashi rolled his eyes at Obito. It was too suspicious to come to the tavern without ordering alcohol. Just pretend, don't really drink it. Kakashi replied softly. Although they are on a mission, they can't do anything illegal. And as ninjas, it's not difficult for them to pretend to drink. To deceive ordinary people and ninjas who are already drunk. Obito nodded with some regret. He had an urge to try. Because many adult ninjas like to drink, Obito thinks that wine may be a very delicious drink, but some of the ingredients are harmful to minors, so minors are not allowed to drink. Kakashi pretended to let everyone pour the wine into the cup to further disguise. What a strange taste. Will it really taste good? Obito sniffed the top of the wine glass curiously and found that it was a little different from what he imagined. In Obito's impression, delicious drinks don't smell too bad, and correspondingly, most of the bad-smelling drinks don't taste good. Bang! Damn Konoha and Iwagakure, they don't fight in their own countries, but have to fight on our land. The Kusanagi drank the sake in the cup in one gulp, and the blush on his cheeks deepened a little. He slammed the wine glass on the table and complained to the 2 ninja villages that were fighting on the territory of the land of grass. Aren't these big countries always like this? The Kusanagi next to him sneered. Relying on their strong military strength, they never take a small countries seriously. Because they border the 2 big countries of the land of earth and the land of fire, the Kusanagi have been affected by the open and secret struggles of these 2 ninja villages. So most of the Kusanagi really don't have a good impression of these 2 ninja villages. In other words, they can't beat them, and the gap in strength is too big. Otherwise the Kusanagi will definitely fight with one of them. Now there are wars everywhere. In fact, everywhere is the same, and there are benefits to fighting. Recently, a lot of good quality new tea has arrived. A Kusanagi with stubble laughed. The other Kusanagi looked at the stubble Kusanagi with contempt. Everyone is concerned about national affairs. Why are you so lame when it comes to you? Which store has the new tea? Have you tried it? The slightly drunk Kusanagi asked in a low voice. No matter how much you despise it, you still have to taste the good tea. I just went to taste it after I came back from the mission yesterday. I heard that each store has a lot of new tea. After all, the current environment is not easy. Aren't there many refugees coming recently? The bearded Kusanagi shared his information. You are really energetic. You still have the energy to do this when the mission intensity is so high recently. You just want to taste tea because you are tired. Kakashi frowned. This was not the information he wanted. But the Kusanagi seems to have a lot of complaints about the Iwaga cure. Don't they cooperate with each other? Kakashi extracted a slightly useful piece of information from the many garbage messages just now. Kakashi shook his head slightly in his heart. It was impossible to make a correct judgment with such a little information. Ninja villages will not turn against each other because of a little dissatisfaction. Usually they will cooperate when it is profitable. Seeing that he could not get any useful information, Kakashi gave the team members a look and took them out of the tavern. Just now, it was a waste of time. Those guys kept discussing tea leaves, but didn't say anything useful. Obito complained after walking to a place with fewer people. He had been observing the Kusakure ninjas with his peripheral vision just now. Obito really couldn't imagine why a group of people would discuss drinking tea with great interest. Could it be that Kusakure village was a ninja village with a tea-drinking culture? Looking at Obito's clear and innocent eyes, Kakashi finally didn't tell Obito the truth. It was better to be simple. Let's go to other places to have a look. Kakashi was going to explore outside the main city. This was an S-level war mission after all, and Kakashi had already expected that there would be no gains on the first day. Usually, it was normal for a mission of this level to take 1 or 2 months. Several people continued to explore Kusakure village and gradually walked to the place where Kusakure village handled refugees. Kakashi and the others saw the crowd gathering over there from a distance, and then a ninja wearing a Kusakure forehead protector shouted loudly to maintain order. If you want to have food to eat, register honestly. Write down your specialties and skills. Ninjas can register first. If you perform well, you can become a ninja of Kusakure village. The Kusakure ninja who maintained order shouted loudly. Kusakure village itself was not very rich, so it was definitely impossible to support those war refugees for free. The useful ones could stay and work, and the useless ones could be driven out. As for what would happen to those who were driven out in the future, it was none of their business. After all, some of these people were not even from the land of grass. Kakashi fell into deep thought as he watched the 7 Kusakure ninjas controlling thousands of refugees. Although it was no problem to maintain public order with the superhuman strength of ninjas, in terms of work efficiency, with so many people, at least a dozen or 20 ninjas would be efficient. The mission intensity is high, and there are few ninjas. Kakashi vaguely caught a hint of inspiration. Then Kakashi shook his head again. There was still too little known information to jump to conclusions. Zealand, look, there's actually a person with red hair over there. Obito glanced around and suddenly found a rare hair color, and quickly told Nohara-Lin, there are many people with different hair colors in the ninja world. Among the people Obito has seen, black hair is the most common, while red hair is the least common. The only person Obito has seen with natural red hair is Kushina. Yes, and the color is a bit similar to Sister Kushina's. Nohara-Rin nodded. Hearing this, Kakashi also turned his attention to the red-haired figure that Obito mentioned. Could it be a survivor of the Uzumaki clan? Kakashi thought subconsciously. Red hair is a major feature of the Uzumaki clan. If the hair is red and there is strong chakra in the body, then it is most likely a member of the Uzumaki clan. Kakashi approached calmly and opened the transparent world. Under the blessing of the transparent world, the body of the red-haired figure changed in Kakashi's eyes, and a large amount of chakra in the body was exposed to Kakashi's eyes. Kakashi looked surprised. The Uzumaki clan all have red hair, which does not mean that red-haired people are members of the Uzumaki clan. There are also ordinary people with normal natural red hair. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar 6 = 9 +_. But coupled with the powerful chakra, it is basically a stone hammer. Name, age, specialty, tell me quickly. If you don't tell me, stand on the left. The registered grass ninja said impatiently. Even if it is a job you like, you will get bored if you keep doing it. not to mention this boring and repetitive steps. If it wasn't for the task issued by the Grass Ninja leader, the Grass Ninja would have started to slack off long ago. Hana, 20. Can sewing be considered a specialty? Uzumaki Karen asked carefully. Stand on the left. The registered Grass Ninja did not answer Uzumaki Karen's question, but said in an imperative tone, "It is obvious that with only this ability, it is impossible to make a living in the current Grass Ninja village." He thinks that Karen doesn't have enough strength to move bricks. Seeing this, Uzumaki Karen had to stand obediently in the team on the left, feeling a little confused. The team on the left will be driven out of the Grass Ninja village, and several waves have been driven out in front, but she couldn't stay in Kusgakure village. So where else could she go? The war made Kusgakure country chaotic and dangerous, and Kusgakure village was already one of the safest and richest places in the entire Kusgakure country. Another equally safe and rich place was the capital of Kusgakure country, but it was impossible to survive without money, and in a sense, it was more difficult to survive than Kusgakure village. In fact, there was a way for Uzumaki Karen to be accepted by Kusgakure village, because her greatest specialty was not sewing, but her special vortex physique. But Uzumaki Karen did not dare to expose it, because she knew that the entire ninja world now had deep malice towards the Uzumaki clan, and Uzumaki Karen never dared to tell her last name outside. Uzumaki Karen wanted a stable and peaceful life. If she exposed her own abilities, she would not be able to enjoy a peaceful and stable life. Such a contradiction made Uzumaki Karen finally choose to conceal it. Try your luck outside. Uzumaki Karen sighed in her heart. She didn't have any great ideals to restore the Uzumaki clan in her heart. She just wanted to live a stable life until she died. Even such a simple wish was a luxury in today's ninja world. Take them out. The leading Kuzunin saw that the team on the left had almost gathered and ordered the Kuzunin next to him. Kakashi began to retreat, preparing to split his shadow clone and let the shadow clone follow. Although this unknown Uzumaki clan had nothing to do with the current mission, the Uzumaki clan was after all the closest ally of Konoha. If the other party had any difficulties, Kakashi was willing to help a little. Wait, what's going on? Yokagawa Tsutomu, who came to inspect, asked casually when he saw the crowd walking towards the village entrance. He was worried that his subordinates would be found out by the people of Grassflower if they were not doing their job well, so he came to take a look. Chief, they are all people who can't contribute to the Kuzunin village, and they are about to be sent out of the village, the Kuzunin explained with a respectful face. Yokagawa Tsutomu nodded, not thinking anything was wrong. Hey, the red-haired man, stop. Yokagawa Tsutomu, who was about to go back, showed an interested expression. As the leader of the Kuzunin, Yokagawa Tsutomu was not as ignorant as ordinary Kuzunin. Uzumaki Karen heard Yokagawa Tsutomu's voice and her brain instantly crashed, realizing that someone might have seen something. However, as someone who had not practiced ninja, she certainly could not escape among several ninjas, so Uzumaki Karen stopped obediently. Feeling the envious eyes around her, Uzumaki Karen sighed in her heart. This was not a good thing. Uzumaki Karen had to try her best to control her facial expressions and prayed in her heart that her identity would not be discovered. Yokagawa Tsutomu walked in front of Uzumaki Karen, condensed her chakra and activated the secret method to sense the opponent's chakra. His secret method of sensing had a short range and was useless in battle, but it could be used to detect chakra at ordinary times. You can stay. Sensing the chakra in Uzumaki Karen's body, Yokagawa Tsutomu smiled slightly. He did not expect such a pleasant surprise. With the characteristics of the Uzumaki clan members, Uzumaki Karen was sacrificed to the box of bliss, and one could be worth 100 ordinary ninjas. After saying that, Yokagawa Tsutomu gave a few instructions to the Kusanagi and left. The next batch of corpses was coming soon, and he was going to dispose of Uzumaki Karen and the ninja corpses together. Yokagawa Tsutomu's arrival disrupted Kakashi's plan. In order not to affect the mission, Kakashi did not act rashly. He was going to report the intelligence to Miyu, and let Miyu decide whether to contact the survivor of the Uzumaki clan. In the evening, Kakashi's team returned to the hotel after completing a day's investigation. Today, We did nothing except walking around. We must be the group with the least harvest. Kakashi, as the team leader, you have to be responsible. Obito tried to put the blame on Kakashi. Kakashi looked at Obito speechlessly. If you talk less, others will not think that our team has not collected any intelligence. Whenever he wanted to look at Obito with a high opinion of him, Obito would speak. Okay, it seems that Muyu teacher and the others have returned. Let's go over quickly. Nohara-rin smiled helplessly and acted as a peacemaker. Seeing Nohara-rin speak, Obito didn't care about Kakashi's ridicule and followed him to the room. P.S. Sorry, there may be fewer updates in the next few days because Zyaju is adjusting his body. I will definitely continue to update when my eyes recover. Some time ago, I even wrote until 4 or 5 in the morning. Do you think I am the kind of person who doesn't want to write? Updates are money for the author. The more you work, the more you get. Zyaju is short of money and definitely wants to earn more. But my health has really not allowed it recently, so please forgive me, brothers. Chapter 498 Muyu's Plan. Everyone, gather the intelligence, Muyu said when the team members arrived. Our team investigated the guards of the building where the Kusakure leader's office is located. I don't know if the Kusakure leader is very confident in his own strength or for some other reason, but there are not many ninja guards there. Narusuzaku was the first to speak up. In fact, their team mainly relied on the secret technique of Aburame Shiki to collect intelligence, but because Aburame Shiki is not a talkative person, Narusuzaku acted as his mouthpiece to help him complete the report. Then Narusuzaku handed Muyu the specific structural sketch of the Kusakure office building. Muyu took it and took a look. Not only did it explore the structure of the Kusakure office building, but the functions of many rooms were also marked. Sarutobi Hiruzen obviously wanted to take real action against the Kusakure ninjas. The teammates he chose for him basically had unique skills and could not be considered ordinary jonins. It was only the first day, and the Kusakure office building was almost figured out. Although there are not many ninjas in the office building, I don't know their strength. My idea is to find the Anbu base, which may contain the confidential information we need. Narusuzaku said, if they were to attack the Kusakure village directly, they wouldn't have to do anything fancy. They could just find out where the office building was and sneak in to start the work. But they had to first find out whether the Kusakure village had cooperated with the Iwagakure village. Well, you did a good job. Muyu nodded in affirmation. Narusuzaku's idea was similar to his. As the most confidential department of the ninja village, the Anbu would almost certainly be involved in such a secret matter. Obito scratched his head and felt a little embarrassed. The other team sounded too professional, and they had gained a lot. Obito suddenly thought that it was not bad not to be the team leader, so that he didn't have to report, which was a little less embarrassing. Our team first investigated the main urban area of Kusakure village and found that the Kusakure village seemed to be very busy recently, with a high intensity of tasks. And when our team went to the suburbs later, we found that the Kusakure village seemed to be short of manpower, facing thousands of refugees. They only sent a few Kusakure village to manage them. Kakashi reported seriously. From this point of view, the suspicion of the Kusakure is very high. It is very likely that some of the more elite Kusakure ninjas were sent to the battlefield to support Iwagakure, which led to the shortage of manpower in the Kusakure village and the heavy pressure of the task. Narusuzaku analyzed. The guards of the office building alone are not enough to tell anything. After all, there are not many people, but they may all be elite. But coupled with what Kakashi said, the Kusakure village is very suspicious. It can't be a coincidence. In addition, our team also found a refugee who is very likely to be a survivor of the Uzumaki clan. She was almost driven out by the Kusakure ninjas, but the Kusakure leader had no idea what purpose and forced her to stay. In order to prevent exposure, we did not contact the other party. Kakashi continued. Refugees of the Uzumaki clan. Maruboshi Kosek was surprised. He was the oldest ninja in this mission, and he knew the relationship between the Uzumaki and Konoha very well. The most orthodox Konoha sealing technique is actually the Uzumaki sealing technique, because Konoha's sealing technique is developed on the basis of the Uzumaki sealing technique. At that time, the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan came to Konoha in person to teach the ninjas the Uzumaki sealing technique. In order to commemorate this friendship, the Uzumaki clan's emblem is printed on the Konoha ninja uniform. Maybe you want to get the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique? Narusuzaku believes that the leader of the Kusakure definitely has no good intentions for the powerful sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, let alone ordinary ninja villages like Kusakure. Even the big ninja villages at the level of the 5 major ninja villages are salivating. Only Konoha, which has formed an alliance with the Uzumaki, can remain calm. The Uzumaki clan suffered a catastrophe largely because of the sealing technique. You are right to be cautious, since the Kusakure leader personally said to keep the Uzumaki refugee. There must be a plan. Muyu thought for a while and said, he guessed that the Uzumaki refugee is very likely to be the mother of Karen in the original work. At this point in time, in the Land of Grass, the only thing he could think of was Karen's mother. Based on the existing intelligence, Muyu could basically determine that the purpose of the Grass Ninja leader was to feed Karen's mother to the Box of Bliss. For the box that can absorb chakra, the Uzumaki clan with powerful chakra is the best food. The Grass Ninja leader, who is eager to open the box, will not let go of the chakra that is delivered to his door, so there should be Grass Ninjas watching Karen's mother now, and it is indeed not easy to contact her casually. Obito looked at Kakashi who was talking freely, and then looked at Muyu who had a face of approval, and was confused. It turned out that their team had explored so much intelligence. How come he didn't know? Or was the Kakashi who had been following them a shadow clone, and the real Kakashi had already gone to explore intelligence alone? Although Obito was very confused, he knew that this was not the time to ask questions, because asking at this time would make him seem not very smart, and he was very lazy, and he didn't know what his group had done. The Uzumaki clan is an ally of Konoha. Although the Uzumaki clan has now died out, we cannot ignore the friendship between Uzumaki and Konoha in the past. For the survivors of the Uzumaki clan, we will try our best to help her without affecting the mission, Muyu finally said. Maruboshi Kosek nodded in his heart and had a better impression of Muyu. Muyu's handling method was neither unkind nor against the rules of Konoha. No matter how deep the friendship between the Uzumaki clan and Konoha was, if Muyu would put down the mission for someone he had never met, it would prove that Muyu was a very unqualified ninja, or even an unqualified companion to be more severe. This behavior was too irresponsible to his teammates. The others also recognized Muyu's decision and felt that they could help the Uzumaki clan appropriately if the mission went smoothly. I have found the base of the Anbu here, and have explored some internal intelligence of the Kusanagi. After talking about his attitude towards the Uzumaki clan, Muyu announced some of his gains. Strictly speaking, Muyu has completed the investigation mission today, and can start the next round of beating up the Kusanagi. He got too much information about Kusakure in Wakang's mind. When Iwagakure and Kusakure reached a cooperation, Wakang was even there, but Muyu couldn't say it directly, because he couldn't explain the secret technique that could check memories. He couldn't say that he was a ninjutsu genius who understood the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan without a teacher after seeing Yamanaka in Oichi. Of course, this is not the main reason why Muyu didn't release the information. Even if he didn't say the information in his mind, Muyu, who got Wakang's memory, could easily find evidence of Kusakure and Kusakure's cooperation. The most important reason why Muyu didn't release all the information was that Muyu had a better solution. If Muyu released the information, then the development would be that Muyu and his team would go out together, tie up the Kusakure high-level people, kill them to establish their authority, and they might be forced to kill some Kusakure because of the conflict. The final result would definitely be that Kusakure and Konoha signed a treaty, compensated for the losses and sent troops to help Konoha. On the contrary, Muyu didn't release the information. On the one hand, he guided Kakashi and others to gradually investigate the truth, and on the other hand, he contacted Kusakure's political enemy Kusakure. When Muyu put the evidence in front of Kusunohana, he believed that Kusunohana, as a conservative, would do her best to reduce the losses of Kusa village. But the Kusa ninja leader, who had already done this, would definitely not give up easily. He would try his best to turn the tables and bet that the Paradise Box would make him stronger. The Kusa ninja leader's wish would come true. He would indeed become stronger when the box was opened, but the price was that he would become a monster that would kill people indiscriminately. Finally, when the Kusa ninja leader, who had transformed into a monster, was killing people, Muyu and others, as messengers of justice, could appear. They killed the Kusa ninja leader who had turned into a monster and saved Kusa village. Kusa no Hana could also take advantage of Kusa no Shinobi's weakness to become the Kusa ninja leader and change the existing radical policies of Kusa ninja village. Although the culprit Kusa ninja leader died, the Kusa ninja action still had to pay compensation for the bad consequences it caused to Konoha. At that time, no Kusa ninja would think that such compensation was inappropriate. They did do bad things to Konoha, and then the Konoha ninjas saved them. The money was reasonable, and helping to fight against Iwagakure was also a due atonement. Compared to directly releasing the information, the second plan is obviously smoother and in line with Konoha's interests. Of course, what is more meaningful to Muyu is that he can hone his disciples through Wu, and by the way, he can also study the Box of Bliss and Wu in it. Kusgakure village is much safer than on the battlefield. In Kusgakure village, Muyu is absolutely sure that he will not fail. Even the Uzumaki clan member who has not met yet, Muyu can guarantee his safety, because now the ninja guarding the Box of Bliss has become Muyu's shadow clone, and the real Wu Chang has been hidden by him. In this way, we can start trying to invade the Anbu at night. Narusuzaku's face lit up when he heard Muyu's words, and he secretly thought that he was worthy of being a ninja as famous as Yellow Flash. He could obtain such important information on the first day by acting alone. All members of Kakashi's team looked normal. Unless Muyu completed the task on the first day, it would be difficult for them to feel surprised. After all, Muyu had surprised them too much before. After exchanging intelligence, Muyu and others had dinner first. The group that wanted to continue the action started a new action after getting Muyu's approval. After waiting for Kakashi and the others to leave, Muyu continued his layout. In the evening, Longf took a walk in the main city of Kusgakure after dinner. It would be great if it could continue to develop like this. Longf sighed as he looked at the bustling commercial street in the main city. He still remembered the simplicity and poverty of Kusgakure when he was a child. At that time, not to mention the suburbs, there were not many good-looking houses in the main city, and they were all practical. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. With the development, the number of residents and ninjas in the village increased, and Kusgakure became more and more prosperous. As long as it is not involved in the struggle of the big ninja village, Kusgakure has been developing and will become strong one day. Why are there more people who agree with Kusgakure? Longf thought of the current situation of Kusgakure village, and his good mood became bad again. He was not troubled by the weakness of the faction, but worried about the future of Kusgakure. Because Longf was first a Kusgakure ninja, and then the leader of the Flower of Grass, he really felt that he should be more conservative in this chaotic situation, use diplomatic means to deal with neighboring powers to preserve his strength, and then continue to accumulate and wait for opportunities. Longf, who was in a bad mood, was in no mood to take a walk again. He sighed and walked back home. After entering the house, Longf quickly reached into the ninja tool bag and looked cautiously at the blonde stranger sitting on the sofa in his living room. "Who are you? What is your purpose?" Longf asked in a deep voice while holding a kunai. "Who I am is not important. What's important is that you know what you Kusgakure ninjas have done." Muyu turned his head and looked at Longf, walked in and asked with a faint smile, "Liang Muyu?" After seeing Muyu's face clearly, Longf's pupils shrank suddenly, and his heart was shocked. For Kusgakure, the 7 ninja swordsmen were not easy to mess with, and Muyu's first famous record on the East Coast battlefield was killing 7 ninja swordsmen and a famous ice escape master in one battle. Longf's hand holding the kunai trembled slightly, and sweat quickly secreted from his forehead. He was thinking frantically about the information contained in Miyu's words just now. It seems that I am not completely unknown in the grass country. At least you are not called Yellow Flash. Miyu joked kindly. Perhaps because Namike's Minato became famous earlier, Miyu was often mistaken in the past. Before, he was mistaken for Minato by Yi Kang. Your excellency is too modest. It's not just the grass country of the grass village. How many ninjas in the entire ninja world don't know the name of Liang Miyu? Longf took a deep breath and complimented. Although he is much older than Miyu, he is a little impatient to rely on his age to bully the strong men in the ninja world who have nothing to do with him. Could it be that a blind grass ninja offended you, Lord Miyu? What's his name? I will immediately send someone to arrest him for investigation. Longf continued. He had a vague guess in his heart that it might be that Yokagawa Tsutomu did something that violated the interests of Konoha. He could sense the recent abnormality of Kusagakure village, but Yokagawa Tsutomu hid it very well, so he could not find out the reason. Yokagawa, I should have fought you to the end. Longf regretted in his heart. To make the famous Liang Miyu personally come out, Yokagawa Tsutomu must have done something very important. You Kusagakure ninjas dare to join Iwagakure to attack the Konoha ninja forces, and you still care whether there will be Kusagakure ninjas offending me? Miyu's smile was still warm, but what she said made Longf's body shiver uncontrollably. Longf slowly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and he had already greeted Yokagawa Tsutomu countless times in his heart. This is simply the worst-case scenario. If Konoha's ninja forces were not temporarily unable to spare, Miyu might not have come, and Konoha's ninja forces in the land of grass would have directly flattened Kusagakure village. Lord Miyu, these are the results of Yokagawa Tsutomu and his Kusagakure no Shiki acting alone. There are many innocent ninjas in Kusagakure village. We Kusagakure no Shiki had no idea that he actually did such a hateful and evil thing in secret. Longf said quickly, although he wanted to chop Yokagawa Nu into pieces. Longf's brain was not completely frozen. Since Miyu could sit in the living room with a friendly face, there was still room for negotiation. If Miyu really wanted to do it, the time they spent talking was enough for Miyu to kill him several times. Longf never dared to underestimate a strong man from a big ninja village like Miyu. This was an existence that their small ninja village could hardly cultivate. As long as Lord Miyu gives an order, I will immediately summon my companions from the grass flower to find Yokagawa Nu and ask him clearly. I will never allow such a vicious person to continue to serve as the leader of the grass ninja. Longf's words seemed to have become Miyu's subordinate. Standing on the same front with Miyu, Longf's subtext was simple. They could get rid of Yokagawa Nu and hope that Lord Konoha would not remember the villain's mistakes. In exchange, the grass ninja would become Konoha's younger brother and work for Konoha. You don't need to do this. Konoha is not short of ninjas who can perform tasks. Miyu refused. Through his observation with his Byakugan, the chakra inside the paradise box has accumulated to a certain extent. Next, Yokagawa Tsutomu will be able to open the box with a little more effort. With such a good worker to use, how could Miyu kill him? If he had to chop him, he would chop him after he had used him. Miyu had to say that Yokagawa Tsutomu's efforts extended his life a little longer. If it weren't for the fact that the paradise box was about to be opened, Miyu would definitely not be bothered to wait and would just go through the normal process to complete the task. After all, there will be opportunities to hone his disciples in the future, and he may not be able to research something useful to him after the paradise box is opened. But if this is something that can be done easily, then the cost-effectiveness is high. After all, you are here. What you have to do is to find solid evidence of the cooperation between Iwagakure and Kusagakure, and then be ready to become the leader of Kusagakure at any time. Miyu arranged. In fact, it doesn't matter if Longf doesn't need to do the former, because Miyu wants to get this kind of thing at any time. Miyu wants to test Longf's character. If Longf still chooses to help them find definite evidence and bring down Yokagawa Tsutomu when he thinks they don't have evidence, it means that Longf's mind is still clear and may be useful in the future. If Longf chooses to communicate with Yokagawa Tsutomu privately and tell him about Miyu's visit to Kusagakure, then Muyu will replace him with a smart person to become the leader of Kusakure. Not to mention whether Muyu has the ability to find evidence. During the war, Konoha does not really need such real evidence, and a reason is actually enough. I will finish it as soon as possible, Lord Muyu, Longf promised. Listening to Muyu's words, Longf breathed a sigh of relief. Since Konoha chose to support him, the flower of grass, as the leader, the Kusakure village will not suffer a catastrophic disaster. However, weakening is inevitable, and most of the high-level officials of Kusakure will die. In Longf's opinion, this is already a good ending. At least it is not Liang Muyu who rushed into the Kusakure office building and killed all the high-level Kusakure and then launched an indiscriminate attack on the entire Kusakure village. P.S. It seems that the recovery is okay. At least my eyes will not fail after writing for an hour or two. Next, I will try to write more and try to restore the 8K update. Chapter 499. The Box of Bliss opens. Kakashi and others are working hard to investigate the evidence. Longf contacted the top leaders of Grass Flower to prepare for the next turmoil. Yokagawa Tsutomu didn't know that he had been labeled as dead in the eyes of Grass Flower. Now Yokagawa Tsutomu is very annoyed, because Grass Flower has become like a mad dog recently and is looking for trouble with him. Yokagawa Tsutomu once suspected that there was traitor in his camp who leaked the news and Grass Flower knew something. However, things have come to this point. Even if Longf personally went to the office of the Grass Ninja leader to question him, Yokagawa Tsutomu would not stop his plan. He has already done this. The entire Grass Ninja village has entered the war between Konoha and Iwagakure. It is impossible to withdraw easily. The only way to break the deadlock is to open the Paradise Box. Go contact the front-line troops and ask them to send the next batch of chakra as soon as possible. Yokagawa Tsutomu thought for a while and felt that the Paradise Box should be opened as soon as possible to avoid more trouble. The Grass Ninja Anbu next to him quickly nodded and executed the order. Yokagawa Tsutomu, who was worried, called his most trusted Wakang to discuss the next matters. Judging from Hana's performance, the cooperation with Iwagakure may have been known to them. I just don't know whether someone has surrendered to Hana or whether it is the result of Hana's own investigation. Yokagawa Tsutomu said, he personally tends to believe that there is an insider. If Hana of the Grass had really found out the definite evidence, Longf would have come to her face with the evidence. We have made so many efforts. Even if Hana knows about it, we can only continue to act. As long as the Paradise Box is opened, everything will be fine, Wu Chang replied in a deep voice. Yokagawa Tsutomu nodded. He thought so too. Since Hana has already discovered it, there is no need to cover it up. Stop the daily work of Kusakure and let all the ninjas refine chakra and transport it into the Paradise Box so that the Paradise Box can be opened as soon as possible, Wu Chang continued to suggest. Yokagawa Tsutomu showed a thoughtful expression. It must be said that Wu Chang's decision was very radical. Doing so would basically be equivalent to a complete showdown with Hana of the Grass, and it would also offend some of the clients. As expected, people get old and then they can't do it anymore. Fortunately, you are here with Wakang. You are right. The most important thing now is to open the Box of Bliss. Everything else is unimportant. Yokagawa Tsutomu smiled and patted Wakang on the shoulder and said in agreement. Radical, they are the main focus of Kuzuno no Mitsuru. Yokagawa Tsutomu really feels that Wakang's successor has not been cultivated in vain. Not only is he excellent in strength, but his radical momentum is even stronger than when he was young. Now it is a political struggle of life and death. If we Kuzuno no Mitsuru don't take action, then Kuzuno no Mitsuru will be doomed, Wakang said with a serious face. Life and death? Not really. We are all Kuzuno no Mitsuru. Yokagawa Tsutomu felt that Wakang was a bit too radical. Although the concepts are different, everyone is for Kuzuno no Mitsuru village. So it is not a matter of life and death. If the Box of Bliss cannot be opened, the village will not be able to become stronger. Under the accountability of the Grass Flower, you, Lord Yokagawa Tsutomu, can only resign. If Konoha gains an advantage in the next war, the grass village will be held accountable. Wakang analyzed the difficulties that the grass village and the grass village might face in the future with a serious face. Gather the elders. Yokagawa Tsutomu pondered and prepared to act immediately. Since he was betting, he certainly thought about the consequences of losing the bet, but the grass flower found out much faster than he expected, which made his original ample time a little insufficient. In the competition of speed in collecting evidence, Longf was better in the end, and completed the collection of definite evidence faster than Kakashi and others. After collecting the evidence, Longf first handed the evidence to Muyu, and then took the evidence to the office of the grass ninja leader under Muyu's instructions. "What's wrong with you? Why do you all look like you didn't sleep well?" Longf walked into the office building and found that the ninjas he met were listless. "When the client sees you like this, will he have confidence in our Kuzanin's ability?" Longf couldn't help but scold. "Other positions are fine, but the commission tasks are the core of the ninja village." "Sorry, Elder Longf, I couldn't sleep last night." Kuzanin made up a random excuse to perfunctorily answer. The client, Yokagawa Tsutomu, ordered that no commission tasks need to be completed before the paradise box is opened. Longf couldn't help but frown when he saw the other party's attitude, but because there were more important things, he could only ignore it for the time being. When Longf walked to the door of the Kuzanin leader's office, the Anbu guarding the door reached out to stop him. "The leader is handling important matters, and no one is allowed to enter." Kuzanin Anbu said expressionlessly, "Get out of the way. No matter what he is handling, he must give me an explanation today." Longf didn't give Kuzanin Anbu face. Kuzanin Anbu didn't say anything else, but didn't get out of the way either. Longf didn't waste any more words, and directly slapped Kuzanin Anbu with one palm. Yokagawa Tsutomu had made a big mistake, so the Anbu commanded by Yokagawa Tsutomu must have problems. The Kusanagi Anbu tried hard to stop Longf, but he was no match for Longf, and because he had been providing chakra for the box of bliss repeatedly yesterday, his body was weak, so Longf was knocked to the ground in 2 moves. Bang! "Yokagawa Tsutomu, you have the guts to join the war secretly but you dare not see me?" Longf kicked down the door of the Kusanagi leader's office and cursed. When the wooden door fell completely, the empty office came into Longf's sight. Longf's face turned completely dark. He was not working in broad daylight at this critical moment. Thinking of the state of the Kusanagi he had observed along the way, Longf had a bad premonition in his heart. Is this guy trying to open that box? Longf thought of the box and the Kusanagi that was said to fulfill wishes. Longf looked puzzled. He remembered that Yokagawa Tsutomu did not believe in that legend like him, so why would he use his power so unscrupulously at this point to work hard to open the box of bliss? Where is Yokagawa Tsutomu? Take me there before he makes a big mistake. Longf ordered the Anbu. Seeing that Longf had already discovered it, the Kusgakure Anbu stopped pretending. Elder Longf, please stop obstructing the leader. Only he can lead our Kusgakure village to prosperity. The Kusgakure Anbu persuaded Longf not to oppose Yokagawa Tsutomu. Longf was speechless. Was he trying to obstruct? Liang Muiu from Konoha had sneaked into Kusgakure village. Do you think that I'm the only one who knows about what you did? The ninjas from Konoha have already come, but they just haven't taken action. Longf knew that he couldn't change the minds of Yokagawa Tsutomu's men with just a few words, so he directly moved out of Konoha. Liang Muiu is now in Kusgakure village, and there may be other Konoha ninjas lurking in Kusgakure village besides him. Now the only way to reduce the loss is for Yokagawa Tsutomu to confess his guilt. Liang Muiu is in the village. The Kusgakure Anbu's face was completely devoid of confidence, and his pupils suddenly dilated. He was a ruthless man who had killed a Jinchuriki on the battlefield on the east coast of the Land of Fire. Even with the help of the ninja troops, it proved his terrifying strength. Elder Longf, why didn't you report such an important matter to the leader? The Kusgakure Anbu seemed to have seen Muyu killing people in Kusgakure village. I also want to ask why Yokagawa Tsutomu didn't discuss such an important matter with the Iwagakure village with me. Longf replied unhappily. He was not stupid. If he informed Yokagawa Tsutomu, it would be equivalent to completely offending Konoha. When Konoha withdrew its hands, it would be enough to send a ninja unit to flatten Kusgakure village. and all Kusgakure ninjas would be finished. Hurry up and tell me where Yokagawa Tsutomu is. Don't waste time. The Kusanagi Anbu shook his head. As long as the leader opens the paradise box, the Kusanagi village will not be afraid of Liang Muiu, or even another yellow flash. Elder Longfi, don't waste your thoughts. I don't know where the leader is now. In order to prevent internal traitors, Yokagawa Tsutomu changes his position with the paradise box every day, except for the ninjas who need to transfer chakra that day. No one else knows where Yokagawa Tsutomu will be today. But the ninjas who need to transfer chakra that day can only leave in the early morning, so it is almost impossible for Yokagawa Tsutomu to be exposed. Seeing that there is no way to get useful information from the Kusanagi Anbu, Longfi had to gather all the ninjas of the grass flower to search for him, and at the same time informed Muiu about Yokagawa Tsutomu. Since it was the closing stage, Muiu used the Flying Thunder God technique to stop the Kakashi team and the Narusuzaku team who were still investigating, indicating that the intelligence collection work had been completed and could enter the next stage. That is to say, Mr. Muiu has won over the conservative forces of the Kusgakure village. Now we only need to eliminate the radical forces headed by the Kusgakure leader. Kakashi analyzed. Kakashi did not expect that Muiu could do such an important thing quietly by acting alone. It is much better to carry out revenge according to Muiu's layout than to kill people indiscriminately. Not only will the workload be reduced, but Konoha will also gain greater benefits. Then let's go find that Yokagawa Tsutomu quickly. As long as we defeat him, we will complete the mission. Obito was shocked. He finally came to the part he was good at. He was vague about collecting intelligence, but he fought hard. Shui, can you sense the location of the bugs on Hualing? Muiu looked at Aburame Shui. Hearing Muiu suddenly mention Uzumaki Hualing, Kakashi suddenly had a flash of inspiration and understood why the Kusgakure leader wanted to keep Uzumaki Hualing. Although he didn't know what the paradise box was, it required chakra, and the members of the Uzumaki clan all had good chakra. Kakashi once again felt Muiu's meticulousness. If Muiu hadn't worried about Uzumaki Karen's safety and asked Aburame Shiki to place a special bug on her, it would not be easy for them to find Yokagawa Tsutomu now. Aburame Shiki condensed his chakra and made a seal, then nodded and began to lead the way. Underground base. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar. First published this novel. All of you should do your best to refine chakra input. Every chakra you output will become the cornerstone of the rise of the grass ninja. Yokagawa Tsutomu encouraged the grass ninjas while sending the bodies into the paradise box. As a sacrificer, Yokagawa Tsutomu could clearly feel the increasingly powerful chakra in the paradise box. It was almost ready to be opened. Just a little bit. As time passed, one grass ninja after another lay on the ground and gasped because of excessive chakra consumption. Soon most of the grass ninjas looked like they were in a bad state. At the same time, Yokagawa Tsutomu's ninja bodies were also exhausted, but the paradise box was still in that embarrassing bottleneck. Yokagawa Tsutomu was calm and didn't get angry. He had made sufficient preparations to open the paradise box, so there would be no accidents. You just happened to come to Kusgakure village at this most critical time. Maybe this is God's will. Looking at the stunned Uzumaki Karen, Yokagawa Tsutomu smiled. If it weren't for Uzumaki Karen, he might not have had time to open the paradise box before the flower of the grass found it. At that time, in order to protect the existing results, he could only be forced to engage in a civil war with the flower of the grass and force the other party to surrender. Now this result is much better. Karen, huh? I will remember this name. Thank you for your contribution to Kusgakure village and the Kingdom of Grass. Yokagawa Tsutomu activated the secret technique and began to sacrifice the chakra in Karen's body. Feeling the chakra inside the paradise box rapidly becoming stronger, Yokagawa Tsutomu was incomparably happy. He even thought that if he had a granddaughter in the future, he could name her Karen, which was also a thank you for her contribution to Kusgakure. Although Karen did not volunteer. You came here so soon? Feeling the layout around the underground base, Yokagawa Tsutomu was a little surprised. He did such a good job of keeping secrets, But he was found by Grass Flower so quickly. Should he say that he is worthy of being his nemesis who has been entangled with him for half a lifetime? Yokagawa Tsutomu increased the speed of sacrifice and prepared to feed Uzumaki Karen directly to the box of bliss. Wakang, go out and intercept. Now is the critical moment. I don't want to be disturbed. Yokagawa Tsutomu turned to Wakang and said, now it is the most important step. Yokagawa Tsutomu didn't want any accidents. However, something that shocked Yokagawa Tsutomu happened. Wakang didn't seem to hear his order. He didn't even look at him and kept looking at the box of bliss. Wakang. Yokagawa Tsutomu thought Wakang was confused and shouted loudly. He didn't think Wakang would betray him. After all, Wakang is his successor. His interests are Wakang's interests. Wakang can't betray him. Wakang turned his head to look at Yokagawa Tsutomu, then nodded and walked away. Just when Yokagawa Tsutomu was relieved and continued to sacrifice Uzumaki Karen, bang! Wakang suddenly punched Yokagawa Tsutomu when he passed by him, and knocked Yokagawa Tsutomu away with one punch. Yokagawa Tsutomu flew backwards and hit the hard box of bliss hard. Yokagawa Tsutomu looked at Wakang with anger and confusion. He didn't understand why Wakang would betray him at this time, whether from the perspective of interests or emotions. He couldn't find a reason for Wakang to betray him. The only thing that could barely make sense was that he had made a mistake. Wakang was not loyal to the Grass Ninja, and he had an extremely strong wish to realize. After punching Yokagawa Tsutomu, Miyu did not continue to chase, but treated Uzumaki Karen. If Yokagawa Tsutomu continued to sacrifice, it might have an adverse effect on Uzumaki Karen's body. Miyu's actions made Yokagawa Tsutomu even more confused. After betraying him, he didn't kill him quickly, but turned around to heal Uzumaki Karen. An absurd idea appeared in Yokagawa Tsutomu's mind. Wakang fell in love with Uzumaki Karen at first sight and couldn't bear to see her die, so he betrayed. Yokagawa Tsutomu was numb. No matter what the reason was, he felt that he had made a mistake. Why did he choose such an heir? Wakang, how could you betray the leader? You have the strength and status you have now, all because of the leader's training. The Grass Ninja next to him couldn't help but curse. If it weren't for the exhaustion of chakra, even if he couldn't beat him, he would have to fight with a treacherous person like Wakang. More Grass Ninjas didn't even have the energy to curse, and could only stare at Miyu with angry eyes. There were so many Grass Ninjas present, and Yokagawa Tsutomu gave Wakang the privilege of not needing to input chakra, but Wakang betrayed him like this. Miyu looked indifferent. They scolded Wakang. What did it have to do with him? Seeing this, Yokagawa Tsutomu silently input all his chakra into the paradise box, making up for the last missing point. Now he didn't have time to think too much. As long as he could open the paradise box, everything would be fine. Whether it was Longfi who opposed him or Wakang who betrayed him, he would have many choices to deal with it at that time. Boom! Exclamation mark. After absorbing enough chakra to open it, the paradise box burst out with extremely powerful chakra, and a sky-high energy column broke through the ceiling of the underground base and rushed straight into the clouds. Kakashi and others who were already near the base quickened their pace. Seeing this, Longfi and other members of the Flower of Grass also rushed over quickly. Box of Bliss, open it. Yokagawa Tsutomu stood in front of the Box of Bliss and stared at Miyu carefully, using the connection of sacrifice to convey his intention to the Box of Bliss. Boom! Exclamation mark. With a huge roar, the huge box of the Box of Bliss, which had been sealed for who knows how many years, began to shake. Some parts of the human face mask fell off, and the mouth expanded up and down like a demon opening its bloody mouth. The mouth was so dark that no light could be seen. Yokagawa Tsutomu couldn't see the scenery inside the box through the open part. It was just a box that looked relatively large, but he felt as if there was an endless dark world inside. Let me become stronger, extremely strong, Yokagawa Tsutomu said in a deep voice. This was a plan he had thought of early on. He wanted to become stronger and stronger than the ninja master Sosuke who defeated the demigod Hanzo. Then the grass country of Kusakure village could develop steadily under his protection. Yokagawa Tsutomu didn't know how to use the paradise box, but after opening the box, he had a feeling that the box was used in this way, and that the box had consciousness. As the person who opened the box, the paradise box would fulfill his wishes. Whoosh! Suddenly, a huge suction force came from the inside of the paradise box, and Yokagawa Tsutomu, who was closest to the paradise box, was directly sucked in. Muyu grabbed Uzumaki Karen and moved a little further away, then sensed his flying thunder god mark, which was in the paradise box, and he didn't lose his perception like Uzumaki Naruto did that time. P.S. Today is 5K. I feel that tomorrow Tsutomu should have no problem sprinting back to 8K. Chapter 500. Ninjas have their limits. Liang Muiyu, I am no longer a human being. After the paradise box was opened, Muyu's real body was the first to enter the underground research base. Liang Muiyu, what's going on? Konoha is attacking us. The grass ninjas who were not sucked into the paradise box were horrified when they saw who was coming. The paradise box has been opened. Even if it is Liang Muiyu, after the wish is completed, he will not be the opponent of the leader. A high-ranking grass ninja said hurriedly. He felt that the paradise box was the ultimate six-path ninja tool that could obtain the world after making a wish. It should not be unable to deal with a young strong man from the 5 major ninja villages. Muyu was too lazy to communicate with the grass ninjas. He casually used his chi to deal with the grass ninjas, and then walked to the side of Uzumaki Huiling. Seeing the arrival of the real body, the shadow clone took the initiative to walk towards the deep entrance that the light could not penetrate, and walked into the paradise box. According to the perception, the paradise box cannot block the flying thunder god technique, but Muyu is a cautious person, and he has to try it to know whether it works. A second later, Muyu's shadow clone appeared next to Huiling. This time, Muyu was really sure that as long as he mastered the flying thunder god technique, he could come out at will even if he entered the paradise box, and he would not be trapped. After completing the mission, the shadow clone disbanded on its own initiative, allowing the memory to flow back to the main body. At this time, Kakashi and Obito also rushed in one after another. Ah, Muyu teacher, you have solved all of them. Obito, who rushed into the underground base excitedly, looked at the fallen grass ninjas and froze. Just now, he was worried that Muyu was too strong and would quickly solve the enemy, so he used the breathing method to the extreme to speed up. But he didn't expect that he still couldn't catch up. Is this the so-called paradise box? Kakashi's eyes did not stay on the fallen grass ninja for more than a second, and his attention was focused on the extremely conspicuous strange giant box in the base. The shockwave that broke through the clouds just now was caused by it. What is its nature? A large-scale attack ninja tool. Narusuzaku also looked at the paradise box. It is not clear what the nature of the paradise box is, but the mission may not be over yet. The leader of the grass ninja has entered the box. Muyu shook his head and replied. After hearing this, a Burameshiki controlled some of the bugs to fly into the dark entrance, trying to investigate the situation inside the box. Bugs, we're out of contact, a Burameshiki reported briefly. The moment his bugs flew into the paradise box, a Burameshiki could no longer control the bugs through the secret technique, as if the bugs had disappeared. How about sending a shadow clone to go in and take a look? Obito volunteered. Hearing that the biggest target was still alive, Obito regained his fighting spirit. However, this paradise box looked too strange, and even Obito didn't want to go in directly. This box doesn't look right. Let's try the shadow clone first. Kakashi nodded and prepared to investigate with Obito. At this moment, a figure gradually appeared in the deep darkness. He's still alive. Kakashi quickly took out his kunai and prepared to fight. As the biggest target of the mission, he recognized at a glance that the person who came out was the leader of the Kusgakure ninja, Yokagawa Tsutomu. Yokagawa Tsutomu slowly walked out of the darkness, and his aura became very strange. Impermanence. I'm the leader. Yokagawa Tsutomu, who walked out, looked a little confused at the scene in front of him. He was not surprised that all the Kusanagi fell. How could they, with insufficient chakra, defeat the full-state Wakang? But what was the strange thing about the sudden appearance of 8 Konoha ninjas? Could it be that he had actually been in the box of bliss for a long time, and the Konoha ninja troops were coming? Liang Muiyu, well, let's use you to test this powerful force. Yokagawa Tsutomu noticed the most dazzling ninja. If it was before, Yokagawa Tsutomu would think that he was 30% to 70% with Muayu, and he was 70% to 30% with Muayu, but now is different from the past. Now he has been strengthened by the Box of Bliss. He has broken the limit of ninjas and has become a more advanced and powerful existence. Not to mention Muayu, even if the Yellow Flash and the three ninjas came together, Yokagawa Tsutomu would not be afraid. I have sublimated into a god. Feeling the endless power in his body, Yokagawa Tsutomu smiled brightly. Obito scratched his head and felt that the enemy in front of him was not very smart. He used the sage Muayu to test his power. Do you think you are the sage of six paths? Koskakuru, Happoken. Yokagawa Tsutomu gathered a large amount of chakra in his fist and rushed out with a whoosh. Bang! A huge crash sounded, and Yokagawa Tsutomu flew backwards at a faster speed, hitting the Box of Bliss hard. Name: Yokagawa Tsutomu. Under Enlightenment, Chakra, 111,000. Skill: Fire Attribute Chakra Nature Change. Mastery Level, 2,815,000. Muyu shook his fist lightly and shook his head inwardly. He had no more than 10 mastery level skills, and his skill proficiency was also average. With this little strength, he was sublimated into a god. He was worried that if he hit too hard, he would kill Yokagawa Tsutomu. Obito showed an expression of as expected. Kakashi's mouth twitched. Just now, he almost opened the transparent world because the leader of the Kusgakure ninja was really fast, but he chose Muyu as his opponent. After getting up, Yokagawa Tsutomu blushed. This is not right. He is so strong. Why can't he react to Muyu's physical skills? Liang Muayu is quite capable. You are now qualified to see the posture of a truly powerful person. After dodging the attacks of Kakashi and the others, Yokagawa Tsutomu calmed down and regained his confidence. He had not yet truly used the power he had obtained from the Box of Bliss. No matter how strong Muayu was, he was just an ordinary person and could not be compared with his divine power. As a human ninja, there are limits. Come and feel the power of God. Yokagawa Tsutomu roared, and a strange deformation occurred on his body. Black hair thicker and longer than that of a human emerged from his body. His flesh continued to expand and black hair continued to emerge, and finally he turned into a black-haired monster with huge wings. Boom! Exclamation mark, because the monster that Yokagawa Tsutomu transformed into was too big. The ceiling of the underground base was broken, and large pieces of rubble kept falling. Yokagawa Tsutomu only waved his arms and wings a few times, and the underground base became an open-air base. At this time, Yokagawa Tsutomu's chakra and Muayu's eyes surged rapidly. The real battle has just begun. Yokagawa Tsutomu, who had become Wu, laughed. He was now much stronger than before. His speed, strength and even defense had improved qualitatively. He didn't believe that there was a ninja stronger than him. Go to hell. Yokagawa Tsutomu flapped his wings and turned into a black shadow and attacked Muyu. Although he was huge, Yokagawa Tsutomu's speed was not slow. His wings flapped at high speed and set off a strong wind that blew away the gravel on the ground. Fire style, Great Fireball technique, Lightning style, Pseudo-darkness. Kakashi Shisui and Obito immediately attacked, forming hand seals and using ninjutsu to attack, but they were dodged one by one. Shadow imitation technique, Secret technique, Insect tornado, Water style, Water dragon bullet technique. Then Narusuzaku, Maruboshi Kosaki and others also attacked. Whoosh! Before Narusuzaku's shadow imitation technique could hit Yokagawa Tsutomu, Muyu suddenly flashed above Wu and suddenly threw a punch with a lot of chakra. Explosion fist. Boom! Exclamation mark. Yokagawa Tsutomu's huge body fell on the ground, and the ground cracked. Yokagawa Tsutomu couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. Feeling the severe pain at the place where he was hit, Yokagawa Tsutomu looked at Muyu in horror and confusion. Flying Thunder God technique? It can be used like this. Yokagawa Tsutomu thought of some information about Muyu. He only knew that Muyu mastered the Flying Thunder God technique like the Yellow Flash, but he didn't know the detailed information about the Flying Thunder God technique. Muyu's physical skills also shocked Yokagawa Tsutomu. You know, his body is now 100 times stronger than before, but he was punched by Muyu and vomited blood. What kind of terrifying power is this? It's just like a punch to break a mountain. At this time, the shadow imitation technique hit Yokagawa Tsutomu, and Yokagawa Tsutomu took another water dragon bullet and insect whirlwind. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 equals 9 plus book bar published this novel for the first time. However, this attack made Yokagawa Tsutomu feel a little relieved. It's not that he is not strong enough, but that Muyu is a little inhuman and can't be regarded as an ordinary ninja. With his strong body and chakra, Yokagawa Nu directly broke free from the control of the shadow binding technique and shouted, "Box of Bliss, quickly devour Hanyu Muiyu." Muiyu's flying thunder god technique was too difficult to deal with, and Yokagawa Nu had no way to counter it, so he had to ask for help from the Box of Bliss to help him become stronger. Wu inside the Box of Bliss. If it had this ability, why would it assimilate Yokagawa Nu, but directly assimilate Muiyu to control him and smash the Box of Bliss into pieces? Since being sealed by the Six Paths Sage, Muiyu is the first person to damage the Box of Bliss from the outside. But Wu is still ready to give it a try. Anyway, he is free. Although it no longer has the power to assimilate another Wu, it can still try to control a human. The other 3 masks of the Box of Bliss changed, and all the masks expanded their mouths to the maximum, and the terrifying suction came out from the inside of the Box of Bliss, all rushing straight to Muiyu. Since some fallen grass ninjas were also on the path, they were quickly sucked into the box. Muyu also approached the Paradise Box in this strong suction. At this time, Longf arrived with the grass ninjas and saw the Paradise Box swallowing the grass ninjas and the huge and ugly monster in the sky. "Hurry up and save people," Longf quickly ordered his subordinates. Although he didn't know what was going on, it was always right to save the ninjas in the village first. However, Longf underestimated the suction of the Paradise Box. A Chunin wanted to take the underground grass ninja away, but was sucked into the Paradise Box together. Muyu thought about it, shook his head and waved his hands to let the disciples who were running over stop, and followed the suction into the Paradise Box. Muyu was not afraid of places where he could use Flying Thunder God to run away at any time, because if he opened the transparent world and the white eyes, plus the thunder attribute chakra enhanced reaction, even if a hair was missing from his body, Muyu could instantly find it and leave. At present, there are people in the ninja world that he can't beat, but there is really no one that he can't run away from. When Muyu entered the Paradise Box, the suction of the Paradise Box disappeared and the previous calm was restored. Yokagawa Nu couldn't help laughing as he watched Muyu being submerged in the deep darkness and finally disappearing. No matter how powerful Liang Muyu was, could he be stronger than the treasure left by the Six Paths Sage? "You were laughing so happily. I thought you won the battle." Obito was ready to fight. He was not very worried about Muyu, because Muyu had obviously taken the initiative to go in just now. Muyu must have been sure to solve the so-called Paradise Box before doing so. "Be careful, this guy is very strong. He has been defeated because Teacher Muyu is stronger," Kakashi reminded with a cautious look on his face. He didn't know whether Yokagawa Nu could still use ninjutsu, but in Yokagawa Nu's current state, even if he used the fighting method of ordinary beasts, he would not be weak, because his strength and speed were very strong. Where did Yokagawa Nu go? Has he been executed? Longf couldn't find Yokagawa Nu at the scene, so he couldn't help asking. "The big guy in front of you is the Kusakure leader you are looking for," Shisui explained, then stopped injecting chakra into the curved spoon and began to quickly refine chakra. "There is no need to talk about morality when dealing with the enemy, just do whatever you can to win." Longf was dumbfounded when looking at the huge and ugly monster. He thought it was some kind of summoned beast, but it turned out to be Yokagawa Tsutomu himself. "Longf, it seems that I overestimated you. You are only this level. You can't even recognize your nemesis after defeating you." Yokagawa Tsutomu was very disappointed with Longf's performance. "Longf, it's not a question of whether Yokagawa Tsutomu has changed a lot. Even if he turned from a human to ashes, it would not be as big as Yokagawa Tsutomu. How the hell can he recognize him?" "Yokagawa, surrender. Everything about you is known to Konoha. If you continue to mess around, it will only lead to the destruction of Kusakure village." Longf persuaded him to surrender. At this moment, He only hopes to stop the loss in time and minimize the loss of Kusakura village as much as possible. It's ridiculous. What if Konoha knows? I've dealt with Liang and Muayu, now I'm beyond human. Kusakura ninjas don't need to be afraid of Konoha, Yokagawa Tsutomu said disdainfully. Yokagawa Tsutomu now only wants the paradise box to absorb more nutrients and assimilate more Kusakura ninjas that are beyond human. Then it will be the time for Kusakura ninjas to rule the ninja world. All Kusakura ninjas, listen to my orders, and quickly kill the Konoha ninjas. Yokagawa Tsutomu loudly ordered all Kusakura ninjas at the scene. Because of the loud noise, Longfi summoned all Kusakura ninjas that could be summoned. Not all Kusakura ninjas here are Kusakura ninjas who only obey Longfi. Aburame Shiki and Maruboshi Kasuke stared at the Kusakura ninjas nearby cautiously, protecting Kakashi and the others behind them. The Kusakura ninjas looked at each other and did not act immediately. If Yokagawa Tsutomu commanded them in a normal way, they would definitely act according to the order immediately. But Yokagawa Tsutomu's current state was too weird. Whoosh! Yokagawa Tsutomu flashed and immediately appeared in front of a Kuza ninja. He swung out his extremely sharp claws, instantly breaking the Kuza ninja into several pieces, and a large amount of blood gushed out. The one who betrays me will only die. Yokagawa Tsutomu shook off the blood on his claws and said coldly. Longf looked at Yokagawa Tsutomu in disbelief. You are not Yokagawa. The real Yokagawa is dead. Longf looked at Yokagawa Tsutomu's huge and ugly monster body, and something came to his mind. The Yokagawa Tsutomu he knew would never kill his companions so brutally. The current Yokagawa Tsutomu is just a monster with Yokagawa Tsutomu's memory. Thanking Longf for chatting to delay time, Shisui, whose chakra has fully recovered, looked at Obito and Kakashi, and it was time to take action. P.S. There will be another 4K chapter later, which will be released around 2 o'clock. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.